think the final result of this matchup is gonna be. I feel like this will go the distance, and I'm leaning a little bit more. Okay, so just to be clear, it's 2-1, and it's gonna be NIP Flash for me. But it's gonna be a tight 2-1.
Straight out the gates, huh? You got it?
Gate, yeah.
Me too. Straight out of the gates of the underworld. Hades is gonna go ham. It's a 2. I didn't even bring up the 0. It is just.
Oh, you think it's gonna be a sweep for NIP Flash?
For sure.
Okay.
How? Wait, what?
No, the other way.
Made it look worse.
Other way around.
Yeah, there we go.
I think I want to say that Twisted Minds has a really good opportunity, but considering the momentum, the performance, and I hate giving so much credit to Singapore, but you know they're close neighbors. I'm gonna say it's going to be a 2-0 for NIP Flash.
It's a sweep with so many disclaimers.
Yeah.
I don't want to humble them, but at the very least, we're close neighbors, and you know, between Malaysians and Singaporeans, the hate between each other always comes from a brotherly sort of camaraderie that we have.
Everybody else, that's not cool. You guys don't get the dog on them. Only we do.
I like how you were also protective over your Singaporean neighbors. Saying, of course, you can mess with them, just not you. So here are our predictions. Again, sound off from wherever you're watching. Just make sure you type it out, comment it. It is an NIP Flash all across the board. However, only one of us thinks that Twisted Minds can get out of game.
Why do you guys think it's gonna be a sweep though?
Well,
is it what Twisted Minds did against RRQ Hoshi enough for you guys to say that, hey, they can take a game?
I don't think so. And here's why. A lot of these cheese picks that are coming through, and especially teams who are, you know, maybe a little bit slower on the ball, trying to figure out what Twisted Minds are all about. We've had a couple of days, and not to mention a couple of day offs as well, to really sit down and let that digest in, not only for us at the table, but teams in preparation for this match.
And in preparation for this match, let's get to know the lineups for today. Will Sanji be making a comeback in the lineup for Twisted Minds? Let's see. It's Sano, Troll, Cuff, and Hoda, and yeah, he's back. It's Sanji.
Twisted Minds, one of those teams that I hope can break through that plateau. And a lot of it, I'm looking specifically towards Sanji's side. I think that Sanji is a very intelligent player, but with him as well as Hoda, the only missing link is whether or not Troll can get on that same wavelength.
The solution to Bruno lies within Sano. I don't think it's a specific hero. I think the meta is the meta, and this player who's currently number 5 best KDA overall in M6 and number 3 best damage per minute, like what, a tier behind Vanix, as painful as that is his opponent right now, I think he has it in him. So this young man can pull it out, and with the help of Coach Lyric, Coach Daliot, there's gotta be a solution.
Multiple MVP performances for Sano with the Bruno in his hands.
Saudi Gold.
Saudi Gold. Let's see if Saudi Gold will be enough today to twist the fate of NIP Flash as they will bring out their main lineup. Of course, you're familiar with Cartesi, Hades, Diablo, the Emperor Akihiro-san, JPL, but Vanix has been wilding out this M series.
Yush! It's time! I think it's off the back of JPL going Hayaku on Twisted
everyone?
Minds. Well, mostly, I'd say if he can find the best kicks on the Magi. Because here's the thing, 1108, that's the magic number. Twisted Minds got flipped out at 1108. That is the fastest game loss in M6 so far, and I think NIP Flash can do that.
I mean, they can absolutely do that, and I think a lot of it actually is going to be leaning on Vanix as the cornerstone. You said, yes, he's 3rd in damage, but have you looked at the game times that NIP Flash Singapore have provided? Shorter game times, of course, you're not going to have as much damage to stack upon stack upon stack, but at the very least, his mechanics and more so his angles have been superb.
Oddly enough, you can. Vanix is number 1 damage per minute. On a Granger, too.
Yep, that was a crazy Granger game, which I think was one of the beginning trends of Grangers who would get 15 plus kills in a single game, but absolutely take the L. Let's see if that might continue. If Granger and Bruno will be the big players of the draft that we have to watch out for. Speaking of big players, this is Diablo.
El Diablo Grande.
5-time MPL Singapore champion, if I'm not mistaken. Champion. Oh, that's 4. for MPLSG's champion.
Yes, 4 times. He is an established player and honestly becoming one of the few veterans of the second generation of Singaporean players overall, next to JPL.
More than half of the total season runs of MPLSG since 2021, this young man has won, starting in his debut in the very first season when they broke up from you guys.
Yeah, when they broke off from us.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to ask, were you guys sad when that happened? When SGMY did that split?
Honestly, the community here in MYSG was kind of split on that decision. Honestly,
Really?
I love Singaporeans being with us in Malaysia because they keep us in check. You know, we got some wild stuff happening in MPLMY. It wouldn't have happened if we still had the /SG with us.
Alright, so just a little bit of history lesson for y'all if you're new to MLBB esports. Yeah, at one point it was SGMY and they weren't their own set.
Hey,
MYSG.
MYSG.
Oh, is it very important that you get the MY first? Alright, fine. MYSG.
Thank you.
By the way, you can go ahead and scan the codes. You can also use the redeem code MLBB Legend. That is for the MLBB Rising Open. There are the instructions there, in-game profile icon settings, all that codes. Yeah, go ahead, get them goodies. And I cannot wait for this draft because there is another major sword hanging over our heads. The big question of when are we gonna see NIP Flash cheese picks? I'm still waiting for Curtizi to pick up something crazy in the mid.
Even Diablo has some pocket picks that we haven't seen quite yet.
Like, where's this Badang, man? I feel like if there's any moment for NIP Flash to bring out a cheese pick, it's game 2 if they get a game 1 win.
Game 2. I think most teams lean into that game 1 based on what we see in terms of like pattern from some of the bigger orgs, right? But you know, that's them. Singapore's a little different in that sense, and I think for them it's goal-oriented plays and picks. That's why we're seeing that Diablo at the very least has been playing a lot of meta stuff, even Curtizi as well. But I do think that there is a little bit of spice amongst the Singaporeans. Hopefully, Twisted Minds, they sniff out that opportunity.
I'm all in. Not just cheese for the sake of cheese. You have to look at the big picture. And so far, the drafts are following said big picture. Eve, Cho, Signature, Blue Phase bans. NIP Flash though, Coach Zarate playing it very safe, close to the chest. He knows that Troll is very good on the Matilda, able to help Twisted Minds get to that ultra late game. Get out of here.
So they're getting the tempo setters. Now, there's something about this matchup where a part of my brain is telling me we might see an old favorite for JPL. As long as they get, if they're going to continue the trend of putting a high loss onto Diablo's hands and he'll be like the main tank frontliner, we might see a comeback on the whole tosser man for JPL.
JH on the JPL.
Yeah.
You talking about the Jawhead?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. Well, actually, you know what? I can actually get behind that idea. I was thinking more of some of his old favorite picks when this time of MYSG, the Lolita. And I think that might just be an interesting potential solution if Bruno is let through. But again, very nuanced.
It is going to be rare to see Lolita pop up, if ever. So still respecting even NIP Flash. Good to see that we've gotten to the point where a Southeast Asian team going up against a team from MENA will ban out a Fanny on the first phase because they know just how good of an assassin the Medjai Hoda is.
I think as long as they are... Wait, actually, these final picks might be a little interesting coming from both Twisted and NIP Flash. Right now, so far, we haven't seen the Jushin getting banned out. And honestly, the Jushin win rate has not been looking good.
Yeah, a little bit under 50% if I'm not mistaken. Some teams would find out a way to absolutely dominate with her, some would struggle. And Twisted Minds are forcing something different out of Diablo. They're taking the high loss option away from them. That's been very stable anchor for their draft. So maybe, just maybe, we'll finally see Diablo on something spicy.
Just makes sense because high loss on red, especially in Diablo's hands, is very at home. 16 times pick, red side prio. So best believe, take it out. Coach Lyric, Coach Dahlia trying to disrupt NIP Flash's comfort. You can see here Coach KZP close to Curtizi makes the call, taking out the Hilda. Hilda currently 21 bans on red. So XP lane kind of choked out right now.
I think there's still a couple of options that you can at least play. The staples are still there. The Phoveus is definitely one of those few picks that could still dominate the lane on certain conditions. Blue is still available, but I'm expecting Jushin coming in from Twisted.
That's right. 9 times picked in blue. He's still very high contest despite having low win rate.
Yeah, with high loss gone though, I mean, yeah, Jushin can still do Jushin things. Kali got the Kacha. I feel like are going to be big trades for these two teams. Suyo might come in maybe a little bit later into the draft. I would be quite surprised if they decide to rush it, and they do rush it. They go for Suyo right away as the first pick. Respectfully, I feel like this gives a strong power pick flexes for NIP Flash, something you don't want to give to a team that are very crazy in the draft.
Yeah, because you clearly see what your opponent's doing in the jungle.
Yeah.
There's no rush. You're clear, especially in the first phase.
But at the same time, I think giving over the Jushin to NIP Flash at this point, and also in a secondary power pick, because they don't have to pick the alpha now that,
right.
you know, the Suyo has been shown, and that's kind of the beauty of the red side.
Yeah. All right. They don't need to give the alpha now, but the Jushin alpha combo has proven time and time again to actually be to stand toe to toe with, or maybe even go surpass any lineup that has a Suyo.
And it's very fast.
Very fast. But it might also be greedy, and of course,
I am not
well,
the only one.
I always thought that maybe Bruno would just be banned, but no, they left it open. So Twisted Minds are playing into this. We thought NIP Flash would tell Twisted Minds, go ahead, pick the Bruno. But it's like they got into their heads. They ended up with a Bruno for Vanix.
Sano is now forced to unveil that solution, whatever they came up with in the past 48 hours.
And that's funny because when you go up against a Phoveus, you're forced to pick into something like the Beatrix because one of the few heroes that really provides a lot of problems for Phoveus in the team fights. Because if you go Moskov here, you're really forcing yourself to go 4-1.
You're proccing that Infernal Pursuit so easy.
For sure. For sure, but at the same time, to reveal, it's such an honest draft. You're revealing both of your side laners straight away, and you're also giving the opportunity for Twisted Minds to also, you know, in terms of draft tempo, I am now having to show you more problems because all you wanted to do was find pillars on your side lanes.
Oh, interesting drafts coming in from Twisted Minds. So they're playing the map, not with their marksman, but with Lo Yi, the pick that I have to say, I've talked with a lot of coaches and players. A lot of them are saying that they're very surprised Lo Yi isn't getting rushed even more in the first phase.
Lo Yi has dropped in commodity just like Chip. She's more of a specific solution now, or at least a more macro-driven hero, instead of just like a power pick all over.
I think the biggest problem is that in this current metagame, it's all about, hey, can we play front to back or can we flank our opponents? And I think that unfortunately for Lo Yi, front to back is generally where you want to be. You want to be the flankers, but if you're playing against a composition that can hit you from many different sides, again, Suyo, highly mobile and can find those angles, the Gato to cut you off. I think that Twisted Minds are on the right path. NIP Flash, however, locking in that Khalid, I feel like Carteezy is going to whip out something crazy here.
Could be.
Ooh, this could be going to the mid for you?
There's a possibility. I mean, if not, what are they waiting for? Why can't they lock their mid lane now?
Okay, one of the main conditions for a mid lane fighter is you have either magic in the jungle or magic in the gold.
Joy's open.
And the Joy's still open.
And I think that's good because what you can do with the Khalid is sweep those bushes. Make sure that there's no hidden Lo Yi diversion coming through. I like it.
Well, however, what I'm seeing right now is if we're going to look at it from a team fighting perspective, the Lo Yi and the Gata Kacha might actually be able to pose enough problems for a Khalid and a Phoveus, especially if the Phoveus gets mistimes the entry and then suddenly gets caught with a duality proc. That might actually be devastating for him. So I feel like for both teams right now, there's a lot of room for flexibility that the first phase isn't showing way too much. There's still enough you can do to adjust your overall take on the game.
I agree, but at the same time, what exactly is NIP Flash looking to set up for? You're banning out the Granger. My guess is that you're also going to ban out the Beatrix at this point, so at least you can kind of leave the marksmen on an island. That does mean that they want to play towards EXP side. More importantly, I think they want their final pick to be something for Hades.
Which I will have to add on to. I think this is a Diablo Khalid.
Diablo Khalid? Okay.
I think it's clear. I think it's clear. Even if Joy is open, it's more likely that Diablo might try to bully that lane and then go fast elsewhere.
So then where does this Phoveus go? Carteezy picks up Phoveus and now they have to kind of fight for that mid-prio?
I think that's doable. I think that's doable, especially if you want to go short range. You know, if you want to end the game before 15 minutes, get that Phoveus on that power spike.
Well, I mean, we set it up already going into this one. When you're thinking of a draft for Twisted Minds and NIP Flash, you can't help but think of creative solutions to some of the biggest problems in the meta.
They're just built that way. Sometimes they even see a problem before it comes.
It just goes to show why these two have made it this far in the M6 Swiss stages. Their unique takes on the game. I'm leaning more towards the idea of a roam Khalid though, and The problem is if they go Joy.
It's the more grounded approach.
Yeah, it's a more grounded approach. But if they go Joy here, I feel like that lineup might be a little bit too local, you know? Too many things going on. Khalid and Phovis, where exactly you're gonna focus on? Where's your man marking? And then the Joys can go wild, but at the same time, it's like, how good is your 4-1 split? When FNOP played the Joy, we saw they used that to take resources away from Obazane while they were split as 4-1.
Utility Joy.
Yeah, it was like a utility style Joy. So different approaches you can go for.
I think the most important thing is who are they playing around for the red side, right? That very final pick. Is it going to be Hades or is it Cortese? Because if they show Joy now, then the real question is whether Cortese is going to do something crazy, because Mage Pool generally is pretty limited overall. So there we go, it's Joy. So they have been setting up for Cortese this whole time.
Interesting. So they have the one source of burst physical, one source of burst magic. The damage profile seems to be good for them.
And the mobility too. That's the grill for sure. And what's going to Saudi Gold's hands? It's the safe Moskov. So that whole Phovius Moskov situation, Sano's just gonna have to play out of his mind to get out of that rut.
Yeah, it's gonna be a... Yeah. Oh wait, the more I'm looking at the draft, it's very difficult for Phovis and Khalid if we're looking at team fighting alone.
And not to mention, even if they want to like play a little spicy of, oh, Cortese pick up the Phovis, go into the mid lane, Tigreal plus Loyi, you're gonna get chunked out so easily, so fast.
So I think that's why NIP Flash have to play guerrilla tactics.
Yeah.
They have to come out of these bushes faster than the diversion can rotate out Twisted Minds.
It's a Diablo pick. What if suddenly like a guy pops up? That'll be funny, but nah.
Oh, I told you!
Oh, there we go.
Mid Martis!
Yes.
Finally back.
Mid Martis. This is interesting because the anti-CC works well into the Loyi.
The menace from MSC!
Here we go. NIP Flash versus Twisted Minds. Game 1. Mirko, Staffa, let's go.
Thank you very much, boys. I think we're gonna be in for a very entertaining first series of the day today. My name is Staffa, joined on the desk by none other than Mirko. How you feeling, sir?
Feeling great, especially after seeing that Martis pick, man. It definitely feels like NIP Flash have been playing the Swiss stage a bit safe, you know? I feel like we haven't really seen this version of Cortese just yet. Finally, though, we get to see it. It's Martis, the menace from MSC.
I am very, very happy to get to see Cortese on the Martis once again. It's great that NIP Flash is finally bringing in that unique drafting that we know them for. And as we prepare to jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1, let's see if their minds will be twisted or if victory will be claimed through a flash of inspiration.
Twisted Minds versus Team Flash. NIP Flash, man. For Twisted Minds, it's all about getting into the late game. We've seen, at least, you know, from the games that they have won. For NIP Flash, it's been really about getting the early game, snowballing through. We saw how they were able to utilize Hades on a Ling, and the Joy too, to be fair. He also won on that Joy. And the fact that Bruno, something so prio, something that everybody's just been preaching about, has been left open and given to someone like Vanix, this is a scary setup that NIP Flash have going for them.
Yeah, even when you consider that this is actually the first time that Vanix has been able to pick up that Bruno the entire Swiss stage. But of course, the M6 pass is currently available, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free and get amazing rewards such as Claude's Battle emote, M6 Zori Avatar Border, Baxia's emote, and the new special skin, Baxia Dauntless Shield for free.
I already got it. I'm not trying to flex, you know, but I'm just saying, I already got it, man. Level 75,
Really?
been playing the game every day on a marksman. And speaking of the marksman lane, you know, or the gold lane rather, I am a big fan of the Master Assassin, actually. And I think a lot of people have now just gone for Master Assassin. Even as a weak side on the Moskov, Sano has gone for Master Assassin. It's all about that laning. They know they're going to be solo most of the time, so you get so much value out of that emblem.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how the meta has shifted, where nowadays you see gold laners being left as the island rather than the traditional EXP laners being left to do their thing. So Master Assassin getting a lot more prevalent so that you can actually win out that side lane and make it so that your team doesn't have to babysit you quite as much as before, right? Because nowadays we're seeing a lot more shift towards that early game aggression, rotations getting a lot of priority to make sure that you're able to contest objectives.
Yin Yang reaction, catching Diablo, goes over the Infernal Pursuit again. The second Yin Yang reaction troll, very close to level 4. Hades walking up. That's the AOG catching the electrifying beats. The AOG was cancelled earlier. That's first blood for Curtizi as he goes for the estimate. Diablo walking forward, getting the kill. Hoda sniping him down. Now it's JPL walking back, and it is a 1-for-1 trade. Troll for Curtizi, and IP Flash going back to the turtle.
Yeah, Twisted Minds definitely started off that fight a little bit scattered, a bit messy, and NIP Flash took advantage of that. But Sanji,
let's see, the diversion brings them back in yang reaction. Sanji helping Hoda get that kill and now just walks away. Twisted Minds grabbing control of the turtle again, gets a snipe down onto Curtizi just to poke him down, but Twisted Minds will respect this for now. Kurt, no, it's just a bit of poke.
we have to know Twisted Minds is the team that's very good at maintaining stability in gameplay. They definitely got caught off guard initially with NIP Flash's aggression, trying to split up the team fight, but once they were able to retreat and regain a little bit more ground in their own jungle, you could see that they were able to reform their team fight formation a lot more easily, and because of that, were able to effectively take out NIP Flash, who were trying to scatter them by doing so themselves.
Diablo trying to disperse them. AOG coming down as well. Turtle gonna be resetted. That's the Raging Sandstorm to cuff in a full dive in the back. Sanji claims the turtle though. Now it's Troll caught, still able to flick around. Hoda almost caught, but that's him again. Hades walking up. That's a shove back and a knock up. Hoda getting the killing spree. Diablo caught in the midst of it all, jumping in. JPL and Curtizi will dive in. SOD a bit short. Sanji looking for the trade back. JPL running desperately for his life. Sanji wants to continue the chase, but will not be able to get in range.
Personally, if you ask me, NIP Flash isn't really getting the beneficial trades that they're looking for here. The game state is still pretty even, right? 4 kills to 4 kills. But Twisted Minds, you can see that they are making sure not to scatter too much. They have a team composition that's a little bit better at taking advantage of full-out 5v5s, more of a front-to-back composition, whereas NIP Flash want to go for more skirmish style, right? They want to split apart the players, and Twisted Minds is not letting them do that right now. And because of NIP Flash's over-aggression with this mid-Martis, you can see that they end up taking a lot more damage from structures and from poke when they really don't need to.
And you can see that with the composition of the Martis being in the mid lane, they can actually just constantly give Vanix more farm. He's double laning at this point of the game, rotating from bot to mid to catch the wave, and then again shoving in the bottom lane. But now they're taking it a bit slow. They know there are no neutral objectives on the map, so they're pretty vulnerable to some ganks. JPL constantly just making sure Vanix doesn't get ganked. This is the late game insurance, or rather the mid game insurance. They gotta wait for that Malefic gun purchase.
Oh, and I think NIP Flash are well aware of that timing as well. You can see that they're making sure to keep wide net over the map, though a diversion play is coming out.
Yin Yang reaction not able to connect, just barely out of range. Good spacing from Vanix, and that will be a denied gank.
That's very important for NIP. We've already seen so far in the Swiss stage, Bruno can win games for you. If your opponents are not able to end the game roughly by the 15-16 minute mark, Bruno just completely takes over. And that's usually around the first or second Lord push timing as well. If you're not able to break down the crystal by then, it becomes very difficult for you to re-enter. Especially with this lineup, Twisted Minds are actually not the best at direct siege towards the later game phases. So the more lead they can achieve by the early to mid game, the more comfortable it's going to be. And that is what NIP Flash wants to stop them from achieving.
Whoa, that's a flicker from Curtizi. Diving deep, Raging Sandstorm, catching 3. Diablo with a flicker forward, Curtizi will fall. That's a massive pushback by Troll to find it. The AOG trying to go for the flank out the Hades. SOD will connect. That's a stun from Hoda. Sano, Spear of Misery, all the way from downtown. That's a win for Twisted Minds.
Curtizi definitely jumped the gun a little bit there. This is what we mentioned, right? Twisted Minds, their lineup thrives in situations where they can fight together as a 4-man, as a 5-man. And NIP Flash is definitely making a lot of space for Vanix, but they're losing a lot in exchange too.
Okay. Was a bit risky there from Hades, but he knows how mobile he can be. It'll be a trade up top too. So the fact that NIP Flash couldn't get their hands on the turtle, losing in that skirmish, overcommitting also, I thought it would still be not that bad because they got a turret trade. Now though, Twisted Minds, they got the turtle, the fight, and a turret up top. So massive value here as we get into the 6th minute of the game.
I think the more value Twisted Minds can get, the better it's going to be, right? As long as they can make sure to end the... Oh, that was dangerous. Vanix almost exploding there. Gonna be able to survive for now, though. And
No, don't take... No way. Okay, he doesn't.
Okay. I can understand the temptation in that situation, though, because Vanix is the main target, right, after everything. Though they're looking for someone else right now.
Troll? That's a concealed. JPL going to be caught in the implosion. The shove will follow. The reaction as well. JPL still able to escape. Just barely.
I think that was a slight mistake in micro movements there. The taunt from Sanji kinda cancelled out the Sacred Hammer. The extra push distance would have guaranteed a kill on JPL. So a bit of wasted resources there by Twisted Minds. They still have a 1k goal lead, but to be honest with you, Mirko, I don't think 1k is enough for them. They need to have a bigger snowball by this point because Vanix has still not been affected. The Bruno score is 0-0-0. While he is a little bit behind with Sano comparatively in EXP, we know that Bruno just scales so much better throughout every single phase of the game. That is going to be the main concern on the minds of Twisted Minds right now. They want to make sure that they're able to continue pushing the lead that they currently have by forcing out team fights where NIP Flash goes overly aggressive. But I would imagine that at this point, NIP Flash have to have adjusted somewhat.
I agree. I think for NIP Flash, you know, the fact that Twisted Minds only have a 1,000 gold lead, NIP Flash should be pretty happy with it. They're still waiting on Vanix to hit his power spike. Same goes for Hades. We know that the Joy and Bruno becomes a very lethal source of damage in the later stage of the game once they have those items. So, Twisted Minds, I don't know, even though they do have a Moskov, they can play into the later stage as well. Definitely seems like they want a bigger snowball here. And for NIP Flash, Curtisi on a Martis, usually, in a normal case, this would be, you know, the time for a fall-off for the Martis. But I don't think so. I don't think that's the case here in this game. I think for Curtisi, it's all just about walking up, being the diversion, literally, for everybody to hit on him, and Vanix gets free hits in the fights.
Yeah, I agree with you here, Mirko. I think Curtisi's goal isn't really to be the finisher, but now the Lord is being contested. Both teams in a tense conflict.
This is great from Twisted Minds. They're playing the macro game really well. Troll goes with an implosion. Gets caught between Sandstorm. Hades jumps with electrifying beats. Hoda takes him down. That's Sanji with the taunt. And now Sano joins in the fight from downtown after taking the tier 2. Curtisi displaced again by the Yini reaction. Sano goes over to Spirit of Misery. Pins him down to the wall as JPL gets chased down by Vanix. Goes wild. Sanji getting out of the vision so close. Getting into the bush, barely in time, and it becomes a 2 for 2. But remember, Sano got everything down below.
Yeah, these are very excellent displays of micro mastery between both teams right now, but Twisted Minds was definitely the winner in that previous engagement. I am seeing a slight gap in communication from NIP Flash, where we definitely saw Hades try to go too deep for a kill when his team wasn't ready to back him up and had to force through multiple layers of Twisted Minds' frontline heroes in order to actually reach the backline, and by then they were already overcommitted. You do not want to be giving Sano a snowball at this point. Right? The Moskov only one item away from finishing that Trinity. Vanix is keeping up. Just got that Malefic gun. So this is also going to be a very important timing for NIP Flash. Troll? Especially since Hades rushed the Holy Crystal.
Troll with an implosion! That's the avatar of the Guardian! And everything is going wrong now for NIP Flash. Both their carries have been taken down. JPL is next, and Twisted Minds, they have literally twisted that fight into their favor.
That was a huge catch right there. The diversion just to send Troll. They already knew that NIP Flash was probably going to be waiting in that brush. I don't even know if they realized there would be so many targets there, though. A huge bonus. Free Lord, free mid-tier too. And they've already...
Oh! That's a pin down! Curtisi has been taken out. Diablo left to fend off 3 members of Twisted Minds all alone, and all in that time, Hoda was on the Lord. That becomes a free Lord. Only the first Lord, though. Vanix still trying to go for the fence. Hoda getting the stun down. Oh, it's a pin down as well. Diablo goes into the back. JP into the Raging Sandstorm, but Sano's still free hitting as Hoda executes him. Goes in for another stun. Will not be able to find it. Cuffin walks up aggressively, and now it's a 5,000 gold lead for TM.
This is a big problem right now. This timing around the 10-minute mark was a very crucial gap for NIP Flash, where they needed to be able to get advantage since Vanix just got the Malefic gun, but they've given too much advantage over to Twisted Minds instead. Sano now 3-0-1 on the Moskov, a 5k gold lead. The inhibitor is being threatened, and while they're you can see the damage, right? Twisted Minds, I mentioned earlier, not the best base siege composition, but when they're ahead, it's hard for Nip Flash to kind of separate them.
Diablo goes in as a Raging Sandstorm onto 3, but Troll again gets the implosion! Curtizi was slain in that fight. Vanix is going for the free hits, but it's only onto Cuffin who can take the shots. Hades gets the shutdown. Now he's looking for some kills. Let's go for it. Electrifying beats! Hades versus the world! And he gets stunned down. The shielding from Cuffin and the yin-yang reaction to get it in time.
Ooh, we are looking at a big problem now for NIP Flash. They have not been approaching this game correctly. Twisted Minds have so many heroes that are good at counter-engaging. If we just saw a little bit more patience from the Singaporean team, I feel like they could be able to outplay and even bait resources from their opponents. But instead, they're taking very honest and direct 5v5s, in which Twisted Minds will naturally have that advantage. Troll has been popping off every single time, waiting for the perfect opportunity with those implosions, because he knows he can take advantage of NIP Flash's habits of wanting to get things started and use that as a way to counter-engage instead of being forced to waste the implosion early to actually start fights for his team.
And at this point, I don't know, man, for NIP Flash, we were talking about the siege potential for Twisted Minds not being that good, right? But NIP Flash, when it comes to defending, is literally just a Bruno. No one else can really deal with the waves here. As we get into the later stage of the game, Sano, Malefic gun already too. That's an immortality for Troll. He wants to be the one to go in, and then if you try to punish Troll, it really isn't even going to be worth it. Hades gets an angle. That's a great Spear of Misery. Sanji goes in for the taunt as well. Sano dodges away from the Raging Sandstorm. Sanji in the midst of it all. Power revitalized. SOD! Sano! Flanking from behind as Hoda gets the stun and the Soul Sever. 4 members down. It's just Hades left to defend what NIP Flash have left, and it's just the base. Hades walks up and he gets imploded by Troll. Game number 1 dominated by Twisted Minds.
A beautiful demonstration by Twisted Minds, drafting a very honest and very simple team composition. But sometimes going back to the basics is where you are going to be the most reliable, is where you're going to be the most familiar. And NIP Flash, unfortunately, tried to be creative, tried to be unique, tried to bring their own brand to the Land of Dawn, but played right into their opponent's hands. Let's go ahead and throw it back over to our panel and see what they have to say about Game 1.
Yalla, Twisted Minds taking game number 1 against NIP Flash, and I'ma straight up say it, disciplined. They look so disciplined and clean with every response that they threw towards NIP Flash.
They were also ready more than anything, and on the other side of the coin, it was NIP Flash who may or may not have gotten their due because of all the days. It's with this draft that they bring out their quirky side, and we expect the most from that mid lane Martis, and this happens.
I mean, what can I really say? Because again, as NIP Flash are going to show you, if they're going to show quirky, it's on game 1. They're not going to risk it on game 2, especially when they're getting closer and closer to that goal. However, there are a couple of things that we need to really focus on when we get into that post game, because the early game could have been played a lot better, and unfortunately, they did not find that opening momentum.
The early game, the mid game, the late game, if you ask me, I think there were half a dozen better decisions they could have made in-game to maybe pull it back under control.
One of the better decisions they could have made were with their prioritization on items, when they built what. Gideon Q behind the scenes mentioned a glaring problem in the item building of NIP Flash. It took them 10 minutes plus to build their first anti-heal item on that Khalid with the Dominance Ice.
And we saw this time and time again where so many people were just living with just a sliver of HP. Whether or not, I mean, Suyo is a very good example. Oh, it could have been a triple, if not almost a maniac coming in specifically from Hades, if only somebody else was along with him who had that anti-heal. Now, looking at that item build, JPL is the only one with the Dom Ice. Everybody else was a little late on it. And I think even for Diablo's side, right, it's interesting to see that he needed to provide that extra bit of damage for the team. So the sacrifice is, hey, I got to delay my anti-heal. I'm going to go War Axe first item, second item Radiant Armor, because Cuffin is going to be the guy who stops me. But then we look at the draft from Twisted Minds. It's not just Cuffin who's looking to peel. You have self-peel from Sano's Moskov as well. That despair, that knockback has worked great for them, especially in those clutch moments.
And that's because NIP Flash's draft all need to converge from many different points to one nice spot where Hades can clean up. Twisted Minds, their positioning, their formation, their macro, their communication, I think it's at an all-time high in all of the Swiss stage in this game here today, because NIP Flash could not find that. Sure, they got 8 kills, but they were 8 kills that were what? Stragglers? 8 kills that they got out of just odd engages in the first couple of turtles. There were only 2, mind you, in this game. And I think that was the cap of their execution. That was the cap of their winning image, because past the 8-9 minute mark, there was nothing on the map for NIP Flash.
Yeah, I think, maybe the early game coming in from Twisted Minds was a little, back and forth between NIP Flash. However, that mid game, one of the cleanest I've seen from Twisted Minds, because they figured out very quickly, wait a minute, NIP, as long as we don't engage and NIP Flash want to sit on top of neutral objectives, we're going to make it impossible for them. If they want to fight us, it's going to come at attacks. If they want a neutral objective, it's also going to come at attacks. And if they're too tunnel visioned on that neutral objective, don't worry. Sano can go elsewhere, take away a couple of free turns, and not to mention Hoda having a solid game because of that tunnel vision from NIP Flash.
Twisted Minds are a different tribal chief, and NIP Flash did not acknowledge that. I told you guys this behind the scenes. When NIP Flash drafts that mid lane Martis, that's them thinking, hey, we team fight better than them anyways. But Twisted Minds with a 4th pick Tigreal to pair it up with the picks that they already had in the Loyi and Gacha, it's like Twisted Minds already knew that, hey, we're probably going to be going up against a team constantly going for us. Let's draft some of the best heroes that are great for counter punishing.
And they laid out the red carpet for Saudi Gold. That last pick, Moskov, usually would get a grunt out of Renmarm. It's like, here, whatever. Like, Sano was just 50-50 against Vanix, and then next thing you know, Vanix can't do even anything, and Sano was just playing map to map.
I mean, let's look at the damage, right, and we can double confirm this, because this was pretty brawly coming on from the side of NIP Flash, but Cortese, his damage did not make enough impact, and I think that, yes, it's interesting to see the Martis, especially against a lineup that has so much CC, but the problem is, the CC is coming in from 3 different sources. I would say even arguably 4, make it even 5, because everybody has their own version of self-peel. Now, Cortese's job, hey, you're looking specifically at Troll, specifically at Cuffin. Those are your 2 main targets. Cancel out that implosion and create space so that Cuffin can't get effective dualities.
Yeah, and to add even more to the idea that NIP Flash were looking into this to get big wins right away, it was a Skypiercer rush on the Martis, which is the most toss of the coin up in the air result that you could wish for.
Exactly. I think that in itself was NIP Flash looking past the process and towards the destination immediately. Missed out on the whole journey, because you're talking about damage on Cortese. Besides that decimate, there's nothing on a Martis, especially in mid. There's nothing that you're doing, so you're still relying on the main damage from Hades, the main damage from JPL. I mean, that's reasonable early, and Diablo, which is, again, odd to ask for a Phoveus in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah. Twisted Minds did one thing very well, which is they countered the Phoveus so well that once the finish of the draft of Twisted Minds, we pointed it out, yeah, because you have a Tigreal on the other side paired up with other great heroes that layer crowd control very well, the Phoveus and the Khalid will not have a good time. Troll had an amazing time setting up Twisted Minds with clutch counter implosions. It wasn't even him just going, I'm gonna flicker forward implosion. It's gonna be like, come here, come here, come here. We're gonna punish you for coming close to us.
You can see in his face, man, he ain't having nothing. He ain't having none of this.
He's like, really, guys? That's what you're gonna throw at me? Implosion.
I know my name is Troll, but you guys are trolling, unfortunately, because a lot of it comes down to not only Implosion being, the main center point, but that Sacred Hammer is an effective tool. Joy wants to dash? Say no. You want to try and go even deeper? No, absolutely not.
You ruined the quicksand guard.
Exactly.
The Emperor couldn't do anything.
I mean, I'll give it to the Emperor. When we look at these highlights, there are some very good moments, but we notice a lot of bad habits coming in from the side of NIP Flash. Whenever we see them play around these neutral objectives, they always want to get around the Twisted Minds. And I think Twisted Minds have done a very good job in pre-preparation, learning these habits very quickly.
NIP Flash showed some of the more unsavory portions of their dominance in SG, which is sometimes they tend to overlook the minutia in the item building, in the positioning around the major objectives, because, I mean, I can't fault it for them. They've dominated for so long that you could definitely say that they have the right to be confident in their team fighting. But now in the next 2 to 3 games, they have to admit that, hey, this Twisted Mind teams can team fight really damn good.
They can.
The more we talk about it, the more I am a supporter of the belief that these boys from Saudi Arabia and Egypt watched a lot of VODs set up by Coach Lyric's Productions. Like, I'm pretty sure like those VODs from NIP Flash's previous matches played a key role in Troll and Sanji finding those perfect combos. Again, that 1-2 combo. Sure, MVP is Troll, but remember that 10:30 moment wherein he set up the flicker implosion and then Sanji almost, you could see, synced up, just jumps in with the AOG.
It's good, but at the same time, I think we're seeing at the very least an evolution coming in from Twisted Minds, right? The mobile fortress to protect the Saudi goal as they are moving forward into their opponents. And that's the beauty of it, right? It makes sure that, hey, Cortese, you only have two chances to anti-CC. After that, you're done for.
Now let's talk about a key moment. One of the things that we all noticed here that could have gone so much better for NIP Flash and revealed some of their more unsavory habits, positioning around the major objectives.
Yes, positioning, because Vanix shows himself on this Lord quickly and then heads to the top side. And, Twisted Minds preemptively sending over Troll on that side of the map. You could see immediately, once Vanix shows himself, the rest of the Twisted Minds get into position to look for this big punish because he won't be able to react in time. And not to mention, they know exactly when that Purify is coming off of cooldown. So again, this positioning, and I think that NIP Flash need to be more careful, especially when they're thinking about how to take position over the Lord. Because again, you look at Sano on the opposite side of the map. You could give up this very first Lord, but I think unless you have a more solid lead, push through that mid lane. Fundamentals.
My eyes are on the finer details. I appreciate how they had, a 15-20 second window wherein Vanix had his Purify off cooldown, and Coffin made the call. All right, Troll, I'm going to send you over. Sanji, are you ready for this? Mijai, please acknowledge the play up top. And that 3-man rotation was stopped by Cortese, so there is some man marking involved. Imagine all of these communications happening in under 3 seconds while the Lord is tossing up like half of your team. That's Twisted Minds just twisting time and space itself.
Oh, you made them sound like Time Lords, twisting time and space with how they performed with their team fighting. I mean, that's a very glowing commendation and a compliment for how they fought that. So, in the next few games, let's see if NIP Flash will acknowledge some of the bigger problems that they have to deal with and accept that this isn't a team that they can just bully in the team fights. They're up against the Kings of Saudi Arabia in Twisted Minds, who are now 1 game win away from making it to the knockout stage, thanks to unmatched gaming performance brought to us by the ROG Phone 9 Pro. It's a mobile masterpiece. Let's take a quick look at the masterpiece right there to my left right now. That seamlessly blends high-powered gaming with a sleek, modern aesthetic. I actually prepared a magic trick that I'm going to do with the ROG Phone 9.
Not mine.
I just keep forgetting my tricks for it, but I promise I will bring that out.
Okay. I was actually just trying to figure out
Gideon,
how
relax.
You'll
get one eventually, Gideon.
How possible that play was.
Yeah.
Because, again, this is what they're using on stage. So it helps that frame by frame, the refresh rate, the chip speed gets you up there.
I can only imagine what it feels like,
Here,
dude.
you can try.
I'm gonna let him hold it. Let him hold it. All right, you can. All right.
It's too much. It's too much for me.
Why don't you treat yourself to a Hello Panda? Come on.
I mean,
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm right.
Yeah, wait. Every time we're together here, you complain how there's none because Trex is always finishing them, or if it's not Trex, it's actually LaFell. But actually, no, it's been Trex for majority of the M6 World Championship. So go ahead and enjoy that Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more of these cute pandas. Not this cute panda, the cute pandas that you show that you see in the commercials over there. Did you sneak one in? Can I have one, please?
Of course.
Thank you. All right, can someone do the one for the skins? Because I kind of want to go for a snack right now.
Don't worry, I got you
Hey,
covered. Keep in mind that you can participate in the M6 Lucky Gift. Join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new epic skin that you can clearly see right up on our desk. The Epic Skin Challengers Flare and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin, the Light Seeker. So don't miss this rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for only a limited time. Man, I feel like eating it, you just gotta enjoy it in slow motion.
Yeah. You did. All right. Before we get carried away with Hello Panda, again, thank you to all our lovely partners and sponsors that makes M6 World Championship possible. So now the possibilities here that Twisted Minds might deliver an upset and solidify themselves as a knockout-worthy team, a top 8 team in the world.
The first time in the history of MENA.
The first time in the history of MENA, they might just be able to do that. And it's interesting because they're going up against someone who actually loved all of the upsets. Someone who said that he thinks that the Swiss stage is survival of the fittest and it's all about adaptation and being able to do that fast and react accordingly. Of course, we're talking about Diablo. That's exactly what Diablo did. But now it's Diablo's back against the wall. He's one game away from getting eliminated here. Not eliminated, but getting sent down to the 2-2 bracket.
I mean, I think, you know, Diablo at this stage of the game, it's really awkward for the EXP lane. I would like to see him, if they are going to try something a little weird, it's probably in the EXP lane rather than the mid lane now. But I want to see that macro focus that we know Singapore to be the best at.
I hope Diablo takes a little bit more of his own advice. Because in game 1, it's clear that maybe they overthought it. Compare these two drafts, right? Compare the Moskov, Tigreal, Loyi, Suyo, Gatot to the Bruno, Khalid, Martis, Joy, Fovi. It's like there seems to be so many layers to that SG draft. And I hope Diablo and the team fix that game 2.
They went into that with the Bruno in their hands, but it seems like they couldn't. Well, you know what, to be fair, they built around the Bruno well. It was just the front line and all the aggression was countered by some key picks, mainly, again, the Tigreal, the Gatot, and the Loyi all together. And this is us revisiting the journey that NIP Flash had here. Of course, they dropped that very first series that they had against CFU. Dang good series at that, and the beginning of the trend of a Granger popping off but not getting W's. Here, this one felt, if I'm not mistaken, this was just them. I feel like this was them not respecting their opponents, trying to go a little bit loco with what they were doing on the map, and that's why they lost?
Well, I mean, it's a yes and no, right? Because again, it really just comes down to we know that we are good at fighting. If we're not feeling it that day, they need to go back to what they are best at, which is a macro-focused style of play, where it's always about how much money can we earn from this game. How much, you get a Lord, doesn't matter if you're going to lose 4 of your members. If you want to take a side lane tower, how about we crack open mid and take all of your jungle? It comes down to, can you trade better than your opponent, which we're not seeing in NIP Flash in this series just yet.
At the end of the day, as long as you're bringing a solution to a problem, or you're presenting a problem where your opponents cannot find a solution fast enough, it should do the trick. And whenever NIP Flash lost, that seems to be the crux of the situation, which is what happened in game 1. They were presenting a solution to a problem Twisted Minds weren't even thinking about.
So now NIP Flash, again, have to acknowledge that they're against a team that might be going to this thinking, we just gotta be more disciplined and counter their aggression. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Twisted Minds ends up with just another Tigreal again. It seems like it's a perfect pick for their matchup. In game number 1, NIP Flash didn't acknowledge Twisted Minds, easily got countered by a Tigreal. Do you think Tigreal might just pop up in the draft again.
I think there's a good chance, and honestly, it could go either way, right? Because it's not just Troll who plays the Tigreal, it's also JPL himself. And I think that NIP Flash now maybe have underestimated Twisted Minds coming into this very first match. In this second one, I'm thinking no holds bars anymore. They really need to focus down on winning lanes and really invest in those sides with 2 win conditions rather than 1.
Win the lanes, multiple win conditions. That is going to be the trick here for NIP Flash. Well, for Twisted Minds, don't need to do anything too crazy. Stick to their fundamentals and just do what they did again. Now, going into this game number 2 draft, you still see the respect onto Troll's Matilda. At the same time, they're also taking away the option of a Phoveus in the EXP lane. Interesting.
Kinda seems like they want to play some dash heroes. Again, we don't usually see the Phoveus get banned unless there's a very specific reason for it. Most of the time, it's like, oh, I want to look to play Harith here.
Yeah.
They might go for a Bruno ban afterwards, but that depends on what Twisted Minds have shown, which is both Fanny and Yves. These are standard bans. It doesn't give much of an idea or a direction that they want to go in just yet.
Yeah, Phoveus banned this early isn't a thing anymore. It used to be a couple months back, but in the M6 wildcard, in the M6 Swiss stage, this is a very targeted ban. NIP Flash closing up their first phase bans with the Bruno. So that makes Twisted Minds again think, how do we attack this draft? How do we win these lanes? As prior mentioned here on the panel, but as well winning that main lane, the mid. I think that's where the whole Tigreal situation comes from. That's where the whole Matilda situation comes from. That's why it's still banned by NIP Flash, even on blue.
I want to make a hard read here. I think this might just be a first pick Moskov coming in from NIP Flash.
What?
This might just
Right away?
I think that Vanix needs to be on his comfort at this stage of the game, especially since they don't want to drag this on longer than they should.
It's a little loco, sir.
Yeah, that is a little bit loco. Let's see. Let's see. Because then that forces Twisted Minds to play with a different gold laner that they haven't shown yet. They've only shown 2. They've shown the Moskov, they've shown the Bruno. Yeah, that was pretty much it.
They might just force Sano on a Beatrix, maybe? Ranger?
The presence of the Harith is still there. The fact that they took out the Phoveus, all the more the Harith will be happy to join in the lineup.
Or the 1-1.
Oh, that's also a good point. You know, as we see this, if it's going to open up with a standard flex pick coming in for the side of NIP Flash, it just kind of gives us the idea that they want to respond to the first 3 picks at the very least in first phase.
Hilda's open.
Oh, you're right!
Fight for the ultimate.
There it is. Good call. In the clutch, it gives Diablo a hero where he can just be annoying in lane, win lane, and then be active. So that increases the chances of taking condition number 1, which is to win one of the side lanes and invest there.
Suyo, Gatot, and Cho are open as well. So these are all solid picks for Twisted Minds.
I'm feeling like maybe they can show like Alpha plus Gatot, Alpha plus X at this point.
Yes.
It kind of depends on what direction Twisted Minds want to manage this Hilda. Usually it's either you have so many tanky boys that it doesn't really matter and you can minimize the damage it does, forcing Hilda to say, hey, look at our goal lane because everybody else is a null factor.
But the Magi played an amazing Suyo game in game 1.
Let's see if they get that. They'll get the Suyo. Will it be the Cho? No, it's a Suyo Gatot.
We were all right.
Yeah.
It was Gatot X, and then you read into this game 1 performance.
Yeah. Now, Twisted Minds, interestingly enough, if they still want to play the big macro game, can bring out the Lo Yi and then threaten to like, hey, if you don't ban it, you might want to consider banning out the Tigreal because they'll have the Tigreal Lo Yi got a Kacha combo with them again.
Yeah, no, I think these are very good
Plus
angles.
Leo.
Oh, of course. But at this point, I think that NIP Flash need to really think about how exactly they're going to play this early game, which seems to be their direction for the whole series.
The man on your screen is the last TZ standing, the only one in the M6 World Championship, and it's Kurt. Remember, he is one of the few, if not the only one, who could potentially become a 2-time M Series champion, as he was under the Echo M4 winning roster.
That's right, he was number 7.
Yeah.
6th would be JP along that 5-man roster that won in Jakarta, Indonesia. Closing up their first phase, there's the Cho for the Emperor, Akihiro-san, JPL, and the Jushin.
Yep.
Jushin did not show up at all in, well, she got banned in the second phase, game 1, but this should definitely still fix that whole mid lane situation for NIP Flash.
Yeah, they got to tax that mid lane. They really have to tax that mid lane. They cannot let Troll just kind of walk wherever he wants to anymore. You need to be able to open up space for your team. The Moscow pick coming in from Twisted Minds, like, I got to give it to Coach Lyric here. He's done some great pre-preparation for this.
Yes.
And I think at this point, NIP Flash, I feel like they're starting to sweat.
Yeah, Twisted Minds. If they want to go for a more aggressive approach, something that was banned earlier might actually show up. At this rate, with the momentum that you have, you're familiar with the team you're going up against, they know they want to be aggro, you have the Moskov there. Most importantly, they can have a strong 4-man and play around a mid lane Angela.
That or something from Coffin Season. What if a Sicilian?
I'll take it. Now, I'll do you one better. Valentina might just be the way to go for this. Based on what we're seeing, you've got 2 melee heroes that you can actually punish. You take a Purify, that's also pretty good.
Allows for them to win fast too. Again, flip the script. Everybody's expecting Twisted Minds to play to the ultra late game. What if we win under 15?
Because right now, NIP Flash, they've recalibrated their priorities here. Their first 3 picks ensure at least one side of the map, or at least their goal is to control one side of the map. Maybe the area where the Hilda will be, around that EXP side, so the Cho and the Jushin will just apply a lot of pressure. And then NIP Flash is reading into it. They ban out the Sicilian. Valentina is still open. And historically, the lineup that NIP Flash, those first 3 are actually also countered by an Aurora. So we've posed 3 options for the mid laners for Twisted Minds. The Angela, Valentina, and Aurora are all up.
All of which are really, really good here. Ah, man. It's tough, right? Because they all have their own benefits and all really profit off of setting it up. Maybe it doesn't really matter what order, whether Gato goes in first or they start peeling first and then Gato comes in. But I'm looking at the draft pattern. We see the Granger ban out here. I'm thinking whether or not they want to kind of shift it slightly and also double down at pinching on the marksmans, whether it be Beatrix or even Harith.
Oh, they take out the Haya. Okay. Hayabusa is usually a sign that, oh, they might actually go Angela here. Because if you take out the Hayabusa, that means you're probably not thinking of picking up something like the Aurora types, because Aurora has that second life feature with her passive.
Yeah.
Usually, you're okay with picking an Aurora into the Hayabusa. So now I'm leaning towards, yeah, Valentina or Angela might be their mid lane pick.
Let's see how this plays out, right? There's a couple of options because I feel like the Hayabusa is a little out of pocket, right? If you're thinking about assassins,
it is.
Why not double down on the assassins? And yeah, maybe they just want to force him back on Joy.
Could also just be like pure respect for Hades, yeah. They're hammering down the mid lane. If you got a mid lane Angela, it's the perfect time now. Come on.
Coach Zarate and Coach KZP actually read well into that too. Because by taking out the Hayabusa, they might want the Loyi as well. You pop that before the diversion even becomes a thought.
Ooh.
So now it's the Valentina.
This is
or the Angela. Like, those are 2 solid picks.
Yeah. Because right now, those first 3, I feel like those are quite ulti dependent. So, yes, the Angela has a strong ulti, but I feel like you just time it right. It's so good for extended team fights.
Yeah, and I don't see Twisted Minds wanting to skirmish very often here, but they're going to go with the safe one into Aurora. I think they still have to fight for like mid-prio anyways, because again, you know that this show most likely is going to be the dedicated roam support from JPL, and with the help of that Jushin, I mean, yes, Gato is great, but he's walking away at a life tax.
All right, NIP Flash's lineup here. The front line isn't that tanky compared to the Gato Kacha, and what could potentially, again, just be another Tigreal pick, but the Tigreal playing into the Jushin in the center of the map, that might be the thing they're holding on to.
I'm not even playing the Tigreal and I'm already miffed.
Yeah, right?
At the experience.
You're thinking, should I not? Probably shouldn't.
2 cores for NIP Flash coming up right now. The gold laner and the jungler. Who's it going to be?
I mean, Bay is still open in the Harith.
The 1-1, the Harith, you said, yeah?
But they're like damage.
The Naden, of course!
Oh,
and the Joy.
That is magic heavy. If they go tanky here for the last pick of Twisted Minds, just rush Radiant Armors, and then suddenly it's going to take a long time for NIP Flash to have their damage felt.
Great stopper on the Aurora, too. It looks like Twisted Minds have drafted NIP Flash into a corner, despite it looking very good.
I don't know. I kind of disagree with the Natan, honestly. Like, why would they, if they have an early game with the Hilda on top of the Tro, you go for the Natan. I think that Beatrix probably would have been a better bet if knowing that you wanted the Joy anyway for distribution of damage. So yes, now you've got like these really good kicks and stuff like that, but who's your main target other than Zano on this Moskov? And he can just take Purify anyways.
Twisted Minds are thinking about their Rome EXP trade. Where's that Gato Kachi going, and what's it going to be paired with? It's the glue. And even more so now, this lineup of Twisted Minds has looked devastating. Just time it right. However, I see a world where the glue might actually not even be able to get into position. Yeah, let's see. All right, Snafa, Mirko, take it away for this potentially last game of the series.
Take it away, we shall! Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into game number 2 very, very soon. Thoughts on the drafts, Mirko?
I agree, man. The Natan pick. I know it's great against Sano, against the Moskov. It's a very, very good matchup for the Natan, but I mean, the points that Gideon made, I agree with, but on top of that, there's just so much magic damage on the side of NIP Flash. Twisted Minds, they instantly picked up the glue. They knew they needed someone tanky enough. Go for full magic defense.
Well, maybe a little bit of magic is what NIP Flash needs to take a victory right now, because Twisted Minds are one victory away from making history as the first team from MENA to make it to an M-Series top 8. Can they solidify it in stone? Let us find out.
If they do it, not only are they going to be the first MENA team to make it to top 8, but they're also going to take away perhaps the chance for NIP Flash to go back-to-back top 8. They made it at MSC 2024. They're definitely going to be looking to do the same thing here, but it does seem like Twisted Minds, man, they've been on a crazy progressive journey right now. They've just been improving so much after last time we saw them. Emblem-wise, Bargain Hunter for the Natan. Again, Master Assassin Sano really likes to just play in the side lane, always pressuring and taking turrets alone.
I do kind of like that we are seeing the Bargain Hunter from Vanix, though. I think NIP Flash realizing that Twisted Minds actually plays really well towards the mid to late game. So if you have a bit of a safety net there to make sure that you can match up in scaling once you reach that point in the game, then it's going to be a little bit more efficient than just straight up trying to win the lane, because Twisted Minds likes going for a safer opening playstyle, right? They're not going to go out of their way to force anything on the map or even in their respective lanes, and just try to delay it until they actually hit their power spikes. And NIP unfortunately tried to force one too many situations, which ended up playing exactly into their hands in game number 1.
And it's also the Brave Smite, man, for Coffin, or sorry, for Curtizi here. We've seen so many different emblems for the Juicin, and I think in M6, it's safe to say that the Brave Smite has been one of the best, maybe even the best option to go for if you want to just go in aggressively. We saw this first, I believe, from Rins, and then we saw it also from Super Friends coming in. The Brave Smite allows you to just go in for the Crimson Beacon, stay sustainable, and get so much done in the team fights.
Yeah, I think nowadays with the meta, if you want your hero to be viable, it needs to do one of two things. It needs to be an unkillable frontline, or it needs to do a lot of... Hold on!
Almost a kill! Oh, the flicker from Sanji! Great slam to take that kill over, so they get a trade at least. But it's just Diablo on a Hilda.
The thing is, if that Hilda was the roam, sacrificing yourself for Turtle is totally worth it. But Diablo is the EXP laner. When you die once as an EXP laner, you do end up losing a bit of that lane pressure overall. I think it's still fine, because if we look at where the lane equilibrium right now is in the EXP lane, Diablo isn't actually going to miss out on too many minions, and will still be able to match up against Sanji, which is very, very important, as this Hilda is the only source of burst physical damage that NIP Flash has to play around with. He needs to become a threat, so that Twisted Minds actually needs to itemize against him instead of just going full out magic defense against Hades and Vanix.
Yeah, Sanji definitely pressured. Whoa, Hoda. Very aggressive, always just going for these stuns. Baited out the Crimson Beacon earlier. And now I guess we can move our focus back to the junglers, right? The pathing for both the junglers. Hoda actually losing up in a bit of levels. AOG coming down a bit late though. The Purify was able to get the immune down. Hoda still able to get the damage. JPL way the Dragon Vanix from downtown. Rotates to the mid lane, gets the entropy, and that's the equalization and kills.
Very, very nice. And this is the adjustment that we wanted to see from NIP Flash. That was definitely a more patient approach, waiting for Twisted Minds to put themselves in an awkward situation and maybe wait for resources to be expended before full committing. JPL being able to find that kick later on when we saw Hoda had already gone a little bit too far forward, set it up a whole lot more easily, especially when combined together with Kurt TZ. NIP Flash definitely recognized that since they're playing with a Zusin in the mid lane, their fights are not going to be very, very fast, right? It's more of extended skirmishes, which means that they cannot full commit, right? Unless they have a form of burst alongside them, which is why Vanix was brought over. The more snowball that this Natan can pick up, as compared to Sano, the quicker NIP Flash can accelerate the game.
That's a Starlium Scythe, I believe, picked up. Yeah, for Hades, so already quite quick. You can see right now the turtle getting contested. Hades walking up. Will be going to the Sanji, putting a bit of damage, baiting on slam, pass, Cortese, Lancer Flare, JPL looking for it, getting the way to Dragon now. Diablo gonna help him out with a focusing down. Hoda able to dash away. Cortese putting the Lancer Flare down, and that's gonna be the Frigid Glacier to connect. SOD from the bottom lane, Troll gonna get the kill. Sano joining the fight with a Spear of Destruction, and a man advantage works out for Twisted Minds. Wow.
Yeah, that is a bit unfortunate. NIP Flash has a lineup that's very burst-based, right? So they have to play around timings if Vanix is not around. And Vanix was obviously not around there. Twisted Minds now full control of the turtle. Should be able to pick it up quite easily. It was a really good kick by JPL. They actually gathered 3 members of Twisted Minds together. But Hades was still like 1 or 2 seconds off from activating that electrifying beats, which meant that the burst damage was simply not there. And Twisted Minds could instantly reverse the situation, especially with Sano coming in with that Spear of Destruction. That's why NIP Flash needs to take slower fights, right? They have to pick up on the exact timing when Hades is ready to go in for the DPS, because otherwise they just simply don't have enough damage output to threaten Twisted Minds at this stage of the game.
Yeah, they really don't. Cortese with the Brave Smite and the way that Juicen is, it's more on utility than it is for damage, right? And yeah, I guess you could try to rely on Diablo for a bit of damage in the early game, but the burst is certainly not there. When JPL goes for the way of the dragon, no one can really fully capitalize on that. And now it becomes a game of who gets to the power spike first, right? Vanix, does he get to that item power spike? Does he get to the world's first IRL gaming district there? The esport district, Kidia? Oh wait, we're getting sidetracked here. No, the itemization, yeah, not the place.
Though the place is pretty important as well. Right now, Vanix needs the Holy Crystal so that he can start becoming a threat to Twisted Minds. And that is usually going to be the 3rd item, unless he decides to go for the rush, right? And I don't really think that's the best idea when you're going for Bargain Hunter. You are scaling up a little bit more for that late game. So NIP Flash actually shouldn't be looking too hard for pickoffs anymore. Now that we are 6.5 minutes in, Diablo by himself will not be enough damage to just burst the target down. You need to have 4 members
1v1.
together.
Electrifying beat, Sano still able to actually get out. Did he use the SOD to escape earlier? Yeah, I think he did. Diablo looking for the jump on him. Sano, great recall. Very decisive, just goes for it, then gets out. Diablo will cut the waves though, so it might be better setup for NIP Flash as we get to the turtle. Hoda getting the stun down, but now might be punished. JPL looking for it with the way to Dragon. There you go, Hoda punished, and Vanix is able to capitalize. Electrifying beats coming down to Troll. Pops in Revitalize, Vanix getting the free hits, forcing the AOG defensively. And there you have it, NIP Flash full control for Turtle 3.
Okay, those are exactly the types of fights that NIP Flash need to be looking for. Delay the entrance, force multiple cooldowns on Twisted Minds, then go for an off-tempo initiation with the Way of the Dragon when Hades is ready to initiate. Vanek could be in some trouble, but looks like the Spear of Destruction will not be taken here. So that will give NIP Flash some space necessary to start opening up the map, to start picking up on items, and Twisted Minds need to now realize that they actually need to revert a little bit more into safer play until Sano comes online.
Now Vanix is becoming a problem, right? He's actually becoming a real threat. Once he gets the Holy Crystal, I don't know, even if Twisted Minds have the magic defense already, is it going to be enough to deal with a Hades power spike, a Joy Hades power spike, a Vanix Natan power spike? I think that might actually be able to overwhelm the magic defenses of Twisted Minds. And again, when we're talking about Sano, we're waiting for the item power spike. Definitely, he can attack from different angles. But the range advantage of the Natan might be a bit too much for Sano to even deal with. So let's say he gets a flank. he's probably going to get deleted, even with the rose gold.
Yeah, the thing about Natan is that once you have that Holy Crystal, once you're at the 4th or 5th item power spike, people melt. It doesn't even necessarily have to be squishier targets, right? Even tankier heroes take so much damage from it. And I'm actually a little bit worried about Twisted Minds going for the build they are, because there is no Athena. Like, look at that! Look at that damage!
Yup, Lantern Flare, Sano might be forced to Purify, and he does. Shaw go for the flanks, go for the Curtizi. Purify out as well. Curtizi will respect it. Vanix gets the turret. And it's just a trade, a turret tier 2 for a Purify. Also a sprint technically for Diablo. But you can see that gold lead building now even more. Vanix, he's the one holding on to the 3,000 almost gold lead you see on your screen for NIP Flash.
And he just got the Holy Crystal right there. So all that damage that Sano was taking was without Holy Crystals even. So NIP Flash now is the best timing for them. When Vanix has his 3rd item, when Twisted Minds has not itemized into Athena shield yet, even Sanji only has the 1 Radiant armor. So they really have not gotten the magic defense necessary to even survive a couple of seconds against this Natan. This is where you can push the advantage. This is where you can force Twisted Minds into defensive action and take control of more of the map.
Hold up, dishing out a bit of damage. Hades already using Electrified Beast. What happened up top? It's a 2v1. Diablo and Vanix deleting Sano, deleting the threat of a cross-map play, and now Twisted Minds in a 4v4. They weren't able, or sorry, 4v3 rather. They weren't able to force the issue. They thought Diablo was somewhere there.
When Sano is down, NIP Flash can afford to actually play very aggressive. They can even throw bodies at them because they just don't have damage they need to worry about anymore. Now that you are at 10 minutes, without the Moskov, Twisted Mind is very reliant on burst themselves, whereas NIP Flash have a lot more to work with Vanix on their side. And with the Lord now pushing up top lane, I think we can expect this next push, as long as the waves are managed properly, to take out every external tower for NIP Flash.
Vanix is just so free. Entropy forward. He has the confidence to just go in as well. Hades melting down Sanji with electrifying beats there, forcing him very low as well to back away. Now Vanix looking to play with the Lord. They've already dealt with the Holy Defense in the bottom lane. The tier 2 will fall. Twisted Minds still have pretty good defenses right now. Sano is back up again. Will be able to clear out the Lord. And that's Lord 1 dealt with. But NIP Flash will have another wave in the mid lane. They should be able to get all the tier 2s here. And if Twisted Minds try to fight, I don't know about it. Look at the utility from Curtizi. Constantly putting the Lantern Flare down, and no one is ready to actually go and catch, even when Cuffin gets the stun.
Yeah, 100% Twisted Minds cannot be the primary initiators. They have to wait to counter-engage, try to bait things out from NIP Flash, but even then, can they do so?
AOG, onto Diablo, but he gets melted down to Purify out of the Frigid Glacier. Hold up, trying to look for an angle. Hades jumping in, Sano gets his Spear Eviscerate, BL knocks him up with a Jeet Kune Do. 4 members of Twisted Minds have been evaporated. And now it's just Hoda.
This is comfort. This is the NIP Flash we all know and love. Crystal wide open. I doubt Hoda can do anything now. Unstoppable. NIP Flash gonna show them what it means to take a victory. And ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into game number 3.
NIP Flash, they don't want to go down just like that in game 1, you know? After a stomp, they gotta return the favor. It's another stomp, and now we have game 3 to see whether NIP Flash can go back-to-back right here in top 8, as they did in MSC top 8 as well, or if Twisted Minds can finally be the first team from MENA to do it.
It all comes down to this one singular best of 1. So once again, we're gonna throw it back over to our panel for them to give their analysis of what happened in this one.
And just in a flash, NIP Flash forced game number 3. The conditions we set, feels like we were thinking just a little bit too much about the team fighting in the later portions of the game. NIP Flash said, we're not going to allow you get to the portion of the game where you're comfortable.
That's more like it. The 11-minute mark still seems to be Twisted Minds' Waterloo. As long as you go a certain way and you force them into old habits, they seem to just crumple.
Well, I mean, there were a couple of bad habits coming in from Hoda specifically, but I gotta give it an NIP Flash because the macro game is what made this composition really work. And I think, you know, looking on it from on a piece of paper, those 5 heroes technically should not be able to jive in that particular way unless certain conditions are met. A lot of which leading into when do we get our item power spikes, how exactly are we going to do it, and of course, coming in from the Emperor himself, Akihiro-san, JPL, that feint at the very end, that movement was nice.
Sugoine!
Yeah, hell of a performance there. I mean, there's a reason why we call him the Emperor, Akihiro-san. Showing again that as long as he has the Cho in his hands, nothing too much to worry about. It'll be calm and cool. JPL and Curtizi did everything right to provide space for 2 key members. Their jungler in Hades, who, Gideon, you were saying, just farm him up, really. Just let him farm. And for Vanix, eventually, who became the partner in crime of Diablo with the macro play.
Exactly. And within this macro play and with the composition, right, you can see that Vanix was able to get so much more gold than Sano. How does he do that? How was he able to hit 3 items before the technically cheaper Trinity build overall coming in from that Moskov? Double waves. And they did it so early on. And they've already pre-planned this. That's why we saw Vanix on that very first kick underneath mid-tier 1 against Hoda. Vanix just so happened to be there. This was all part of the plan.
And that is the mad genius that Coach Zarate and Coach KZP just pulled from underneath us. The side lanes, they needed to work out. And how do you do that? By putting a catch-22 in mid. The Jushin plus the Cho. It's either you get kicked or you get hit with a Crimson Flare, you get chokeslammed or you get killed. That's what happened in the first 5 minutes, which allowed for NIP Flash to just, what was the word, Renmar? Have Vanix explode.
Yeah. That was the moment that you were waiting for. When we were trying to analyze the draft a little bit more, behind the scenes I just said, feels like NIP Flash just readjusted and said, nah, let's just buy time to make Vanix explode. And at 9 minutes and 20 seconds, dude got his Holy Crystal. He completed that Trinity that you mentioned. And even in the last minute or so of the game, he was able to complete a Divine Glaive.
That's what I call a BMT.
A BMT was
the Big Money Trinity.
Big Money Trinity.
It's more expensive.
It's
it is.
so much more
Oh
expensive.
yeah, because of the Holy Crystal is like 3K.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
more
It's not cheap. It really isn't cheap. And I think that NIP Flash, when they were deciding on their marksman here, they were thinking, okay, we need something that has burst, but also has self-peel. And Natan kind of fits that bill with the only issue of, I'm item dependent. I can't fight at 1 or even 2 items like a Beatrix. Give me those 3. Give me the resources to do so. Then I'll make myself pop off, no problem. Look at that damage. 36k overall in line, and if not more than Hades.
Looking back, it feels like some of the key moments in this game were when the rotation of Hoda eventually led him into the center of the map or somewhere in the river that JPL and Curtizi were reading so well. There were 3 significant kicks that JPL did onto Hoda. Realistically, the only one that he should really be kicking. The problem was, it seemed like Hoda was placing himself in a spot wherein it was easy for JPL to pull that off. The simple Jeet Kune Do 3rd activation flicker.
Actually, there's a couple of more scenarios where they kind of do this interesting, I want to call it a feint, right? Because half the time, when you're looking at the composition, Diablo, who exactly does he really need to target, right? It's either Coffin or you're looking towards Sano's side. And when they were doing that first initial Lord Dance, what did they do? They sent Vanix, our MVP of this game, to the top side of the map to bait out a reaction. Somebody's got to come up here. Diablo says, what's up? It's a 2v1. Let's take you out real quick, create that man advantage.
And it's this very intricate maze of approaches that allowed for NIP Flash to set up the inevitable victory and the, how do I say, expedited late game for Vanix. And it'll always end on this man's call anyways. 5-0-2. I was looking at the item builds for Twisted Minds, and it seemed like the whole situation in game 1 just got flipped over. They can't build enough magic defense to stop his Nathan.
Not when his GPM is 909, bro. Look at that.
So fast, he was able to get his items, and speed was the name of the game at the end of the day. It seems like Cho and, well, in turn, of course, Bruce Lee is right in terms of just thinking of when in the world of Kung Fu, speed determines the winner, and that was straight up martial arts movie performance coming in by NIP Flash with how fast they took control of the game because they controlled the rotations of Troll, Coffin, and Hoda.
I mean, just so many beautiful movements here coming in from NIP Flash. This is the Singaporean playstyle that we were talking about. Very macro macro-based, very much so. I want to get guaranteed advantages. The question is, how exactly are they going to do that? And we saw cut off their rotations, especially slowing down Sano, utilizing Diablo, because in these team fights, Diablo doesn't really do much, so this is the second best thing he could do.
Now, we find ourselves in the final game. A game 3, exactly what we wanted. I'm just hoping that Twisted Minds has enough more in the tank to force out an even longer, more competitive game number 3, because it just cannot be the Moskov again, right?
That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping that it's clear. Game 1 and 2, they were coming from the same playbook. It's the same script written by Coach Daliot and Coach Lyric. I'm hoping that they have a third sequel, a good trilogy to close it off, because the second one didn't sell as well. It's no Empire Strikes Back.
No, not yet. But I do think that at the very least, Twisted Minds need to not overthink these scenarios too much. They cannot fall for these, like, I wouldn't even say obvious, but these weird movements and fall into the feints, right? They got to make sure, wait for the strike to come first before they look for the parry.
Okay, so hot question number 1. Do you take away the Cho from JPL? Make sure that he doesn't end up with it.
I say yes, because again, JPL is really dangerous on the Cho as it is right now. They got to give him something a little bit more honest. That way Hoda feels like, hey, I can go into these fights. Maybe even like, I don't mind you playing on the Kaja. At least you can't do some weird things with your flicker.
All right, for you, Leo, hot question number 2, real quick. Do you pick Jushin if you are blue side Twisted Minds? First pick.
I think so. I think the fact that the Aurora came in, despite all of the protection, despite all of the setup for Coffin, might have been the hero that NIP Flash was ready for anyways. So if the free Jushin shows itself, take it.
All right, so that's 2 hot topics right now for the draft heading into game number 3. By the way, we have a fun little trivia for you. Of course, for M6 World Championship being the 6th World Championship of MLBB Esports, we've had a lot of history happen. So, who at M6 could clinch a 2nd World Championship? I already said this. I'm sorry. I spoiled, I spoiled the answer to this. Okay, I just want to hear if people in IOI are listening. Do you guys remember who's that one player he's playing here right now at M6 who could clinch a 2nd World Championship? Someone can just shout it out.
A couple of people going for it at the very least. I mean, we've made it so hard.
Yeah, we made it quite obvious, y'all.
More clues. They are 1 of 1 in 2 categories. The only one who could score a 2nd World Championship and the only one of this prolific name in esports.
There, that's it.
In M6, like that's...
Honestly, I'm looking at chat, and I mean, some people are getting it, some people are absolutely just missing the mark.
Yeah, and it is 2. It's Curtizi, the one that we talked a lot about. And of course, you also have Edward from Aurora MLBB. So 2 Filipinos on the board who are on, well, different sides of the bracket. Of course, NIP Flashes, Curtizi here, the 2-1. Edward from Aurora will be in the 1.
If things go sideways for NIP Flash, they could share that 2-2 bracket.
Oh, it'd be devastating if they end up going up against Aurora. Oh.
Look, I mean, the draws have been kind of good and kind of general. Well, for some teams, overall in the Swiss stage, it's a bit of a give and take, of course. But generally, I'm hoping that, especially for the Singaporean squad, if they want to go further, above and beyond, some may say, I'm hoping that it's going to be coming towards Diablo's side. Because right now, I think he's the only person on the team that wasn't allowed to play some of these, like, high risk, high reward damage EXP laners as of yet. Do I think they're going to whip it out right now? Probably not. Back to the macro-centric, set in stone, tried, tested, and true comp.
Well, the Handsome Devil has made it well known throughout the week of Swiss competition that he's at home in the tank EXP meta. And he's accepted the fact that he is the secondary peel alongside JPL, who's watching JPL on the show again, just giving me goosebumps. Makes sense, because sometimes that's what you want JPL to do. That's what you want the Emperor to get into, like deep in the paint, get a good kick, key pickoffs, and then you have Diablo who's just disrupting. All the more, being that hunk of meat that your opponents have to go through.
But hopefully they don't just keep on focusing, putting themselves in the little box, looking towards JPL, because that's what costed them game number 2. A lot of those faint moments, those faint movements coming in from him, and even from Vanek as well, forcing you in these awkward spots. I think that Twisted Minds, it's very simple changes, not even towards their draft. It's just gameplay. Minimize those mistakes, and then wait until the strike is about to connect to parry.
It seems like the more we talk about the series and everything that we've seen, at the end of the day, we will default into what is the biggest trend in global MLBB esports heading into the M6 World Championship. Whoever wins the center of the map in the draft and in the game will win it all. So if we revolve our idea of what might happen in the draft around that, then it might be easier to understand the picks that might come up. High crowd control, fast mobility, macro to the wazoo is going to be the main focus for these two teams. Because I agree with y'all. NIP Flash out macroed Twisted Minds in not even like an individual sense, but because of where JPL was going along with Cortesia at the right time, what they would do to send Diablo and Vanix off into different lanes to apply a lot of pressure. That's something that Twisted Minds needs to be wary of, that if possible, again, if they could go back to getting the low Yi in the first phase, I feel like that would be a great strategy for them.
I agree. And to build on that, maybe they should avoid putting Valentina on Coffin, because that makes it a two-step process. That muddles the approach for Twisted Minds to a cleaner winning image.
Well,
you gotta shorten that line. Make it simple.
Yeah, and I feel like one of the problems here is that in that last draft, Twisted Minds prioritizing the Moskov over the low Yi might be something that NIP Flash has in the back of their heads in this draft, where it's like, wait, they'd rather pick the Moskov in the first phase red side other than the low Yi, when that was a threat that they eventually banned out, or NIP Flash banned out. So I feel like if NIP Flash holds into that thought, they might leverage that. Hell, might even steal away the low Yi themselves.
Could be, but considering what their bans are, get rid of the. What were the main problems? Get rid of the trail. We're also getting rid of the Hilda that we let through last game, and we've seen teams punish a first pick Hilda before, but unfortunately for Twisted Minds, it's just a stone underneath their shoe. It's always going to be there. It's always going to be persistent, and it's such a pain when you step over it.
And this allows for the Hylos and the Jushin to be a toss-up. Like, they're still open, both of them, plus the Bruno.
Alright, NIP Flash will have their high loss available for them unless surprisingly taken away by Twisted Minds. We don't see a high loss rush that much anymore in the meta. In terms of the main contentions, a lot of them seems like to be the trinity of tanky dudes in the Khalid, the Gatot, and the high loss.
Yeah.
The ones who can pack the Revitalize alongside whatever the junglers might be, usually the Suyo.
Hylos or Jushin, let's see.
Yeah. The Jushin as well.
Curious which opener that they actually want to go for here. At least with Jushin, it makes, at least you can think of, hey, maybe I can look to punish, make me control some more, phantom tax that mid lane as much as you can. But the high loss enables a lot of compositions, especially marksmen who can't seem to keep up with the rest of the team. And I think at least with Bruno out of that picture, there might be some considerations for some of the older picks in the book.
They're really considering, because if you do pick the Hylos here, the Jushin goes into NIP Flash and get in.
Goes both ways, and it looks like they're going to go with the Suyo and give both away unless NIP Flash want to pose a different problem.
NIP Flash, I would not be so miffed if they decided
Suyo
to steal
Hylos. Or rather,
away the
Jushin
Lowy.
Hylos. Oh, really?
I'd rather they pick up the Lowy over the Jushin.
Really? Overall? Well, okay. If they do decide over the Lo Yi rather than the Jushin,
My mission.
then they would need, do they need as much lane priority? Because I feel like Hylos is a given, right? We expect the Hylos to go through. They could double flex pick for all we know and kind of leave the game over.
The mid, yeah, let mid do itself.
Yeah, let mid do itself. They take the Jushin and said it is a natural, nice combo when you have the Hylos as well as the Jushin. They can kite, they can chase, and now you can pivot your comp from not only skirmishing, but to be a full-on chase comp.
They can double back. They can just, again, with these two, they win mid. And then they just allow Vanix to double lane and do what they did in game 2 all over again.
So for this one, do they pick between the Gatot or Khalid and then the Low Yi? I am gonna hammer down on the thought that Twisted Minds might want to just push for the Low Yi. Or if they decide, hey, we might actually lose the early to mid again, let's just hunker down into one of our key ideas of let's play around the Sicilian of Coffin.
Which is good against the Hylos and the Jushin. Weirdly enough, but you gotta get there.
Yeah.
You have to find a way to do something between the first minute and the 18th minute.
Okay, so if they go for the Low Yi, it's either the Gatot or the Khalid.
One bound by these chains.
Obvious. Interesting. I mean, they want to make sure that this flex pick in the high loss is going to be revealed as early as possible, right? If not, they're going to ban out the natural counters. They're going to get rid of that glue very early on. If, assuming that NIP Flash are going to show their gold laner to pose a completely separate problem to trying to split their attention in the second phase.
There's a trap here that Twisted Minds might activate, which is to tell Twisted Minds, hey, the Moskov looks kind of good right now, right? And I feel like if ever NIP Flash decide to steal away the Moskov, that might be a trap, because that means Twisted Minds will end up with something with a little bit more high damage or a gold lane strategy that they haven't shown yet.
It's a tough call here. It's a really, really tough call. I think they want to, I feel like they should just hold on. Yeah, just hold on, chill for a little bit, go for the, natural counters in alpha, maintain that tempo, and keep them guessing about this flex and that high loss.
With this alpha pick here, it looks all the more like the Vanix show all over again.
Yeah. This is going to be like 4 protect 1, huh?
Literally.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 tanky frontliners plus the alpha and then the Jushin. Dishing out a little bit of damage. The Jushin will probably be their main source of magic damage. Well, the alpha already deals true, then they can just go for strong scaling physical. But if it looks good for Twisted Mind or for NIP Flash, if they don't have their gold laner yet by the last pick, they can go Harry.
I literally invented one.
Oh, they get rid of the chip on this time round.
Chip and Tig. They can ban the Chip and Tig.
You're right.
The Tigreal, yeah.
Get rid of both of those, and then you're starting to look. I'm thinking from the side of NIP Flash, whether or not priority is going to be important here. Because yes, High Loss is able to kind of clear waves, but I would imagine that they probably want a better matchup for the EXP and focus more towards that gold side of the map. Because even when you are playing Beatrix, you do need to get that first item to at least force priority and then invade.
That's the beauty of them being on red. They don't have to show that yet. They can put the Beatrix on red 4, and then ask Twisted Minds, make my day. Go ahead. We'll win with red 5.
Alternative option, you pick your gold 4, pick a surprise roam as 5th.
Exactly, because you don't know where the High Loss is going.
Yeah. Still maximize the flex option. So taking away Vanix picks, remember the Granger is still an option here for NIP Flash if they want to.
Because even if Vanix ends up with a Moskov, that's still okay.
Yeah.
Actually, no, there's a lot of answers in the gold lane as of right now. I do feel like Coach Larry is probably thinking like, should I get rid of the Granger? That way I can guarantee that NIP Flash are not going to be playing like a hard chase composition. You can't run away from that.
Yeah, because you can play dive then suddenly. It's more dangerous than the Nathan who has to wait like 3 or 4 items.
Yep.
With the Granger, you're like, as long as I'm getting my stacks on time.
Yep.
There's a Chip and Tig.
If they want a strong team fighting centric composition, they can kind of risky, but a core trio of Carmilla, Jushin, and Alpha can distribute damage very well for early to mid team fights.
Ooh,
That's spreading it out.
Yeah, spreads it out well.
That spreads it out pretty nicely as well.
XP Carmilla.
A roam Carmilla paired with the Jushin.
Well, you can toss up.
Yeah, toss that up too.
I feel like at this point you don't want to show what your gold laner is supposed to be. I think at this stage it's either you lock in the Granger, show it early, or just maintain, show the double flex, so that at least you're telling them, hey, mid lane priority can be fought for. It's going to come at attacks, but at least it gives you an opportunity, a chance to at least fight for it.
Team is picking.
If NIP Flash don't go for the very obvious picks, if Twisted Minds aren't careful, they might find themselves on the tail end of a Melissa pick.
Oh, would Melissa work in this?
Or Ixia.
Or Ixa, any of those 2 surprise backliners.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just got rid of the good mage, range, and dive. I'm not so sure if, Coach Lyric and Coach Dali didn't want to open that can of worms.
Vengeance
They still go for the Moskov. So they're forcing Twisted Minds. They go into the default idea that we set up as the very first plan A for NIP Flash. Take away the Moskov from Sano.
Yep.
Now, what does Sano play? He will be forced to play something different.
This one's kind of tough. Do you want the extra mobility? Are you thinking about like scaling? I mean, Irithel is still an option. It's not the worst into the Moskov at the very least, but looking at how NIP Flash are not really going to go, they're not going to go flank you at the very least. They want to go take you on head on.
Exorcist of the Shadow at your service.
That's a voice line that, okay, Granger. All right. And Gata Gacha. Good distribution, lots of, a good amount of magic. Okay, damage profiles are okay for Twisted Minds.
Man,
Not as good a draft as one, though. Game one,
Yeah.
that was a better Loyi draft, in my opinion.
I agree, but at the same time, Twisted Minds have been kind of forced into this corner, right? They have to deal with this giant battering ram coming in from NIP Flash, and now the question is, what kind of ornaments do I want to put on the battering ram?
How big of an engine?
So is this gonna be? They're gonna decide on the flex. They can.
They can just go glue at this point. They just need bodies to block.
Yeah, I feel like
Vanix and keep going.
if they have a Roman EXP that can both back Revitalize, would be very good for them considering they have a Jushin in the mid.
I think that'll be okay, but even so, I feel like... What?
Oh, I told y'all. I was feeling it at the very start of the series. Get Akihiro-san back on his signature jawhead.
I gotta give it to you.
JPL on the JH.
I like the drafts. I just hope this is going to be a very good game number 3. The winner goes to knockouts.
A single game between the knockout stage and the hellish finale of the Swiss stage in M6. Mirko, your thoughts?
I don't know. I honestly don't know, right? The Jawhead, it was a surprise. Was it a welcome one? Yeah, we definitely welcomed the Jawhead surprise from JPL. But it's going to get them the game. I was thinking, all right, with the Alpha, Jushin, and Moscow, maybe they need a bit of damage. So that kind of covers the grounds of the more damage that they need. Twisted Minds, though, they have a whole lot of ways to stop the Jawhead from doing what the Jawhead likes to do.
But they gotta figure which ways are gonna be the most effective here, because this is now a best-of-1 series. Winner moves on to the knockout stage. A loser moves on to the finale of the Swiss stage, where they will face the toughest opponent here in M6. It's gonna be Twisted Minds versus NIP Flash.
Welcome to the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. We started this as a best of 3, and it seems the best of 1 just always comes back, you know? Always comes back to hunt both of these teams. Cortese's got to be careful here on the Jushin. Yep, you can afford to actually take these trades early on the Jushin, especially if you go Brave Smite. But still, you got to put a lot of respect onto Cuffin and this Loyi. We saw how effective Cuffin was at just getting really good diversions to place the Roamer Troll into very select places, but also on top of that, Cuffin's just been great on getting the yin-yang reactions, and that's why we see him go for Lethal Ignition. I think, again, there's a lot of different emblems for mages to go for Loyi. Some go for Impure Rage, but this is, I think, the comfort for Cuffin, dealing more damage.
Yeah, and that's why we see Cuffin going for that penetration emblem as well. I think it's precisely because of this priority to damage and causing pressure in the mid lane that NIP Flash wants to ensure they're able to get mid lane priority, right? We are seeing a lot of mobility emblems being picked up on JPL, on Cortese, even a little bit on Diablo, because the more they can rotate, the more effectively they can play around a mid duo of Jawhead and Zushin, right? That is a lot of displacement that they can use to really mess with Twisted Minds. And based on what we've seen throughout this series, Twisted Minds is a team that likes to play a typical formation.
Ejector Flicker, Hades, Spear of Alpha Hoda, unable to go for the blink. Diablo gets the kill. Just stabs him with the spear or whatever the Hylos holds. NIP Flash, First Blood, Turtle Prio.
Great information there gained by JPL, knowing that Hoda would be in that brush, and taking out the enemy jungler for the first turtle is excellent.
Troll knocked up at the ejector. The Glorious Pathway will lock him down. Troll should be dead again. It's the second kill in this game for Diablo on the horse.
If you personally ask me, a Zushin Jawhead duo is one of Twisted Minds' worst nightmares. This is a lineup that wants that front to back, loves the 5-to-5 man-to-man team fight, and is very good at holding their position and counter-engaging. But if the opponent just throws one of your teammates to another country, it's very difficult for you to be able to respond, right? Visas take a lot of time. So because of that, NIP Flash are able to accelerate the engagement. They're going the opposite of what happened in Game 2.
Troll again caught it. That's an ejector. This time it was with a unstoppable force. Great reads on the map by JPL. Man, Troll can't do anything. Every single time he gets tossed up to Hades, the guy who can actually shred him down.
We know that Gator Kacha is typically able to tank a lot of DPS in the early stages, especially with Revitalize, but that usually depends on him being able to create the engagements in the first place. And JPL is not giving him that space. Every single time he walks into a brush, he's now worried, is Jawhead there?
Hey, this is a horse with 2 kills. Oh, re-engage Glorious Pathway. Hoda trying to go with the ultimate to dash away, but man, You don't go for the horse, not now. Diablo's the one that's unkillable in this game.
Very strange decision by Twisted Minds. There is no way that duo of heroes can take down a Hylos in the first place, let alone even try to bait out the Revitalize. And you don't know where their backup is going to be. Troll is not able to open up the map. So you never know where Hades could be hiding either. There is no reason for Twisted Minds to be trying to force engagements right now. And that's actually kind of bad for them, because the more map pressure they give away to NIP Flash, the easier it's going to be for their opponents to actually accelerate the mid game and not allow Sano to pick up the stacks he needs on this Granger.
And, oh, JPL, I think he spots that out. He knows there's a diversion coming in, but they just don't know where. Oh, Vanix gets caught! Diversion from the back. Troll gets the kill. Vanix is down. Pryo perhaps swifting, changing. Sanji bring it out. AOG to be cast up by the Spirit of Alpha now to be caught in the midst of it all. It's still going to be Troll probably revitalized, and Hades will be caught in it all. Still able to get in and slashing it down. JPL will fall. Hades caught in the Death Sonata. Sano gets a shot from downtown. That's a 2-for-1 special. Twisted Minds finally getting something on the board.
Yeah, Twisted Minds still a very, very good team at these straight up 5-5s. I think Cuffin in a bit of trouble here. Doesn't have mana left. Gonna be picked up a second time. And Curtizi finding a little bit of revenge in the mid lane. But that previous engagement, I think NIP Flash needed to back it off once they had lost Vanix. I don't know if there was a lack of communication, because like you mentioned, Mirko, right? JPL should have seen the diversion. There was no reason for Vanix to rotate so aggressively there without his team opening up the map for him first. And then after that, once they lost their element of surprise, this composition is a little less effective at breaking through Troll and Sanji.
Yeah, I wonder if that was actually, if JPL actually saw that, right? Because it might actually have been literally in the edge of the vision pocket. Maybe it was still out of vision. Because yeah, it was definitely weird that Vanix, if they knew, the Vanix walked up like that. But let's leave it at that. I think NIP Flash might not have gotten that information. Maybe JPL was just not close enough. Sano, though, very aggressive atomization, Sky Piercer. And a bit of a trivia right here for people out there, you know. If you guys are curious why and how JPL has been able to get these pickoffs and the instant executes over to whoever gets ejected is because of the extra physical defense shred that you get now. Hades forcing Spirit of Alpha defensively, gets stunned out again. That's Sonata in the Rhapsody. Sano, that's the first stack of the Sky Piercer. Right as he buys it, JPL with the conceal gets cancelled out. That might have been the second stack, but it's given over to Hoda, who needs a bit more gold in the mid game, and the lead NIP Flash built from the early game is gone.
Yeah, NIP Flash needs to chill a little bit. They were doing an excellent job initially. Diversion comes out again. Looks like they're actually able to stop Coven and Hoda from going through as well, but NIP Flash, like you mentioned, has lost their entire early game advantage. They are trying to force fights deep in the enemy jungle, which is fine, but they have to remember that the reason they've been able to snowball so much is because JPL and Curtizi have been picking people off. If you're pushing yourself into enemy territory without first separating their number, we see what happens, right? Twisted Minds is very good at counter-engaging, especially when they're all rotating together. You gotta work with a little bit more information if you're gonna be playing that aggressively.
Sano, back to the mid lane. Goes in for the shove. Up top, it's a fight. Hades gonna be caught now. Look at Revitalize coming down from both though. SOD to the back, finding it, but now Hoda gets out just barely. Sky Piercer from Curtizi to secure the double. Sanji versus 3 goes in front of pursuit over to Hades. That's a 3v1 that Sanji's currently actually doing well in. Sano kiting back Sanji. Lantern Flare on him, Curtizi. Caught in the bad spot, still able to escape, and somehow Diablo was able to save Hades in that team fight. He was literally 1 HP, and now he gets the turtle.
Of the Revitalize, there is a reason why this battle spell has been gaining so much pressure in the current meta. The ability to save people at the very end and even catch people off guard, right? It's because that healing is something you wouldn't typically expect. Diversion play, just to split off the bot lane. But I think by now, even our viewers are starting to get a sense of the dynamics between not just these lineups, but these two teams specifically. Twisted Mind wins the team fight if they're able to slow it down and play front to back with their full team around. While NIP Flash is going to win the fights if they're able to out-tempo their opponents and pick off 1 or 2 members before the full fight even begins. And in that previous situation, we saw Troll and Sanji maybe overcommit a little bit onto Hades. They would have gotten the kill if not for the Revitalize, so I don't blame them too much, but they do have to respect their opponent somewhat, right? Now that we are at this stage of the game, I honestly feel like the net worth lead NIP Flash has actually doesn't contribute all that much. It's actually still pretty even because we know how Granger can be once he actually has those stacks built up.
I agree, and that's exactly what Twisted Minds are doing right now. They're just giving all the waves over to Sano, making sure he gets enough room and enough resources to scale up to be that late game threat. And we can see the items here. 6.9k ahead of Vanix despite being 1,000 gold behind NIP Flash. He already has a Sky Piercer. He actually opted to go for the Hunter Strike and the Malefic Roar. So this is why you don't see a lot of the crazy burst that you see from the poke that we usually see from other Grangers. He's still building up to it. Now he's building up all the penetration. So once he does get, you know, maybe a BOD, some of the big chunky damage items, he'll start to hurt real bad. And you can already see he's on the way to it. That's a Legion Sword built up for both Suyo and Sano.
Double BOD timing is going to be a huge window for Twisted Minds because that is when you're going to start seeing heroes like the Jawhead and the Alpha fall off just slightly in terms of damage and pressure. The diversion for the flank, they will be scouted out here.
Good conceal. Hoda needs to time it perfectly, doesn't get the timing. Hoda chain CC, Spear of Alpha. That was perfectly done. Ejector to the stun of the Law and Order and the Spear of Alpha. Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there from Twisted Minds where we saw two members walk out and the rest wait for something to happen. But I think they made the right choice of just abandoning Hoda on the spot because I don't think that's a fight they're winning anymore.
Ejector again, Sanji gonna be caught, force to flicker out, Troll gonna be caught in the midst of it all as he pops in Revitalize. The SOD connecting the back, Vanix going in, Coffin will fall! Vanix with a flicker! And he gets a double! Only Hoda left standing. That could have been a wipeout, but he respawns just in time. NIP Flash get everything they wanted.
Flashes of timing, windows of opportunity, flashes of brilliance. Scattered team fights are the Singaporean representatives' specialty. And Twisted Minds giving it over to them. A beautiful Spear of Destruction by Vanix to catch out the back line. Once the front had already been melted, there was no reason for Twisted Minds to be that far up when they had already lost Hoda earlier. A mistake in rotation, snowballing into a massive gap as NIP Flash have now built up a 5k net worth lead, and with the First Lord eager to open up the base of Twisted Minds.
I got to talk to Vanix the other day, you know, after getting the dub, I believe against, I forgot, the Moskov win. And he told me that the Moskov is just his comfort pick. So the fact that we are seeing him on the Moskov again, and the fact that it was kind of, you know, given to him, open to him, it's crazy, man. Vanix does incredible things on the Moskov. It's the safety of it in lane, just farming and then waiting for that one moment in the late game to go for a glorious pathway. Now, from Diablo, JPL's Conceal going to be cancelled out. Troll acting as a front line. Sano going in. Hades. Spear of Alpha over to Coffin. A bit of peel with the SOD and the Lancer Flare again. Double Spear of Misery. Hoda stunned together, and Kurt will just take all of these kills with the Sky Piercer. It's a double. NIP Flash Spear of Alpha from Hades. Now with the Winter Crown, they're looking to slowly but surely dissect Twisted Minds. That's going to be JPL with Ejector coming down as well. Sano still able to kite away, but NIP Flash will continue their run, and they will make it to the knockout stage of the M6 World Championship.
That means that Twisted Minds will have one final opportunity to make it into the knockout stage. Beautifully played by NIP Flash. Respect given all around to their opponents. They know how strong Twisted Minds can be in the mid to late game. They know how strong Granger can be with scaling. So they're simply not gonna allow them to reach that point in time. Ending the game before the 12-minute mark and solidifying their dominance as yet another squadron making it to the M6 knockouts.
Beautifully played. The composure as well from game one losing to reverse sweeping Twisted Minds.
I think we'll let our panelists take over.
A rule of thumb I've learned from watching NIP Flash games throughout history: if the Emperor cannot get his Cho in a situation where it calls for it, JPL will go for that Jawhead. And they got the win, and NIP Flash are the third team to qualify for the knockout stages. Congratulations to NIP Flash, and of course, the Singapore region are probably very happy right now.
It's this play style and this depth of strategy and macro mechanics that you should be watching out for. They've gone, what, 8 seasons in? and their viewership is just rising. So if you enjoyed this matchup, all the more you should be tuning in to MPL SG.
They're very technical with the way they play the game, right? And that's why NIP Flash are currently on top of the world. At this point, now that they've qualified, at the very least, they can, take a step back, relax a little bit, and watch some of the other games and really prepare for what's up ahead. Because if Twisted Minds can figure them out in game number 1, I'm sure other teams are catching on to that scent.
In classic NIP Flash fashion, maybe not the cleanest way to start off a series, but then suddenly learning from their mistakes and, as Diablo mentioned in his quote about the Swiss stage, adaptation. They adapted very well to what Twisted Minds threw at them.
And they did not overthink. I like how clean Curtizi's ramp up into aggression was. Skypiercer, minute 4, minute 5, and the rest was just cinema.
Once again, now let's hear from the members of NIP Flash. If I heard it right, I think that's Hades and Curtizi alongside Rose. Let's see.
The third team in the M6 World Championship to advance to the knockout stages. NIP Flash from Singapore. And with me here we have Hades and Curtizi. Boys, how are you? Congratulations.
We feeling happy.
You're feeling happy? Kurt, how are you feeling?
Happy din po.
Also happy. Okay, now as we both know, you guys are imports. Now when you're an import, you're playing in another country, obviously there will be challenges. Let's start with Hades first. Hades, what is the biggest challenges you face as an import in Singapore?
I would say the food, because of course your comfort food will be the food in your own country, so it will be a big adjustment if you suddenly move out.
Yeah, speaking about the food, if I'm not mistaken, in a previous tournament, Curtizi, right? You only eat what? Chicken rice? So is that one of your biggest challenges? Food? Mahirap talaga? So what? Do you still just eat chicken rice now? Or do you eat the other stuff too?
Salted egg din po.
Salted egg. Okay, very Asian staple, but I hope you eat more food. Okay, let's start with you first. Now, who would you dedicate your current success to? Because we all know that you guys have been dominating the Singapore scene. Kanino mo i-dedicate yung success mo? Kasi alam naman natin na actually NIP Flash has been dominating in the Singapore scene din.
Sa pamilya ko po, kasi sa patuloy po nilang pagsusuporta sa akin.
Oh, you dedicate it to your family because of their continuous support. What about you, Hades?
Sa family ko rin po.
Family too? Okay, now Curtizi, we know that potentially you're gonna be another player if you win, okay? If you win M Series, this is gonna be your second world title. If you were to win, what would that mean for you?
Masaya po.
Just happy? What else? What else? Who would you dedicate that win to, or what attributed to your success?
Para mabili ko po yung mga bagay na gusto.
So you can buy the things you want to buy. You know what? I agree. With the prize pool money, you're going to go into the shop and you're like, you know what? Just take. Don't have to think. Okay, now, Hades, this win, you guys qualifying for the knockout stages, just made NIP Flash went from underdog to a straight-up contender. How does this feel like? Did you expect to actually make it to the knockout stages this early on?
Masaya po kasi parang nagbubunga na yung pagpra-practice namin. Tas siguro in-expect naman namin makalis ng Swiss stage. Tignan na natin kung makakapunta pa kami ng mas malayo sa playoffs.
He said that he feels really happy because he feels like the labor of their hard work is finally paying off. He does say that he did expect to actually get out of Swiss stage. However, them getting out of knockout stage, I guess we'll just have to see. Now, Curtizi, we know that you're known for your unorthodox hero pool in Singapore. Martis mid, Fanny mid, but how do you think you as an import helped the MLBB ecosystem in Singapore?
Ano po?
Alam naman natin lahat na kakilala ka as an orthodox mid laner because you would play Fanny mid, Martis mid. Pero sa tingin mo, paano ka nakatulong as an import or with your in-game knowledge to help the MLBB Singapore ecosystem?
Di ko po alam. Tinatry ko lang yung lahat ng hero sa mid and nagwo-work naman siya, kaya ayun, tinry ko din sa M6, sa MPL. Yan.
He said he doesn't know how he's helping the Singapore MLBB ecosystem. He just tries whatever hero in the mid lane, and so far it's working out in both MPL and in the M6. You know what? I want to be like you one day. I want to try out heroes, weird heroes on the world stage. I like it, confident. Okay, Hades, last question. Now that there are already 3 teams in the knockout stages, there's still technically 5 slots, if I'm not mistaken, left. What do you have to say to the people who are yet to get their knockout stage ticket? Any words of motivation?
Good luck. May the best team get the slot.
Wow, I like that. Good luck and may the best team get the slot. First of all, thank you very much to Hades and Curtizi. Congratulations on the knockout stage. And with that, let's show it back to the panel to break down what happened in this game against Twisted Minds.
Congratulations again to NIP and Flash. Well, what happened there, Rose, was it looks like Twisted Minds got the minds twisted again from NIP Flash. But again, nothing too crazy. Stuck to the basics, and a key point that we made, and even Stafa mentioned during the cast, was the front-to-back team fighting setup of Twisted Minds would have been messed up for NIP Flash if they tried to match that. So they said, you know what, we'll pick up our jawhead and fight a dishonest approach to the game in the best way possible, of course. Where it's like you don't know where JPL is coming from, you don't know where NIP Flash is coming from.
Everything came in a flash, and I think that's what really threw off Twisted Minds' approach to a inevitable late game win. Truth be told, looking at this draft, by picking up that Granger, they also kind of wanted to go toe-to-toe. So they took some revisions from Game 1 and Game 2, lessons they learned. But when you're fighting on a front wherein NIP Flash is comfortable, very few teams can actually step up.
I mean, it's true. Let's look at the item builds, and then it goes to show there's a couple of things that are actually working out well, like a couple of ideas. Sano on this Granger versus the Moskov, he honestly didn't do too bad, right? It's 8.8k gold compared to 9.7 gold, and honestly, the KDA not too far apart with a couple more assists coming in from Vanix. But generally, my main issue in this particular game, if you are trying to go toe-to-toe against NIP Flash, there needs to be a couple of reads that you need to make. Once you see that mid-trio of, hey, I'm playing Alpha, I'm playing Zhu Xin, as well as that Jawhead. It could have been, at that point of time on the first phase, it could have been that high loss. Either way, why do you want to take them head on? If not, you would have gotten the Gatot so much earlier in the draft.
And they tried to do that, but then they found out, not going to work out. So they started tossing bodies looking for Vanix. Worked once in the early game, and then that's where NIP Flash stepped on the clutch and said, nah, that's the last time you're going to do that.
Yeah.
And we'll wait. But to be fair, there was a moment in time, I'd say the 5 to 8 minute mark, where Twisted Minds were actually the ones calling the shots. This is where Sano was up on Vanix, maybe 1,000, 2,000 gold, and it's this beautiful adjustment in flow that NIP Flash just waited. And they said, yeah, we'll go as 4 or 5, and then we'll suddenly find Hoda even more. We'll punish Sanji, we'll punish Troll, and that's what led to NIP Flash's inevitable victory.
Yeah, to give Twisted Minds more credit, yeah, you saw them readjust their approach to the play that Leo mentioned, wherein they sent Coffin into an unexpected angle, actually almost the entire team, to catch Vanix leading into the second turtle of the game, where Vanix just went, he got shocked. But then NIP Flash stopped giving any opportunity for Twisted Minds to play into that, where it looked like you could sense, I don't know, maybe it's just me, I felt like I was kind of frustrated alongside Coffin, where he's just like, do I really have a diversion play? Like, where are they? Why can't I find them?
And why does he not have angles? Because there's no priority. You don't have people who push out the waves fast enough and then look to explore. I mean, sure, Granger could technically do that, but you're matching up against a Master Assassin Vanix on a Moskov, and what are you going to do? Open up the map with Death Sonata when you need it to be the finisher.
And not to mention Vision. Even if you do have Granger, Sano running around, throw in rondos into random bushes. That's the best way you can do it. Besides that, it's Troll walking into these bushes blind. That's what explains the 6 deaths. He was looking for his diversion setups. It's just costing them too much.
Hence why Coffin also couldn't go into playing around the map more, because he was focused on trying to just whittle down JPL and Curtizi every time they showed up.
I mean, looking at the stats, it's not like they weren't doing some good damage and absorbing some good damage, right? There were a couple of moments where Twisted Minds are able to look for that big counter engage. But if I were to make adjustments to the draft, I think that this Phoveus is a honey trap. Yes, it does well into certain matchups, but showing it so early on when you could have gone Gatot, if you show a flex pick, I show a flex pick, and now we're holding each other accountable in these stages of the game. And also, when you don't have mid priority, at least you need to have a lane that's capable of pushing out fast and then giving you that extra bit of pressure, which I think Gatot would have done in that EXP side, but it's hard to read.
It's that hero tempo, the way that the draft unraveled, that makes us think that maybe NIP Flash's veterancy helps all the more because they have just more tricks up their sleeves.
They really do. I mean, you got to give it up for our MVP on the high lows, the handsome devil himself, Diablo, because the way that he is baiting out these fights, it's not just about Jawhead, it's about why is he overextending? And the first time that it happened towards Sanji, he's like, you know what? Yeah, we can do this. My jungler is nearby. Let's make something happen here. And Hades just waiting in that bush, falling into that trap in the early game, allowed them to say, hey, now the top quadrant of the map is ours. You don't get to walk there. JPL, come on over. Let's set up some landmines.
And to be able to set that up, El Diablo Guapo actually had to be the clutch. It's his use of the glorious pathway that allowed for NIP Flash to disengage when they needed to, buy back that lead for Vanix, and then eventually get into that full-on dive, the honest full frontal assaults that just left Twisted Minds just...
Yeah, what hurts even more for Twisted Minds is after taking out the high loss for 2 straight games, the one game they let it through, it became the MVP, the rock of their formation that helped set up a lineup that had a Jawhead in the roam and a Juicin in the mid. Diablo popping off here. He really needed to have a great game because the high loss with the Revitalize, with the Glorious Pathway, was going to be the most stable part of this composition in the lineup that has a roam in mid that can be quite wild-cardy.
Not to mention how Hades was just so local. You just notice as soon as Hades can cross the river and Diablo said yes, he would do that. He would steal purples, just dive in, steal small camps, which, you know, gave him a less than ideal KDA, but it got the job done.
Exactly. That's why it's just strong fundamentals and good responses coming in from the side of NIP Flash. And I mean, not to mention, one of the few interactions I was hoping to see more often, but unfortunately didn't happen as often. Death Sonatas don't really matter to high loss once the Glorious Pathway comes out. Remember, if you get hit by a Death Sonata, even one projectile, you get a bit of a slow. High loss does not care when the Glorious Pathway drops through. He doesn't get slowed. He can just run at it, eat the shots, allowing the rest of his team to keep up with his speed.
This is a great example and great evidence as to why NIP Flash has found the success that they did with this high loss pick with a Revitalize on the hands of Diablo. It opens up unique possibilities in the center of the map for JPL and Curtizi. They just need that one rock in the EXP lane to hold on. Congratulations again to NIP Flash, the 3rd team to qualify for the knockout stages, joining RRQ Hoshi and Fnatic Onyx Philippines. That's 3 champions. Oh, excuse me.
2 champions.
And of course, 1 runner-up from the MPL ID.
People's Champion.
The People's Champion, I think, is a good way to put it. So 3 champions, technically, the People's Champion.
He was right.
I was right. So thank you for that. Anything else that you guys want to mention that maybe... I feel like this was a good learning experience for what might show up for the rest of the day. Anything that you guys want to point out that maybe we'll see more of as a common theme or trend for the rest of the day?
I think that, well, it's tough to say because our next match is going to be real exciting as well. And I'm not sure how that draft is going to work out, but I think that Twisted Minds, now that the goalposts have been pushed even further, they need to start talking about the way that they can actually help Hoda with some of his other picks, some of his more traditional assassins to play the map rather than purely team fighting.
I think that's a good way to also look into, in terms of the other teams, how well they can supplement their jungler. So that's one thing they can look at. And what we can look at here is now, first team to qualify today is NIP Flash. And of course, what do you call him? El Diablo Guapo?
El Diablo Guapo. It's as if they didn't even lose game 1.
Why does it feel like he's consistently mogging us every single time? It's just, I'm just handsome, you know, I'm doing what I do every single day, brother.
That's just how it does.
Why for the end of that moment, it sounded like your Diablo impression turned into Hulk Hogan.
I mean, what's the difference?
Brother? Just look at me, brother. But now let's look into the next one. The next story of the day. This is spicy. Myanmar versus North America. Falcon Esports versus BTK. Gentlemen, I'll give you guys the floor to talk about what you think about this one.
I'll tell you now, the Burmese are coming in droves. Fans of Falcon Esports are in the building, and IOI is about to take off. We're aiming high, we're flying high, and after BTK's lost to Fnatic Onyx PH in that qualifier match, I'll dare say that was the best series in M6 so far. No offense to the wildcard finale or the prequel to the wildcard finale, but I have a feeling that BTK versus Falcon might actually trump that.
It might just actually, because again, we haven't seen teams, well, we haven't seen anybody who's really pushed Falcons all the way to the end and forced them to evolve in the middle of the game. And not to mention, what exactly is going to be the Benny solution? I'd like to see BTK's approach to that as well.
A young team, potentially, maybe even somewhat coming out of nowhere, making a name for themselves, going on a run that might end them in a spot that no one expected them to end up in. I wasn't talking about BTK. Falcon Esports are going on a BTK M3 run. Can the team that did it first stop that and make it to the knockouts?
for ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治 Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Sons, who picks up the
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants more, takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see. Another fight commences here. Gear goes in. It's going to be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Fiery, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M-Series challenger.
The double, Leroy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
Usually, I'd like to set the story, but I feel like I want to let the fans here set the story so you understand what we find ourselves in right now. IOI City Mall, make some noise if you support BTK! Now, make some noise if you support Falcon Esports! It is a Falcon Esports heavy crowd in their matchup against BTK. Again, it's Redmar Santa Cruz here with Leo and Gideon Q to discover the beating heart of Qiddiya City, the gaming and esports district. Go ahead online and search off at Qiddiya Gaming, the world's first real-life gaming hub and a beacon of gaming culture. I was so worried to do that, but I'm so happy that the fantastic crowd here went along with it. Are you surprised with the crowd turnout?
Not actually, because if you throw back to about the start of the day, we ran into some Burmese fans.
Oh, that's true.
People who came in way before the show started, here to support Falcon Esports.
Oh, you got one? The man's playing to the crowd. You made them pop.
They know what they want. And I think, this is going to be a really heated matchup considering, both of these teams had really rich history overall. But I think, the next generation Falcons are looking good. But I have to admit, BTK 2.0 might just be a little bit better when it comes down to drafts specifically. Because when we are thinking of these types of, and especially the read on the meta, I think that BTK has a stronger understanding.
Actually, the redefinition of the meta, the fact that they are pushing forth picks that no other team would dare do so, makes this all the more a contested matchup.
We're going to get into the predictions a little bit later because I will tease you now, this table is quite split on what's about to happen. So, again, we can simmer down just a little bit, but remember that the M6 support chest is available for a limited time in the client, November 22 to December 29. Purchase the support chest for 50 diamonds to get a large amount of pass EXP with a chance to obtain a basic M6 pass. So just remember, if you don't have the basic pass yet and you don't want to shell out any diamonds for it, you can go ahead and roll for it through the support chest, and then at the same time, you're also going to be getting EXP for it, so it's honestly a really good deal. Remember, when you are posting about the M6 World Championship, use the hashtags #greater than ever, #MLBB M6, and #Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And this is going to be a banger if I've ever seen one. Because of everything that we've done so far this year in MLBB Esports, we want to thank you for supporting M6. Your feedback is so important to us in helping us improve our future tournaments, so please scan the QR code that will be popping up on your screen. So actually, there's one right behind my head, so I'll move. Oh, I'm sorry, it's right there in front of you. You can go ahead and scan that QR code to share your thoughts with us. And I feel like this is the series where we're going to... I'm not going to say, I'll say we might actually fight on the desk here. We might all have very strong opinions about these two teams.
If anything, it's more of just the sentiment of the matchup, because for so many years now, NA has tried to break through. Farthest they've gone, BTK's debut, M3, was third. For the Burmese, ever since going into the grand finals at M2, they've always just You know what I mean? How does a Falcon fly with that kind of a ceiling?
I mean, we look back at history, right? Because both BTK and as well as the Burmese have shocked the world when they came onto their individual international performances.
These two teams from these two regions of Myanmar and North America, at some point, in major points rather, of MLBB history have turned into generational dark horses. In M2, the rise of the Burmese ghouls. In M3, the emergence of the NA Kings. This exact organization, BTK, shocking all of us, and now they face off and they are fighting for another knockout spot. It's quite poetic to see Myanmar and NA, Falcon, and BTK.
For 4 years now, history has had their eyes on these two teams. And it's not even about who lives, who dies, who tells their story. It's about who moves on to the knockouts. And here's how crazy it is. For me, personally, sentimentally speaking, I'm so close to these two teams, but I've only predicted one of them to make it to the knockouts. So I feel very guilty looking at BTK and saying they're back to dark horse situation, because when you're saying dark horses, these are teams that you never expected to perform, right? But BTK have gone as far as third. That's huge.
It is huge, and I feel the same exact way. I mean, we've already had games that have that similar feeling. The Rora versus Ulvendar matchup was already one where one of my two teams that I was expecting to make top 8 didn't get there. But at the very least, this is only advancement to the knockouts. They're not actually getting eliminated, so the stakes may not be as high, but at the very least, we're going to see some real identities from both of these teams. Strong personalities as well.
Speaking of personalities, this Falcon Esports roster, the question over there is can they do better than the M4 Falcon Esports? One of the best finishes, other than the Burmese Ghouls finish in M2, that they had in M4. Again, Justin, Naomi, Ken, Zipex, and Yellow Flash. Those are names that Falcon Esports beat in the Myanmar qualifiers to get to this point. While BTK 2.0, the question over them is, are they better than the OG BTK in M3? Let's see this quote from Fly Chicken talking about BTK 2.0. So he says here, he's not disappointed that they lost. He's disappointed because they could have taken the series at 2-0 or even at least 2-1. Against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, it was a series that we could have won. And that is something you cannot deny from BTK. They looked very strong in Games 1 and Games 2.
That's why I said single-handedly, bar none, that BTK versus Fnatic Onyx matchup was the best series in M6 so far.
I mean, we say that. I've talked to Fly Chicken before. I met him in a hotel room. I've seen him do his thing up on stage. But during M4, he was telling me, and I got a good read on his personality, because when he is a competitor up on that stage, it's not about socializing and having fun anymore. It's about what it takes to win. And he has an extremely realistic view of the world, the game, and the way that he approaches a lot of these situations. It's not about, oh, I took a game so I should feel good about it. It's, I need to win this series, therefore we have what it takes to win it all.
If you're unfamiliar with the young Fly Chicken, the EXP laner for BTK for many years in the history of international tournaments for MLBB esports, when Fly Chicken is there, we always commend the young man's brain. Just how he sees the game, how he sees the drafts as one of the more vocal presences in the drafting. He's sort of, in a way, you can link him to like a playing coach for BTK in whatever team that he ends up with in terms of just how he sees the game.
As true as that is, personally what gets me about Fly Chicken is his amazing clutch gene. In game, when the young man gets a hero like an Arlott, when the young man gets a hero like
the glue,
he somehow just finds a way to dictate the whole pace of a team fight. So that's what I want to see here.
So now the question hanging over potentially Fly Chicken and BTK is, Mobazane, does he have any other weapons or potentially shields in his arsenal? Because even Captain America has his weaknesses. And right now, a glaring thing that might be hanging over his head is Fredrin. the only weapon in Mobazane's arsenal, Gideon.
It's interesting. We know for a fact, especially after their win in NACT, he's shown off that he can play some of the off-meta picks, things like Paquito even, right?
The Akai.
The Akai as well. But here's the thing. In this current metagame here, I would love to see if Mobazane is able to pick up a more mobile assassin, the Hayabusas and as well as the Lynx, to allow the teams to play 4-and-1. Something that we don't see BTK actually do too often because they're so eccentric when it comes down to playmaking and 5v5 team fights.
It seems like my understanding of BTK from an outsider's perspective is that they are well, a chess-minded team. I mean, before we used to hear about how Mobazane and Fried Chicken would play a lot of chess together, and you can sort of see that. They shine with Protect the King lineups. When they have a lineup that is meant to really just help one or two shine, then they're good. But if it's a little bit more individually focused, it seems like that's where the certain lapses in BTK's performances can get exposed by other teams from stronger regions. So if there is a chance for Mobazane and for BTK to actually show up their other off-meta picks, hopefully they take it because they've shown to be very understanding with it.
I'm with you. I'm hoping that over the past 48 hours they've evolved and they've found a way to do more than just protect the king, because they did well by doing that, getting the Filipino-Canadian going ham, Zia on that Bruno against Fnatic Onyx. If there's a way that they can put Mobazane more confidently on a Suyo, and then they can do the 4-1 split, right? That would be better. They can play the map, and then they can get a victory. That should definitely deepen their pockets when it comes to strats.
I do feel at the very least, when we're thinking about BTK, what makes them shine is because they like to play toolbox sort of lineups. I want to have an answer to every single scenario. But the metagame, unfortunately, when it comes down to these drafts, they eliminate a lot of those toolbox style of heroes. And that's why Suyo is the go-to pick for someone like Mobazane, who looks at the scenario and says, can I do it? Yes. Should I do it? Maybe. You got to roll the dice a little bit. But let's compare it to Falcons, right? They have a very clear identity of how they want to play, but at the same time, the diversity of their lineups are nasty.
Yeah, as we look now at the lineup of Falcon Esports, Benny, Kidex, PX7, Dax, and Royal Milk. Honestly, if you've seen them in their performances, in their wins against Aurora and SRG, they are so darn impressive.
That's right. I think the breadth of Falcon Esports strat hasn't yet been found. We've seen him go late, we've seen him go fast, and I think here against BTK in this best of 3 banger incoming, we're about to see more from, dare I say, Dax. I think since we're talking about Mobazane and how far he can take the likes of a Paquito and a Kaya Fred, maybe we'll see more of Dax's pocket picks, more than just that Bane.
I mean, I would like to see that as well, but Royal Milk to me has been quite the standout, especially in the EXP lane. It's either you're looking for big playmakers or huge sandbags, right? And I think that Royal Milk is the perfect in between the two, especially when you're thinking about BTK.
And of course, it's the boys, Zia, Shark, Hoon, Mobazane, and Fried Chicken. I'm glad that at the tail end of the roster reveal for Falcon Esports, you guys gave Royal Milk his flowers, because I got to talk to other teams and they said, yeah, Royal Milk, this dude is something special. But BTK, they just have something about them that even some of the best teams in the world sort of forget the fundamentals and just fall into traps.
No one collapses into a team fight like BTK. This was a revelation to me when we watched them go up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, a tournament favorite. Whenever they would collapse, whenever Shark would find whoever with that Cho, whenever Hoon would be able to rope a dope from bush to bush, it's just a thing of beauty. I don't think I've ever seen a team get that in sync when it comes to fights.
You know, the one thing that I think that BTK is quote-unquote lacking, it's a give and take personal opinion on this one, they don't have a quote-unquote pillar. Everybody on the side of BTK lives up to that organization name of Bloodthirsty Kings. They are playmakers at heart, tried and true.
So here's what Mobazane said when we asked him about what he thought about the draw. He said he's happy with it and he can finally get some revenge after MSC. Remember, Falcon Esports, if I'm not mistaken, they were in the same group as Mobazane and Cloud9 back in that time, and they were able to sweep Cloud9. So Dax and Benny are the two players that he's really looking out for. It's the course of Falcon.
The course of Falcon, interesting. I hope that when we go into the draft, there's going to be a high focus on those hero pools, right? Especially coming into the second phase.
Yeah. Maybe they should watch out for what Shark brings out. He's currently played 5 heroes unique over the 5 games they played so far in Swiss.
Yeah, which with them thinking more about the course, I think both teams without even realizing it, are actually going to be thinking more about their EXP laner. That one lane that you can win, that one solid foundation for your draft. Speaking of, here it is, game number 1's draft between BTK and Falcon. Falcon has also shown some flexibility leading into this in their matches against Aurora. They showed off that they can play Bane really well. Up against Twisted Minds, unfortunately, where they lost, they showed that they can play the Hayabusa in the jungle, and they have 1-1 available for them. And of course, when they defeated Selangor Red Giants in the mid 1-1 bracket, that's where we saw the joy. So a lot of flexibility in the jungle for Falcon.
Oh, hey, talk about flexibility. Give him the power pick.
Benny
Flex
Bruno!
this.
Benny Bruno!
Best in the world.
Yeah, that's his signature, Bruno. And you're right, Gideon. There are players all over the world who might even say that Benny is the best Bruno in the world right now.
As far back as 6 months ago, people will swear by Benny's Bruno. He's been making this pop in Myanmar.
You gotta respect what Falcon did there, also banning out the glue of Fried Chicken. If BTK somehow win this game, that might take the wind out of Falcon's lungs, because that's your #1 pick. That is your ace multiple times over. So BTK, they gotta be ready for this.
I think they want to be ready for this, but I think the approach that Falcons are taking is really intelligent as well, right? Get rid of the glue to make sure that you might have a winning matchup, or maybe even force back. Oh my goodness, the crowd is going wild for Falcons to try and end this quick. But as I was saying, slow down the approach of these big playmakers from BTK's side. Play the tempo.
Will Mobazane get his Fredrin is one of the questions. And picking up the Vexana feels like their sort of soft answer to what could be a Fredrin pick in the making.
So far, I don't see any stoppers from Falcon. I was expecting for them to invest in the Aurora. Given how much there could be a potential assault onto Benny. Oh no, they end up with the Fredrin.
Yep. Signature for signature. Dare I say, might be a bit ego by Falcon?
I mean, both of these teams have big identities on their side. And I think, Falcons, the fact that they're making this hard read, again, you have the high loss, you know they want to play a traditional front to back. If they're going to play Fredrin as well, that mini Lord is going to do some work on top of having a fear. Disengage mechanics and ways to control the fight.
So there's the answer. There's the extra body to protect Benny. Who knows what Bruno could do to a Louis, even on their way out from the diversion. I'm pretty sure Super Prince has memories of Zia's stray ball hitting him from that distance.
Looking at the Phoveus pick, though, I kind of appreciate it for the fact that it might already turn off a potential Arlot pick for Fried Chicken, considering that, I mean, you're very familiar with this in MPL Philippines, that Phoveus has like a 90% win rate over an Arlot.
Mechanically just wins.
Yeah, mechanically just wins. It's not impossible, but it's a big possibility. And BTK, historically, when they have a high loss on their side, it goes into the hands of Shark. But of course, not turning off the idea that we might see something like his Gwyn pop up in the more unique roamer picks that he has in his arsenal.
Now, speaking of roamer picks, we're seeing that BTK on the second phase, both Cho and as well as Tigreal, been taken out. So that begs the question whether BTK might just go for another big pick like Guinevere for Shark once more.
And I love the Guinevere if you're going into a Vexana and Bruno draft, because you can just find him. Shark can go the angle, coast to coast, and then flicker spatial migration into a big thump. So with that said, what can Kid X do? Because they're stretching out Kid X's hero pool here.
I think they still have... Okay, they ban out the Edith. Unless BTK steal away the Gothard, I'm thinking that Falcons might have to dig a little bit deeper in their own pool. I don't see them trying to go for Assassin Styles, the Hellcurts, the Natalias in that support sector just yet.
Yeah, and everything that's anything in this current metagame has been picked, unless you go as deep as a Ruby.
Ooh, that's a good call as well.
Or an Arlot Roam, because again, you're expecting dudes to just come out of diversions. When you see that come in, Final Slash.
Let's see if that's what Falcon might consider. So, as we said, BTK, they're going for their comfort style, which is getting a lineup that are good with protecting one or protecting two main figures, while Falcon...
Oh my god.
That is a risky throwback, but Gideon, you like the Alpha and the Minotaur.
Because Falcons are saying, you want to play front to back, let's brawl. We are going all in on this. Everybody's ultimates. I mean, you're looking at BTK, based off of these 4, they want to play a chase line up here. And Falcon say, we can fight anywhere. As long as it's a choke point, Minotaur can do some work. We just need Alpha to buy us a little bit of time, if not the Phoveus.
Given the direction that our metagame has evolved, I think Minotaur might be a good stop. Minotaur might be a good checkpoint to how well these teams understand the fundamentals of the team fight.
Oh my God!
What a swerve! Fredrin possibly going into the EXP lane. Oh no, it's an old throwback! Joy XP!
It's EXP lane Joy. BTK still has surprises.
M4 was the last time we saw this.
And we were saying the EXP lane might be the biggest factor to look out for.
They say that surprises are a type of joy.
Wow.
And I think BTK is giving that to us right now, Mirko.
Hey, the last time we saw the Joy in the XP, it was at M4, and that's very in that event, man. Falcon and Falcon and the Valley were tied up for 5th and 6th place. So I guess we'll see who gets it. Who gets the knockout stage first? If it's going to be BTK Fried Chicken, this is literally the M4 throwback. It's Vengeance Joy XP.
Yup, the revenge match is up here. BTK wanting to take down Falcon Esports. But will the Burmese Sky Warriors emerge victorious against the bloodthirsty kings themselves? Let us find out as we jump into the land of Dawn.
I don't know if we're casting from Malaysia or Myanmar right now, man, because the Falcon fans in the building, they're going crazy. The Burmese in the building are going crazy.
They've been going crazy the whole time, even before the teams had walked up on stage. So you can really see the support being shown here for Falcon Esports. That should definitely play into their winning chances quite a bit. And of course, as per usual, guys, the M6 Pass is available from the 18th of November to the 29th of December. Make sure to complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free and get amazing rewards, including Claude's Battle Emote, Baxia's Battle Emote, special skin Baxia Dauntless Shield, as well as several other things like Claude's M6 exclusive skin, Challenger Spark.
Ooh, or the Prime skin, man. My personal favorite from that pass is definitely the Prime skin, Cosmic Blaze. We haven't seen it just yet in the M6 Swiss stage. Maybe it's still just not the best pick to go for when there's a Granger, when there's Bruno. And on the note of the Bruno, this ain't a random Bruno. You know, this is Benny on the Bruno. I've spoken to multiple pro players. You can see the win already for Benny there, last hitting the gold crab. But speaking to a lot of different pro players, they all have like similar opinions for Bruno on Benny on Bruno. You do not give him the Bruno because every time you do, especially if he gets to that item power spike, he was to put it simply, he was carrying on the Bruno before the Bruno was busted.
Yep, so far, Benny has a 100% win rate on the Bruno this Swiss stage, so it is undoubtedly a signature. But you could say the same for the opposite side, right? Moba Zane still 100% win rate on the Fredrin as well. A comfort pick that the BTK team will always go for, even if it's not necessarily the most meta. From what I've seen, it really allows them to tighten their gameplay, right? Because Moba Zane's able to contribute to opening up the map and is able to go more aggressive with a bit more of a safety net.
See, the taunt coming down, Dax already very low. Fried Chicken gonna jump into the back line. Mobasane wins out the retreat battle. Minions Fury catches 2, but Chicken electrifying beats onto Kid X. Royal Milk caught in the Brazers, Rat forced back. Fried Chicken with a double kill, and BTK with the early dub.
BTK, this is the impact really of having Mobazane on this Fredrin. Benny.
Zia, just looking for the... Oh man, diversion, glorious pathway. Benny still surviving for a bit, but Hoon deals the final blow to take him down to the bottom lane.
There's a very different quality to BTK's aggression when Mobazane is on a hero like this. It lets them have that dual front line while enabling Fried Chicken to be more of a aggressive enabler in the EXP lane. So it leads a bit closer to the previous meta, but it is something that they are very practiced on and have mastered to a certain extent. However, we certainly cannot count out Falcon Esports. Their ability to scale and respond to aggression towards the mid-game phase needs to be respected. So for the team from NA right now, they want to try and expand this lead as much as possible to set up space for Zia to get these stacks on Granger.
And usually you would say, you know, with a lead like this is great, right? I mean, Falcon is it's going to be tough to come back, but Falcon have always been able to come back. Dax, Spear of Alpha defensively, the diversion was perfect from Hoon. and they get the collapse. It's just so coordinated by the Bloodthirsty Kings. PX7, good Terrify there to stop Mobazane from getting a pick. Probably Chicken. Off top in a 1v1, popping electrifying beat, solo kill by Chicken! Is on a killing spree!
BTK are feeling themselves right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is a team that wants revenge for what the Burmese have put them through in previous international stages and wants to show the world that they are capable of easily making it into another M-Series knockout stage. You can tell that they are in their comfort zone, the connection, the communication, the timing.
Great Eternal Guard from PX7 there to stop whatever BTK was planning, but they still get the prio, and Zane's on the turtle.
Being able to secure this turtle would help a lot. BTK already on a 3K net worth lead. Falcon Esports, they need this one.
Minas Fury coming down. That's a retribution. Benny's the one who gets this shot. Going to be caught in the midst of it all. White Chicken jumps in with a diversion into the back. And now the electrifying beats will melt PX7. Zane falling down, but it's just Zane. That's Sonata 1 from Zia. That's a flicker from Zia. A Rhapsody, and Chicken will be dancing with the beats.
Ooh, Falcon Esports successfully securing the turtle, but just dropping one by one to a relentless pursuit from the Bloodthirsty Kings. You can really see that there's a little bit of a personal vendetta here. They are really chasing them down, and there's a lot of confidence in their ability to achieve that. The Joy EXP lane, not something that we've seen in a long time, but actually a surprisingly effective position for the hero, since giving her vengeance allows her to be a much bigger threat, especially now that she no longer has that CC immunity that she started off with when she was introduced. You would think that Phoveus would be a bit more effective at dealing with a dash hero, but nowadays, with the revamp that has been added to him, it's actually more difficult for him to stay on top of White Chicken.
Revenge for Royal Milk, perhaps. Chicken Low gets out. Barely there. Good calculation. The Bloodthirsty Kings, it's a bit off, right? I mean, usually when you see a Granger, especially with a Fredrin, you would think that they would play it front to back. But Bloodthirsty Kings are playing front to back with the frontliners not being as tanky as a normal front to back composition. They're playing the frontliners as divers. So with the aggression, they're able to get space for Zia to just shoot them down. I think that's a very unique way to play this front to back.
Yeah, frontliners as divers actually seems to be the traditional BTK style, right? That's the reason why Mobazane really enjoys these tankier junglers. It enables them to go for the same sort of aggressive stance that you can with a front to back, while also introducing the wild card in the EXP lane as a team fight engager. Because nowadays, we see a lot of heroes like Phoveus or Hylos who can start fights in the EXP lane, but not to the same extent as something like a Joy, for example, right?
Zia gets a turret down below. Zane will just poke Royal Milk out. Zia's Detonata. That's one. Rhapsody as well. BTK corralling over the turtle.
Dangerous positioning. White Chicken in the back line.
Electrifying Beast, Glorious Pathway now to Minas Fury and Eternal Guard. 3 members knocked up. That's another knock up onto 3. But it does not matter. Zia was free to just gun them down, and he's looking for more. Dax is zoned away, and BTK didn't lose a single member in that skirmish.
Yeah, unfortunately, in the current meta, we are seeing more classic tank heroes like the Minotaur not having as much of an effect as it used to compared to before. It's just not tanky enough after the more recent nerfs, the HP across the board, and Minotaur not really being that tanky in the first place. Bloodthirsty Kings are just basically surviving all of the initial engagements and then turning it around on Falcon once they've run out of cooldowns.
Now they're rotating up top. The siege from BTK continues. 3 turtles, a 7,000 gold lead at 7 minutes. So far, the Bloodthirsty Kings have been able to actually get Zia into a spot where he's literally just snowballing. And we know the Granger is already a threat, right? I mean, if you're not snowballing, if you're just equally trading and equally scaling with the Granger, stacking up is already going to be a big problem. But now that Zia's 3 kills ahead, and he has so much farm on his name, I wonder how many stacks he has, right? And if it's enough already to get to technically that mid-game, or sorry, late-game power spike for Zia, even though we're in the mid-game.
I don't think it's quite to the late game power spike yet, but he has definitely started to overcome the mid game power spike for Granger, right? So this is a very comfortable position for BTK to be in. Falcon does still have the Bruno, but hold on.
Good punish, but the vengeance is right there. White Chicken will still be able to survive, and actually now gets Number Spear of Alpha, but Dax falls. It's a shutdown. Ooh, Betty barely flickering out, almost getting caught by a very low Fredrin's Appraiser's Wrath. Still though, 3 for 1. Chicken dies. It's a shutdown. But it's not enough to really get a dub here in terms of trades. And there we have it. 528 stacks at 8 minutes.
Yeah, definitely past the mid-game power spike now. Zia in a very, very comfortable position. And we've already mentioned this beforehand, right? When you're up against a Bruno, your goal is to end the game before the 15-16 minute mark. BTK definitely on that track right now. In fact, it's a 9K goal lead in 9 minutes. 14 kills, only 2. Falcon Esports has a draft that's okay at scaling into the late game, but they're so behind at this point. It is going to take them a miracle to be able to turn things around against BTK, and they're just continuing the pressure!
A full crush connects! Will fall Chicken dancing in the back. Benny will be able to kite away. That's Sonata, not close enough. Royal Milk body blocking the shots from Zia. They get another kill over. It's Dax and Kid X for Fried Chicken.
Oh boy, we are seeing the reason why teams are respect banning this Fredrin.
Oh, Sky Piercer.
Oh, yep, there it is. I really like this timing as well. We saw previously the Granger being played, I believe, by Twisted Minds, going for the Sky Piercer very early on to try and build stacks, but this is a better timing where Zia is already in the position to be able to get those stacks easily. The first Lord pushing up top lane usually doesn't do all that much damage, but with the amount of advantage that BTK have under their belt right now, Falcon Esports, their counter engage is not bad, but they're simply not able to dish out enough damage to actually be a threat to BTK. They cannot even survive the initial burst, not to mention deal with Mobazane.
They were slow pushing up top. Oh my god, a shot! Oh, who gets it with the lethal ignition? Zia constantly just poking him down. Dax in the mid lane, clearing out the way. The Lord has dealt with one. Chicken trying to look for an angle. Now the Glorious Pathway is placed down. Royal Milk will be forced to flicker out. The Yin reaction ready. Dax still able to clear out the mini waves. Lord taken down up top. And Falcon half defended. But BTK with the first Lord are able to crack a base turret open, and they're looking for more in the mid lane.
Yeah, the higher your lead is with the first Lord, the more damage you can do. And even White Chicken being teleported in.
With a diversion, our Vengeance as well gets knocked out with a Minute's Fury, and Chicken should die. Sane though, in the midst of it all, still able to survive. Dashes out the safety, and Zia guns him down. One last Death Sonata earlier. 3-4-1 trade. Who looking for White Chicken? And now it's going to be Benny gunned down again. Zia with a Sky Piercer. 11 minutes, and BTK take game 1.
Living up to their name, BTK is bloodthirsty for revenge, and they run down Falcon Esports without a shred of mercy. They said they were out for vengeance. They said they were out for payback, and they're showing the world what that payback looks like. A very quick and easy domination using comfort heroes and a surprise Joy EXP lane. I think our panel will have a lot to say about this one, so let's throw it back over.
Falcon Esports look like they just straight up underestimated the power of BTK so far in M6, giving some of the best heroes that BTK has played with so far in this tournament. Dare I say, that draft from Falcon felt a little bit disrespectful. They overestimated their capabilities.
They took no heed to one of BTK's most powerful tools in the playbook. The collapse. No one collapses like BTK. No one does, especially when you put a Louis into Hoon's hands, and that throwback on the Joy, the XP lane Joy. That Fly Chicken just tweaked a bit, threw it from all the way back in M4, made it a lethal XP core here in M6.
I mean, it's an interesting take on what the EXP should be doing, right? Because Joy can get into that backline and nobody can really stop that. But at what cost? Let's look at the item build here, because then it makes a lot more sense. Now, that very first interaction probably was the haymaker coming in from BTK, because Chicken walks away with 2 kills. Once he got that Genius Wand, man, I don't know. As much as I want to believe that Royal Milk should have been able to hold on, the gold league gap was just way too much. That Radiant Armor just came in way too late. You can't protect yourself.
And when you prioritize rush of Phoveus like this, that usually means you're saying, we think our EXP laner can outperform your EXP laner in lane because we can win duels. That's one thing Phoveus is very good at. If he's not winning the duels, then he's a more annoying presence in the team fights, in the front line. But the Joy doesn't care about the front line. Joy here has one job. Activate what you gotta activate, get the Bruno, get the Vexana.
And they never even found themselves in a situation where it's a real, honest team fight. It's always either been an ambush or a straight-up boss rush tower defense.
Yeah.
Because BTK were so far ahead. We were looking at, what, 8 or 9 minutes, and that was 10K gold between these two teams. So with that said, I think Falcon Esports, I'm going to say now, this early on, respect BTK more in the draft.
They've got to, especially when BTK has the lead. Even when you're looking at the items, right? The fact that you're going Thunderbelt Brute Force Breastplate from MOBA Zane, you know that he wants to just chill. Mate, get a Guardian Helm, you know? We want to fight. We want to make sure we hold this lead. And I think, unfortunately, for the side of Falcons, it's really difficult because you have to choose. It's either I throw all my spells towards Chicken's side so that he doesn't get into my backline, but then the front line is creeping up on us, and then we are going to get pincered in.
When BTK can get a solid center, it allows them to be flexible and creative with their side lane picks. There's a reason why heading into this draft, we put a lot of focus on Fwy Chicken and what he does for the team in the drafting. And they bring out an EXP Lane Joy last pick. What the heck?
I mean, let me expand on this some more. As much as Fwy is able to get into the backline, the question is how? The delivery system specifically from Hoon. They're not sending everybody. It's just Chicken. Sometimes maybe even MOBA Zane during neutral objectives, but in big team fights, you dump him into that side with 2 stacks, 1 dash, pop it, and then you let Zia do the cleanup.
And that's what gave Zia the, what we call in the business, gold lane experience. He literally was just minute to minute racking up stacks on the Capri show, and as early as 9 minutes he was at like 550 stacks.
It's such a great way of playing it. From the micro aspect of the snowball to the item progressions coming in from BTK, I think the Falcons are going to have to rethink the draft coming into game number 2.
Yeah.
There's probably a moment in that game where they're thinking, all right, this is a GG go next angle.
Yeah. Minotaur just doesn't cut it anymore. That in itself was very questionable. When you have a heavy front in the Fred, in the high loss plus the low Yi, Minotaur's not going to be the answer.
In Minotaur, last pick, red 4, blue 4 and 5, I think that's the equivalent of the Vex 2 and 3. Because I was thinking, hey, they invested so much in this Bruno for Benny, maybe they should have gotten the Aurora as well as a solid stopper. Instead, they went for the Vex, so I'm curious.
100%. And as we look at the MVP in Shark and his high loss 3-0 in 17, when you have your EXP laner playing something a little bit more offensive-minded, it now falls into the hands of the Roamer to be the solid rock and foundation of your lineup. That's what Shark was with this high loss.
I love it because we're seeing another side of BTK where it's not about just, hey, making huge plays, but also thinking of creative angles to get under the skin of your opponents. And now, at least, when I was talking previously, yes, they are playmakers, but they need a pillar. Shark can do both. You need me to make a play? Absolutely. But if you give us something like high loss, my plays aren't crazy, but I will make sure I will get you over that finish line.
Look at his item choice, ladies and gentlemen. Both built items just tailored to answer Benny. Blade Armor and Dominance Eye. Slow you down and hurt you as you kick them balls in my face. So Shark just does so much, whether it be on the offense or when you're going for re-engages. You'll see it in the clips right now, in the highlights. Oh, that's it. Benny had to spend the flicker here. That's the nail in the coffin for me. As early as the 3-minute mark, I knew that the draft was going to do very little to BTK.
They were just non-stop. Again, bloodthirsty was the performance of BTK, and Falcon Esports just couldn't stop it. Even though they would chain knockups, they chained a great Minoan's Fury and Eternal Guardian over there, but nothing, no follow-up. It just completely got slipped away from their hands after they lost that initial skirmish.
To be fair, I would say that in most other situations, if you're on even gold against your opponent, that would have been enough. But again, there's just not enough influx in the economy to help them do so. Not enough items to make that happen effectively. And I think that at this point, if Falcon Esports were to redo their draft all over again, they probably should not look to deny BTK, but instead focus very much on their own playstyle. If we want Benny to carry, sure, but we need a secondary win condition.
Okay, quick hot topic question. A part of me feels like that the draft of Falcon Esports was them leaning way too hard in their individual playstyle. Because when you look at the picks, some of these are a little bit greedy. The Bruno, of course, well, #1 Bruno in the world potentially, as some people would say. The Phoveus, the Vexana, That sounds like them just trying to really pick their best, and they said, yeah, I got this.
The greatest hits. They just went into their greatest hits without heeding the fact that they're potentially facing off against one of the best team fighting teams in the world. So with that said, I agree. It takes two to tango. And for you to win a game of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, you just have to focus not only on your strengths, but consider what your opponents bring to the table. So if ever we do see a side switch up here, Falcons on red, that should help them do that.
Personally, for me, I think they need to just keep up with the consistent gameplay, especially in that laning phase here. Unfortunately for Benny, the fact that he got chunked out so much went as soon as the timing for Zia hit level 4, pokes him all the way back to his tier 1, then expecting the dive immediately after. I think the consistency from Falcons really needs to come by before they think about their draft.
All right, real quick, I gotta give this to the BTK fans. Yo, BTK fans, make some noise! All right, they're feeling good. And you know what? You two gentlemen, you look good every time you're on your desk. You know, there's just something about you that just glistens. It shines, really. Is it something with the wrist? I just don't know what. As we want to say, luxury meets gaming with Fairy's first M6 Swiss watches, a special jewelry collection for Jusin and Mia, and brand new champion rings and medals. Follow @FairyWorld on TikTok and our website for updates.
Oh, you're talking about this.
Oh yeah, that beautiful watch around your wrist.
Dragon hide leather.
Got that ice.
It's Swiss quartz movement.
Oh, so good.
Sapphire crystal. The works.
The works, all of it. I mean, if you want to start showing off to pretty much anyone, yeah, put it on. Show him the green, what the Green Fairy has got for you. Because if you think that he was a handsome man, Fairy bumps it up to a 10.
I feel like even more 10. Well, Leo was already a 10 and bumped it up to a 20. You know.
Woo!
What it feels like.
Flatter me.
All right, nah, man, it's all facts here. Another fun fact is that Hello Panda, I love it, and we all do. Where is it?
Over here.
Go ahead, finish it, man.
Yeah,
you deserve it. Just go ahead.
yeah.
Just gobble it all up. Yeah, that's what Hello Panda turns us into. We love it when Hello Panda can fuel our game. It's crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized. That's why Gideon never runs out of energy. It's non-stop. That's why we stayed up until 2, 3 a.m. playing card games last night.
That's right. Level up your day and visit Hello Panda's website for more. Order some, because Gideon already ate all of ours.
All right, Gideon. Okay, we good.
You got some more Hell Panda on your side? You got some more. You hiding it from me, brother?
No, I'm not hiding anything from you.
You better not be hiding from me. You know I love that Hell Panda.
He's a fiend.
No, I finished it. There's nothing you can do about that anymore, Gideon. It's all good. It's all good.
All right, look. The way that I am seeing things. Sorry, I gotta flush that Hello Panda out of my system. I can still see the logos flying across my face. I think that as we go into this upcoming game, right, the consistency needs to be there, because I think that not only did BTK play to their strengths in collapsing, but they really took advantage of any little sign of weakness. Oh, I chunked you out in the lane, instant dive. You give us too much respect and too much space, instant punish. At this point, Falcons, as much as I want to believe that, hey, yeah, they best hits top to bottom, I think they might need to do it one more time. We need to see not only those best hits, but we need to see something that synergizes, that really ties the whole composition together.
Okay, so you want a best hits for the current generation. You don't want to pull something from the 60s or 70s. You want something that's fresh and new that people can get used to. So
exactly.
Take out the Vex, take out the Minotaur. That's it for me. Like, just work that out.
Yeah, let's see if we can delve a little bit deeper into the minds of Falcon Esports. We actually have a quote from their coach, Nyo Chao. I believe hopefully he can allow us to understand Falcon Esports a little bit better with this one. He says, as a representative of Myanmar, Falcon has already won 2 matches from defeating Rora and SRG. Reaching this stage in M6 makes him proud, considering the fact that they've been in the same lineup since 2022. Hopefully the wins over Aurora and SRG hasn't gotten into the heads of Falcon Esports.
Yeah, no, after defeating SRG, they felt Falcon big, right?
Yeah.
After beating Aurora, that put us in this weird situation where now Aurora has to take down Team Liquid ID, so this is their doing.
Yeah.
So they got to dig deep into the playbook, get into the mindset that they were when they got these big dubs.
Exactly.
So that they can, I don't know, qualify, go to Game 3. Like, that's the goal right now for them. Go to Game 3. But how do you do that against BTK, who's literally, even when they're like tables away right now, I think the way Falcon feels right now, BTK is breathing down their neck.
Well, maybe just a little bit, because there still is, I mean, there's not much stakes here. Nobody's going to get eliminated just yet. But I do think that at the very least, hey, let's go back to what works. Dax, let's put you on something that can hard carry this game rather than oppress your enemy. We need you to be able to get into that backline and really start threatening the members. But I personally think they need to start shaking up Hoon here. Because Hoon has been doing a very good job all throughout the Swiss stage. And the only times that you do see the team composition actually crumble is when you force Hoon to move out of position.
So shake up and shake down Hoon.
Yep. Those are great approaches, especially for Falcon Esports. Respect the center of the map of BTK more. When they didn't do that against Twisted Minds, they lost. When they needed to recover and defeat SRG, they respected the heck out of Yume's and Stormy's potential pickups, and that's how they were able to get the W there. Let's see if they'll be able to continue that. But first, we gotta hear from members of the crowd there, some very familiar faces from North America.
Hi guys, welcome to the Courtside Report. Here's Michelle. So now I'm having the Assassin Dave with me. So why Assassin Dave?
Why Assassin Dave?
Yeah, why not?
Oh yeah, why not Assassin Dave? Assassins are fun, right? You saw the joy? Everybody love the joy? Yeah.
So you play Assassin right before? Okay, so would you like to introduce yourself to our audience around the world here?
Oh, absolutely. My name is Dave. I'm just a lover for the North America region in MLBB Esports and M6. But I think our crowd is also a lover of BTK. Let me hear it! Woo! Oh, you know the vibe. You know the vibe.
It's full of the passion. So only the lover? Not like
lover.
the media producer or manager anymore?
Just a lover, yeah.
So many titles for you. Okay. So Dave, now your team BDK is coming back to the M World Championship, and they have become one of the headlines for our M6 race. So would you like to share any stories behind the scenes? Because people are gonna be interested in this, right?
Oh, I only have two things to say. I think number one, this is the strongest BDK we've ever seen, so we're excited to be here. And number two is we love Malaysia.
You love Malaysia. Yeah, you enjoy your stay here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you have just mentioned it's the strongest BDK right now. So what do you think about the main difference between like the BDK in this version and the Valley in M4 and also the BDK in M3?
I mean, just look at the stage. We got the best roster in the world, right? I mean, we are not here for like top four. Even though that's what players say. We're here for the top one. You better watch out.
You were here for the top one, yep. So, how's the feeling after watching the game one, the BDK versus the Falcon Esports?
How do I feel? Feel pretty cold. I feel like the venue should get more heat here. No, I'm just kidding. We're excited to be here, and then game one was really clean. I hope BDK can keep it up and then show us some great 2-0 games.
Okay, we're waiting for the second game. So now let me check the time. According to my fairy watch, it's a good time to start the game too. So let's give it back to the panel.
Thank you to the lovely Michelle, and of course, it's always great to see Assassin Dave on our official broadcast. Always knows how to bring the hype. Dave, great job. Michelle, great job also. So now we gotta look into this game number 2. Will Falcon heed our advice and respect BTK? Because they need to.
It's not up to us, man. It's down to Coach Nyo Chow and Coach RC to get into their craniums that BTK are not to be trifled with. Not like that.
They got to warm up here. I think, you know, cold hands, game number 1, that can be a valid excuse for this one.
Yeah.
Coming into game 2, they got to equalize it. If not, I don't know. It's not exactly the best showing, but they need to get into the right mentality. We want to see the hungry Falcons. We don't want to see them just perched up.
As weird as it is, they got to bring out that dog in them. Because if you look at BTK, every single one of them, Dave was right to that level, to that effect that this is their best lineup for the world stage.
Yeah.
Each player, we mentioned earlier, lane by lane individually, they're the best at what they do. And they all have that dog in them.
Yeah.
How do we see that in Falcons?
BTK looked locked in. Falcon, in the wins that they had against Aurora and SRG, they looked locked in as well. Actually, no, even against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds and Falcon was a very long game, and they were on point there as well, even though they took the L. So it's just that's why the first draft was so perplexing to me, and my brain keeps going back to that. So, all right, clean slate, game number 2. So 2 very clear things that Falcon needs to do. Get Moba Fred out. Get Captain America on something.
Agreed.
And respect either a Hoon or a Shark pick more? Yes?
I would say that both are good arguments to respect that pick, but more importantly, the main concept that they've got to control BTK with is tempo. Control their tempo. You know where they're going to rotate. You expect it even to a certain degree.
And here's the draft. We're seeing respect.
There we go.
Eve, Matilda, and Lo Yi.
Yep.
All right.
There's how you control tempo. In mid, you choose what Shark and Hoon can get, and then you go from there. I think it's easier to play lane from lane.
But, however, this is only the very first phase. Still, Fredrin is not going to be banned, and I think, Falcons, they might have an answer to this. I just don't know in what just yet.
Are they going to throw it way back and just say first pick Fredrin? Come on, we already had like 2.5 years of that.
No, better yet, maybe it's first pick Martis.
I think he even took out the joint. Well, first pick Martis. That's a little bit too far back.
we've had a long reign, long reign of Martis versus Fredrin.
But then also we acknowledge the fact that heading into this, that BTK has a lot of options in terms of compared with that. Other than the Fred, we have the Akai, the Alpha, the Suyos available. But now they're hammering down on the idea of, you know what? I feel like Shark and Hoon are more of the problem for us, so we'll take the high loss instead.
So this opens up the Bruno Gatot.
I mean, not only that, there's also Hilda as well.
That's right.
Yeah. By the way, fun fact about Shark, he's actually terrified of sharks. He chose this IGN to confront his phobia. Is Shark just the Batman of NA?
I think he is. I mean, he's got the voice for sure.
It's a different universe from Captain America, but it'll work.
All right.
It'll fly.
And MLBB NA just gave you all an idea for an edit.
Wanna go Moon Knight?
All right. So checking
it. They have the Cho too. Cho's open.
Oh yeah, the Cho. Flexible, I believe, for BTK. Oh, they rushed the glue.
That is
and the Bruno.
That is odd. That is out of order. But it might just be the X factor.
But my
play Marvis.
Always protect
they acknowledge that there's not a lot of answers to this glue, and I mean BTK and Fried Chicken have shown how disruptive they can be with it.
Okay, I mean they're going to go with the soft counter in the Vexana one more time, just to kind of force priority with or without your support helping you out with concussive blast.
Yep. Necro keep heroes, whatever, same. Pyramus Vex.
I am the apex of
that
myth
Alpha?
and machine.
All right. So they get the Alpha locked in, which...
Do they go Fred again? Fred 3?
Why the heck not? I mean, they can just build again around that idea of playing for Bruno. And of course, Captain Mega gets it back.
Okay, maybe the idea coming in from Falcons, true damage through the tank.
Yep, just burn him up, right? The Alpha does well. They still need more solutions. What, they throw a Lunox in the gold lane here?
Time and tide wait for no man.
That would honestly that's a pretty interesting idea, but up against a Bruno, I think it scales too slow.
You just hunker down like I'm gonna have to survive the first 10 minutes.
Falcon are running out of options. They chose to prioritize the Vexana over the Beatrix.
What do they see in this Vexana?
We'll find out potentially in this game number 2. BTK takes away the Tigreal, and Falcon are slowly getting into the zone of getting out drafted again, not gonna lie.
We'll see in just a little bit, right? The second phase is where things are going to really shake up here, and I think that, BTK, really good ideas, getting rid of the Beatrix, make sure, okay, at least you can't stop us from running at you, and as well as the Tigreal.
Yep, it's a different beat, same destination. I'm with you, Renmar.
Oh, take out the Cho.
Wipe out all the injustice
Respect
in the world.
Hoon, respect Shark. Better than first phase here. Better than the first game.
If they're going to show up a Shark Gwyn pick here, hopefully they can save it for last. Because if Falcon decide to go the route, I'm thinking in my head, and they just say, oh, let's go Harith, suddenly they'll get turned around by a Gwyn pick.
That could happen, but also, what if you pick up another tank shredder in the Edith?
For Falcon?
Yeah. Primal Wrath, throw it on mid, throw it in XP, whatever. You can switch it up with Hylos.
Longer team fight, Hylos. Yeah.
And then you still go 4-1. You put whatever on Benny.
Problem is, BTK can block that if they go Valentina now.
I mean, I suppose, but at the same time, we have to remember that Glue is still currently active for the EXP lane, and right now they don't have many answers to it other than the Vexana, so the laning phase might be a little hard, but BTK now looking to scale?
Okay, so is this clear? Do you go Edith? Because there's no Valentina anymore. I was afraid they can go Red 5 Valentina.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, my worry for this is it might actually punish her a bit. Granger, they go
Granger Edith?
Falcon. Oh, the lineup of BTK is just solid already, even though we don't see the last pick. If they go full heavy front line, then Falcon, it might take them a while. If Falcon wins like 2 engagements early on, like a sure win, then that's like the best way. They snowball.
I mean, they don't necessarily even have to interact with BTK for the first 2, at least for the first 2 turtles, but now they're gonna go CC just to try and win out that lane against the glue. It's an interesting take coming in from Falcons. I gotta give them that.
They might be answering they might be bringing up solutions to problems that they see that we don't in the draft. Are they respecting this red 5 pick?
Could be. That's Jawhead?
Yes, it is.
Oh. A lineup that scales well from the mid game. If ever it doesn't go well in the early, it does late. Very well rounded. While for Falcon, maybe Royal Milk will have the CC performance of a lifetime. That's the wildcard X factor that I'm having a hard time reading right now. Mirko Staffa, let's go.
I do not know what's gonna happen here, ladies and gentlemen, but BTK not only getting the Fredrin once again, but also the Bruno and even the Cecilion. A bit of a switch up on the formula here, Mirko.
Oh, that is crazy stuff, you know. In game 1, we saw a trade, the Fredrin, MOBA Fred for Benny Bruno. I think it was a pretty good trade, you know, even though it didn't work out. They could have adjusted more, but I guess they saw that the low Yi, the high lows was a bit more prio. But in return, you give away Bruno and Fredrin. We'll have to see, man.
We will have to see whether or not the Burmese Sky Warriors can dethrone the Kings with Bloodthirst at the forefront in the Land of Dawn. It's going to be game number 2. Falcon Esports on the blue side versus BTK on the red.
In game 1, BTK quite literally clipped the wings of the Falcon. And for Falcon now, they gotta try to come back, man. They gotta try to equalize it on the board. 1-0 match point for BTK to qualify to the knockout stage. And you can already see how the Jawhead can work out, right? What's the weakness of the Fredrin in this meta? I would say it's clear speed. You pick up the Jawhead, and I don't know about the clear speed anymore, right? Like Shark on the Concussive Blast 2 on Jawhead. Crazy it's so good for leashing, man. Mobazane has already cleared up almost the entire jungle here and is actually matching up with Dax on the alpha.
Yeah, that Jawhead really provides a Fredrin with a lot of assistance in the jungle, and because nowadays you don't see quite as much jungle invasion at level 1 and 2 anymore, you're not really going to see anyone try and mess with the Jawhead, providing that leashing anyway too, right? So it provides a very effective way of helping speed up Mobazane against a jungler like the Alpha. We also see once again BTK going for a very mobility-based emblem setup, especially on Hoon, who is playing the Cecilion. This does mean that BTK not going to have the greatest mid lane burst potential, so having Shark on this Jawhead helps make up for that as well.
For Chicken 2, you can see on the glue, he's actually opted to go for the agility and the wilderness blessing. My guess is he knows he's going to lose out of this lane, so what he's going to do is just clear out the waves as fast as possible and then rotate to the team. Dax, ooh, wow, great sidestep. I don't know if that was intentional by Zane, but it was definitely flashy. Dodges away from the Spear of Alpha by just jiggling.
Actually, really impressive movement by Mobazane there. Literally, the moment he walked into that brush, saw a red health bar, just instantly walked out. Didn't even give Dax time to get that Spear of Alpha out. A catch there would have been huge and would have poked Mobazane down to the point where BTK couldn't secure the turtle easily, but now they are at full HP, and they'll take control.
The pressure on PX7, slam, pass, the Eternal God forced on him. Split, bring him back all the way. Shark finds first blood, the Appraiser's Wrath will bonk on Dax. Zane still alive, and Royal Milk is there with the yo-yos. White Chicken with a split again. It's a 2 for 2 at the end of the day for Falcon, and I think it's a win for Falcon.
Yeah, I think that is indeed going to be a win for Falcon here. It looked really, really good for BTKs to start off. There was actually some impressive microplay, especially... Benny.
Rhapsody, one last shot. Zia still wants to stay for minions. Benny's waiting on the last Death Sonata. Not able to get it in time.
Yeah, no demonic energy, but Dax securing the turtle.
Great turtle take. It'll be traded with Kid X, and Zane takes the kill. Kill for turtle. Dax still have an XP lead. But Zane walks up. They're just going to steal that camp away. And Shark, I believe. No, it's Zane. Was it Shark? Was it Zane who got it? I think it was Shark.
Yeah, I think so as well. But we can definitely see the impact that the Sicilian mid is having on BTK, right? They're still trying to play as aggressively as before, but without a mid laner that's able to match up to that pressure, they are lacking just a little bit of DPS to really finish off Falcon in some of these extended skirmishes, right? Royal Milk being able to survive in that previous turtle fight was what allowed Falcon to be able to turn things around, because BTK already lost most of their consistent sources of DPS. So right now, Falcon does still hold on that goal lead because they were able to secure the objectives a bit more consistently away from their opponents thus far. However, Bruno Sicilian is a lineup that has been able to turn around late games for multiple teams here in the M6 Swiss stage. So a similar condition is going to be put on Falcon in this game that BTK had in game 1. End the game by the 15-16 minute mark, or you will have problems.
You see the unstoppable force there from Shark over to the Eternal Guard, I believe, maybe trying to escape from a possible follow-up from Falcon Esports. But for BTK, I agree with you, yeah. With the Sicilian, with the Bruno, they can really just play it slow. And for Falcon, with the first turtle, they got to try to play it fast. They got to try to fix the tempo to their speed. They don't want to let Hoon continuously just stack up, and they definitely do not want Zia on the Bruno to farm up, right? In game number 1, it was a good way from BTK to actually stop Benny by just constantly ganking and putting pressure onto towards the Bruno. This game, I think we don't see as much attention from Falcon Esports up top, but Benny's doing a good job alone at shutting down Zia.
Yeah, when you're playing with a Bruno on your side, there's this subconscious expectation that he'll be able to hold his lane by himself and win it out pretty safely. Not to mention, BTK can't really give up too much of their mid pressure to try and gank him. And because of that, Benny is able to use the extended range of the Granger to poke out Zia in lane and start building up stacks. You can see too, they just have more pressure.
Eternal Guard coming in. Oh, great retribution from Dax. Right as he goes into the Spirit of Alpha to stun Mobazane. Now he's going to be caught. Royal Milk with the chase. That's a flicker from Shark. Ejector not ready. The Spark missiles will come through and Chicken actually gets away. Benny is waiting for the last shot perhaps of the Death Sonata, but will not be able to get it in time and will instead just shove in the wave up top. Shark trying to stop that steal, that invade from happening, but I believe Falcon should be able to just take it away even despite that ejector.
Yeah, this is exactly what Falcon Esports needs to be doing right now. They have a composition that is way better towards that early to mid-game scaling. They just have more DPS and more burst overall, so they gotta run them down. They gotta take more map control, take more structures to try and end the game early.
No Purify on PX7. Smart missiles. Oh, great Terrified. Mo was able to Brazer's wrap. PX7 trying to go for a little bit of a dodge there. Oh! Sane still gets it with the enhanced attack. I thought he missed the skill 1. Concealed from Shark. Sane will sacrifice himself. Walking up, but Shark will fall too. The sacrifice failed. And that's another kill over. Benny is angry.
Yeah, you can see that anger right now from Falcon Esports slowly building up on that goal lead. And I'm sure the fans are very happy to see this. Falcon is happy to see this because this is what their lineup is built for. Granger is a snowball hero. He farms well, he scales evenly, but the more advantage you can give him, the more of a threat he's going to be, especially once he hits that Sky Piercer timing. So Falcon Esports knows that they cannot afford to let this game prolong for too far. They have heroes that will drop off in effectiveness the later the game goes. And we've already seen in the past that Granger, although very good at opening up the map and picking people off, is not actually that good at taking structures, especially the Crystal, since he's based more around skill spam than auto attacks, right? So it'll become harder to push into the base the later the game goes for them.
Great Purify from PX7. Dax with the respect as well, just uses the Spear of Alpha instantly there. Doesn't want to take any chances. Benny stealing the purple buff away. Taking it away, and now, oh, Royal Milk. Oh, that damage! Royal Milk has just soloed Mobazane. It was a bit of help from Dax, but that was a statement. That was a declaration of war from Falcon.
The CC pick, very effective for Falcon Esports, and not just for winning out against tankier EXP laners, but for being the bane of heroes like Fredrin. And the crowd is chanting!
Eternal Guard into Dax's spear. Chicken gunned down by Benny with a Death Sonata. And now it is all Falcon Esports.
Falcon Esports are sinking their talent runs into the bloodthirsty Kings, and the atmosphere is electrically charged by the Burmese fans as they are witnessing their team go head-to-head. Right now, 5K gold lead, 8 minutes in. Falcon still has plenty of time to continue piling on the pressure and ending the game before Zia and Hoon have a chance to come on a line. But the Bruno and Cecilion so far have not been killed once in this game. The next target for Falcon Esports is to stifle their farming, and then the game should go very easily into their hands.
We saw Benny on the Bruno, 100% win rate in game 1, destroyed. Now we're seeing possibly MOBA Fred's Fredrin, 100% taken away by Falcon. That would definitely be poetic, right? BTK taking away the 100% from Benny, and then Falcon returning the favor just in game number 2. And you could just see in the draft, we were talking about it, you know, criticizing, you know, Fredrin, Bruno, leaving it both to BTK. It was a risky move, but they played their cards well. They knew how to deal with it. The CC pick turns out to be the way to do it. And with the CC here being so free in the team fights, they decided to go Flicker. Now, they don't even need the extra sustain from the Vengeance, doesn't even need the extra sustain from, or maybe just even the mobility from Sprint. It's all about the Flickers, just blinking in, getting damage, and then getting out.
Yeah, no reason to have to go Vengeance here, right? This CC was specifically picked towards the end of the draft, and by that time, Falcon Esports had already seen most of the DPS options that BTK had, especially the Sicilian mid lane, right? Because of that, they just don't have to worry about Royal Milk being bursted down very much. It's better to go for extra maneuverability so that they can chase BTK down and disrupt their very tight frontline potential. A Lord has now been secured for Falcon Esports, and the timing is closing for BTK. The chants of the fans in the audience signaling the potential death toll of the American representatives.
This is crazy how loud the fans are. It's phenomenal. MY, I thought MY stands for Malaysia, man. Honestly, game 2 here is making me really feel like I'm in Myanmar. That's a Sea Halberd, War Axe. Oh, Benny's built. Benny's ready for a fight, for a real brawl.
Not even going for the Sky Piercer, actually, just straight up building into damage so that Benny is able to melt down frontliners like Mobazane and Fried Chicken as well. And we can see that it's being very, very effective. A 4K gold lead between the gold laners. Lord pushing in. It's only the first. BTK still has their holy defense, but how well can they hold?
Royal Milk Zone in the back with the curtain call. Putting Hoon together with Fried Chicken. Mobazane gets ejected back. That's a retribution from Mobazane. Only onto the mini waves. The Lord will be able to get the first base turret in the mid lane. BTK dealing with the rest of the waves. Falcon Esports with the first Lord. A base turret take is already crazy value, but they're not happy with just one. They're setting up the waves for another siege.
Falcon Esports are well aware that the next Lord is probably the last chance they can get to really push in and end before Hoon starts building up genuine stacks. The Death Sonata is doing a lot of poke damage.
Kidex zoning them in the back. Mobazane isolated. Curtain call. Oh, Kidex brought back into the Fountain Shark. Flickering back. Fried Chicken with a slam pass, but Royal Milk dodges away from it. Benny mounted up. Brought back again. Zia together with Hoon finds the kill. A 2-for-1 trade. But Falcon Esports, they got the 2 base turrets, and they are happy with that now. With that trade, they back away.
Falcon Esports are still in a very, very comfortable position, but the next Lord is basically their time limit for ending the game. Bloodthirsty Kings being able to find some pickoffs there, and even giving Zia and Hoon their first kills of the game respectively is going to help them start building up that potential they need to start holding on to the base defense, right? They're very good at counter-engaging against sieges. Hoon, we can see, already has those 200 stacks on the Sicilian.
That's pretty low, right?
Still a bit low, actually, yes. So Falcon actually may have more time than we expected.
They have a lot of time. We were talking about maybe, 14-minute onwards that the power spike might hit, but seeing how behind Hoon is on stacks, I feel like even 14 minutes is not really going to cut it, right? Like,
yeah.
Falcon actually have a lot of time now to play. They can keep calm, play it slow, and they've gotten 2 base turrets, right? That fight for BTK, it was good for them. They got a few kills, but it was still way better for Falcon Esports. That was the far lane base turret taken away, and it'll just be an auto advantage for Falcon as they set up for the enhanced Lord in the 12th minute of the game. Benny already securing the endless battle.
That is Benny's final item as well until he decides to replace his shoes. So this Granger has reached the peak of his DPS potential. The 15-16 minute mark, the second Lord we talked about, is usually about the time when Bruno becomes a problem. But looking at the stacks that Hoon has, the Sicilian hasn't quite reached that point either. So Falcon still has a bigger window to play with than expected. They will be able to get this Lord without too much problem. 7k gold lead still in their hands. And a marksman that is quite capable of outranging the Sicilian. Bloodthirsty Kings, not too sure if they have the lineup to be able to hold a base defense here, especially with Falcon effectively pushing and sinking every wave on the map.
It's looking bleak for the defense of BTK. For Falcon, they're going to spread their wings now. In the siege they go. Kidex with the Glorious Pathway. Hoon going to be chunked as well. Ejector coming out. Hoon very low. Flickering out to safety. Kidex gets covered with Sanguine Claws, but now in the back line as well. Royal Milk, Winter Crown, Spear of Alpha from Dax. CSC able to cut away as he flickers out to safety. Benny low. Checking with the split. Mobile Zane kited again as Hoon constantly goes in for bad impact. The base wide open. Benny trying to go for it right now. The Lord is there. The winner crowns his spot as well. They're trying to target it down. Benny will slay Mobile Zane. Sia is next to the chopping block. And Benny will go for the base to equalize it. And we're getting a game number 3.
Despite their best efforts, BTK not able to hold the crystal up, and the Burmese Sky Warriors making sure that they stick to their target. They are the predators in the land of Dawn, eyeing their opponents, making sure that there is no chance for them to reach the scaling necessary to counteract. Yet again, we are going to a full series where a single game will determine which team moves on into the M6 knockout stages. As usual, let's throw it back to our panel to tell us what happened in this game.
The X Factor pick for Falcon Esports comes in big. Royal Milk on that CC, and Falcon Esports has forced game number 3. That was fun. I love that. That was great.
Banger confirmed.
Banger confirmed.
We were looking for Falcon Esports' playstyle. We were looking for their signature approach, and here they presented to us a solution that none of us were expecting.
I didn't expect it for sure. I think a lot of it came down to just hard execution from their side, but they're just showing BTK, hey, if you can snowball on us, we can do the exact same thing back at you. If not, maybe a slightly tad bit better, especially against the Fredrin. I gotta give Royal Milk big star for him, A+ performance on that CC. But not only that, PX7 decided to step up, and Benny now showing that his Granger, he's got the footsies. He knows his spacing.
Yeah. Now I understand the Vexana. Now I understand how game after game, PX7 just says, give me the Vexana.
Yeah, game number 1, they were overwhelmed. Game number 2, when things were a little bit closer, you see just how good the Vexana for PX7 is. Officially now, Falcon Esports has delivered the very first loss of BTK's Fredrin in M6. Going into this game, Mobazane was 4-0. Falcon Esports are the 1 in 4-1.
I mean, look at these items, man. A lot of it just comes down to how ahead can you find your side laners. And in this case, Royal Milk did a good job because not only did he chunk out Flight at level 1, from that point onwards, once he got both the Brute Force Breastplate on top of that War Axe, even Zane, who didn't find that initial snowball, and a lot of collapses coming out specifically from Falcon. Maybe it was just this high loss pick that really stopped them in the first place. You can't disengage from it, you can't walk away from it.
Yeah, Kid X, Dax, Royal Milk, it looked like they both, and even the Eternal Guard of the Vexana, all did a great job of messing up the backline of BTK. Where, of course, when you have White Chicken going forward, Mobazane as well, Shark, Hoon, and Zia, if they have all the room in the world, they will deal all the damage in the world. But Falcon nipped it in the bud, and they stopped that every single time. Benny, also, we got to see him in lane show us a fact of current MLBB, where after level 4, majority of Grangers should defeat Bruno in lane once they both hit that level 4 mark, and that's exactly what Benny did.
And that puts BTK in such an interesting spot. Falcon Esports did what we asked of them to do pre-game. They compromised mid, forced Shark on a Jawhead, forced Hoon onto the Sicilian, and that allowed for Falcon to move a little more freely, compromise those side lanes, again, win with the Granger in the side, up until at least the Bruno gets the inevitable power spikes, and again, Royal Milk's silent MVP performance. I'm gonna tell you now, if he doesn't get the MVP, he gets my nod.
I have to agree with that as well. I think, the biggest mistake coming in from BTK's side is, hey, you need to make a decision on which lane you want to win. As much as you have a lot of faith in Zia, his builds in terms of emblems alone, if you wanted to win lane even, or at least try to win it pre-level 4, you look for Master Assassin. But he respects it because Zia did the exact same thing to Benny in game number 1. So I think at that point, BTK needed to make a choice because right now, based on what we've seen in this game, Shark on this Jawhead after that first turtle, null and void.
And it's that choice that Falcon Esports forced BTK to make. Actually, counterintuitive, there's no good choices for BTK to make, especially in the small frame of time that they were working with. As early as, 10, 11 minutes, Falcon were already knocking into BTK's base. And with that, they've unlocked a playstyle we haven't seen from Falcon in all of M6 yet. I'm gonna call it the Burmese Python playstyle. They used the Hylos to lay down a back line from BTK to not cross over. Kid X was very good at doing that. And then suddenly you would see Royal Milk crossing over, forcing BTK to back off, and that compromises that strong backline that BTK has. Everything else just follows. That's just what made the defense hard for BTK, because underneath turrets, this Burmese Python playstyle really doesn't shine as much because you have turrets hitting you. But once that final push came in, that final siege, they figured that out with the right tempo and bursting down what was left of BTK in that final fight. It made more sense. I want to see more of this in Game 3.
Yeah, you have to respect what Falcon did here. Game number 1, we doubted what they did, giving BTK so many power picks. Then they readjusted. They acknowledged that the problem lied in the mid, lied in the roam. Take away and steal away some of the best picks, and we can set up Benny for success. 4, 1, and 5. As much as he was set up, again, he did it in the lane. He beat Zia in lane.
Look at that GPM. 935 GPM. That
Crazy.
is disgusting. And not to mention that the equipment that he decided to bring is actually a little bit different, right? He's not only thinking about survivability, but he's actually getting a good amount of CDR, not only from the War Axe, but also the Endless Battle, which not a lot of Granger players actually opt to go for. Because again, you're waiting for the full Rhapsody to end before you get the Empowered Auto.
He's weaving in those basics. And that's what makes Benny the bite in the Burmese Python playstyle. What they were doing, that weaving in and out of combat, denying choices from their opponents, Benny is the one in the middle making BTK writhe in pain, making them feel like, oh wait, we're running out of frontliners, we're running out of options, and the next thing you know, all right, we just lost the fight.
That first highlight was absolutely key. Since Falcon Esports were able to break the gold lane first, that forced a switch from BTK to send Zia bot. And of course, Mobazane would set that up to try and trade the tower up first. But since Benny was let out of lane, they could go as a full 5-man to counter the BTK engagements. And after that, everything just turned around in favor of Falcon Esports.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough to watch, especially for BTK fans, because again, it was a good showing in game number 1, but game number 2, the Falcons Esports, they're here to play. And I think that coming into 3, adaptations are going to be extremely key, because again, big game changers here came down to the wire of the EXP. I think that all other lanes definitely could have made an impact, but not as much as Royal Milk in that sector. Tie up the back line, tie up the front line, doesn't matter. As long as they're tied up, they ain't running away from these Death Sonata shots coming in from Benny's Granger.
Again, constricting their opponents, forcing them into a non-winnable position, and then Benny just goes for the head. Pa, pa.
And now we find ourselves here. One game. After all of the BO1s we have, we default, go back into the best of one. One game to secure that next knockout spot. And it's all up in the air now. What I appreciate about the series so far is game number 1, BTK made the Bruno, arguably one of the best Brunos in the world, bleed, and the lineup around that. Game number 2, Falcon showed that Captain America and his shield isn't unbreakable. They deliver the first loss on the Fredrin of Mobazane, and they did so against a lineup that looked like it was built for success because it was the best of BTK's qualities. No, here, they played their greatest hits for that game number 2, but then Falcon answered that with their own unique EXP lane pick as well. I call Cece unique because we don't see her a lot. So the question is that now going to be something looming over each of these two teams' heads? That CC is active and has proven to be great against lineups that are too front heavy and rely a lot on a solid backline.
I don't disagree with it. I do think that, yes, there is some logic to it. However, it does come at a little bit of a cost. Because let's say that level 1 didn't happen the way that it did, and Fwai was able to hit level 2 on time and then maybe call a little bit of help from Shark to create a scenario where he could leave the lane first. I think it would have been a very different scenario at that point of time. So it just goes to show that as much as the EXP is highly impactful to overall team fights from early to mid, there is a lot of focus in that laning phase because it's so volatile.
All right, best case scenario, if these teams are locked in, crazy momentum shifts withheld, if they say game 2, Falcons solve the whole mid lane situation, game 3, XP lane is now a legit threat, what do we do for gold and jungle? Because that seems to be the only other lanes left unlocked.
I agree with you, gentlemen. Great points. Unlocking the right lanes and taking a lot of focus and taking care of your laning phase. Now that we find ourselves back into a very familiar scenario, well, question is, did you miss this? I mean, we're back in the BO3 brackets, BO3 days, but did you miss the BO1s? Gideon? Already shaking your head?
Nope. Adaptation is always going to be key. And my favorite thing about BO3s is we get to see the full, length and breadth of a squad. What are they capable of doing? What are some of the adaptations they like leaning in for? And most importantly, who are the standout players? Who's going to be consistent in all 2 or even 3 of those matches?
Yeah. Short answer is no.
No.
The fact that we got here to what we could call a best of 1 is a creation of the best of 3 series. If for not the opening salvo of the joy from BTK and not this amazing CC game from Royal Milk in game 2, this best of 1 would not have been possible. So no, we've crossed that path. We're done with BO1s.
Yeah.
Welcome to M6.
Well, I mean, the best of 1s are still a significant factor into our World Championship. It unlocked a new level of scenario for MLBB Esports and the results. But at this point, I'm very happy to be back in the BO3.
Yeah, same. It's a simple question of, do you like your appetizers or do you like, main courses? Something a little bit more tangible, a little bit more bite and meat to it.
Yeah. So let's see now what these two teams are going to be doing to win. Again, 1 game, 1 win will send you to the knockout stages to join RRQ Hoshi, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and excuse me, can you help me jog my memory? I am blank for
NIP Flash.
NIP Flash, thank you.
Fresh off of that best of 3.
Yep. So, Falcon, are you gonna default and go back into that Vex?
I feel like they might do it one more time, but that's on the assumption that they're on blue side once again. BTK could take blue side for their own and then start changing it up with an early Cho pick. But I felt like in this game, BTK are putting themselves in a position where it's like, hey, if it works, don't fix it, right? They had a couple of good ideas when it came down to the EXP as a way to punish, but I think now they default back to their true play style. Let's make the plays all over again.
Regardless of side, I think as long as you ban out the Hayabusa and the Fanny, or you take care of those kinds of factors, PX7's Vexana is not a problem. It's the actual threat.
So now let's see who will respect whom, which power picks will get locked in, which comfort picks will make a difference. And one last question. Similar to what we set up heading into the draft, will the EXP lane pick be the main focus yet again?
Dear God.
Respect the CC and ban it first face blue side.
Pretty crazy, right? I mean, again, this just goes to show that BTK are given that respect over to Falcons. And I think that both sides understand that they are very momentum-based teams. You get that snowball running, it turns into an avalanche within 8 minutes.
Could imagine the conversation BTK had alongside their coach here, Pika Diff, Steven Tran. Coach, you just gotta get rid of that. Just right now, pick 2. Bantu, CC, and the Jushin, they go back to their defaults. Still open, at large, the Hylos, the Cho, still out there. The Hilda as well.
Yep. Let's not forget about the Yve. I would imagine that Falcons is most likely going to ban the Yve this time around, unless they don't mind playing the Yve into Valentina, Yve into Vex even. Both could be okay. It's tough. I would say that this is a tough decision coming in from Falcon's side. Like, red side feels just a little bit weaker, specifically in this best of 3.
Too bad. Still the Eve, but the interesting thing is if BTK decide to, hey, let's just run it back, let's try to replicate our red side draft, put it into the blue side this time around, with the CC gone, things might end up actually in favor of BTK if ever they decide to go that route. But at the same time, of course, I think Falcon can easily read into that.
Are you saying a blue glue?
Not a rush for the first pick, but first
phase.
Last phase.
Oh.
Yep. I think definitely last phase is going to be more important. This high loss has been quite a problem. Personally, for me, I was thinking maybe like BTK might just go straight into the flex pick Cho instead of the high loss, but we've seen in these past 2 games how devastating the Glorious Pathway has been.
Yeah, and the difficult thing is now, because of Falcon's aggressive 2 bans onto the mid laners, so the Loyi, the Eve, and of course BTK taking away the Juicin, the high loss is set up for success.
Yep, it's a soft counter to the Bruno. Because the Bruno's wide open, Benny's thinking twice.
Yeah. Falcon now will have to consider. It's a Vexana. They're rushing it. And it's the Phoveus for Falcon.
All right. The way that Falcon is drafting, I'm pretty sure they're taking into consideration what happened in game 1. And I hope it's not a replay. That would have been, you know the saying, right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And with a game 2 in the middle of that too, like you can't forget a lesson that quickly.
Yeah, very true, very true. But at the same time, hopefully BTK doesn't overthink this, right? There's a good chance that they're thinking, hey, all right, if they're going to replay this composition one more time, could we dig even deeper into our pockets to whip out something more interesting, more extravagant to get into that back line?
So it's X-Fred. Because that's what that game 1 looked like here.
Yeah. Will it be Fred? Will it be Suyo? Will it be Alpha? Still the Fredrin, of course, for BTK, and they get the Granger. So right now, they've built up a strong front, and they're going to be saving the 5 chickens pick for the later phase, while the mid laner for Hoon is still up in the air. And I think that's what Falcon might consider banning out even more, but I feel like a Valentina Aurora or Valentina Sicilian ban, you know, banning 2 of any of those 3 might be just a little bit too much. They're going to have to pick their poison.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to pick their poison. And I think as long as it doesn't have some form of way to keep up with the rest of the team, because you've already got the Glorious Pathway. That's going to be the extra movement speed is going to help you kind of close that distance, but at the same time doesn't have self-peel. And that's something that was missing from the previous game when Hoon was on that Sicilian. There's an optimal distance that you want to be at.
Finally, Falcons get their hand on Kid X's signature pick. The Tigreal was banned with a vengeance in game 1.
Ooh, okay.
And 2.
You know, since he got it, very good. But now I'm starting to remember my old question. I think a Valentina and an Aurora ban might actually be okay. It might not be too greedy considering that you have a Tig and a Phoveus.
For sure the Valentina.
Yeah.
Maybe both.
Yeah, they might just lean into both, depending on the next bans here for BTK. Because giving a Tig ult to the BTK's lineup now might be equally terrifying. If Falcon don't have to worry about a Valentina, they might actually just be able to run away with this.
I mean, there's also the possibility of... I mean, we haven't seen the jungler come out from the side of Falcons just yet. And I think it's a really good idea to kind of hold back on what it is, just so that you could find an angle to punish the mid laners now that you're already pinching it, right? And I think in BTK, straightforward, get rid of the Beatrix, get rid of... probably also get rid of the Bruno while you're at it, right?
But 75%, it's looking like an alpha once again. Call it now.
I mean, Alpha, Tig, Vex, at one point, 2.5 months ago, we would say that's an ultimate winning combo. You already win the early to mid.
Yep. But here in M6, here in this current patch, things are not so simple. There's the Cho. They're still continuing to attack Shark here. So that does leave the Valentina open.
Are they not worried? So they're probably going to overload them with ults at this point, right? It's Alpha plus X, and I would only imagine that if they could get their hands on Beatrix, they would. But since it's banned out, does that mean they need self-peel for their marksman, who's going to get outranged anyway by the Death Sonata? Because I think even at least with the Moskov, the Spirit of Despair, oh, Hylos is coming at me, I can at least push you back, and if, you know, Mobazane happens to be standing behind you, I don't mind the extra bit of time.
They're asking for the Bruno.
I mean, that's true. But whatever the jungle needs to be, they just really have to make sure that he'll get his Bruno. It has to be a strong 4-man team fight. I know, they're just gonna go for a full 5-man team fight. Valentina, wide open, and would be the perfect pick right now. Unless they've cooked up something that will give more difficulty to this Tigreal and this Phoveus.
After what happened in game 2, would you still glue?
Oh, I don't know. I think you might. I mean, at least the matchup into Phoveus is like a lot better compared to CC at a bare minimum.
Yeah. Alright, they both leave the lane about the same time. You're still worrying about the same threats from mid.
At least you'll be healthy when you leave the lane.
Yep.
That's a really tough one.
Yeah. Again, we did post a question of the EXP lane pick. If it's our lot, though, I might be skeptical. But I think it needs to be active.
It's a Joy again!
Okay, they go back to the Joy for Foy Chicken, and there's the Valentina. As we said, for Hoon, it's lineup of BTK. Did Falcon prepare for a last pick to counter it all?
Is this the venom we're looking for, the poison? Because Burmese pythons are non-venomous.
Yeah.
They take down their prey with sheer force, brute force. Is that what we're looking for? Is that the alpha?
Well, he does pack on a brute force breastplate sometimes.
That he does.
He does come in packing as
But
well.
that's spelled out. There's no sense of urgency nor an element of surprise if this is indeed the alpha.
Yeah.
They just have to play good.
They just, I honestly think that both teams are just going to have to play good. I think they're trying to, you know, especially from Falcon's side, replay game number 1, except better, less mistakes. Oh, no alpha, Suyo.
The switch up.
All right, a little bit more mobile, a little bit more chances of being able to flank. They don't have the something along the likes of the CC, so it might fall into the hands of Dax to break the formation. Game number 3, it's Falcon and BTK.
A single best of 1 now separates both these teams from moving on to the knockouts or having to face off in the final day of the M6 Swiss stages. My name is once again Staffa, joined by Mirko to bring you game 3 of a very intense series.
Oh man. Again, it's back to a best of 1. Falcon Esports with the draft, this is technically, this is very similar to how they were able to win the MM qualifiers, right? Bruno on Benny, and man, Kid X on that signature Tigreal. We'll see if they can do it. Reverse sweeping BTK just like we saw in match 1. It was a reverse sweep.
But these two teams have both elected to go back to the basics, the all reliable, the pocket picks, the comfort strategies, but only one will emerge victorious. Will Falcons replicate their success during MSC, or will the bloodthirsty Kings finally claim the vengeance they've been eager for since then?
We'll have to see BTK back on almost just game 1 all over again, right? The only difference here being Hoon on the Valentina, not the Lo Yi. But this game, the Valentina, I was pretty surprised. I think the panel was also pretty surprised that we didn't see the Valentina banned out, considering they already have a Tigreal. Hoon might actually want to go for the Valentina to steal away the implosion. That's a retry. I believe Dax was able to get it. Yes, he was. Kid X, though, will be chunked quite a bit, but he should be happy with that trade.
Yeah, under normal circumstances, you would probably want to ban the Valentina, especially with Tigreal on your side, so you don't have to deal with like counter implosions. But getting rid of that Cho, I think, did have a little bit higher priority for Falcon Esports, just to make sure that BTK doesn't have a hero that's able to separate their front lines, right? So far, BTK has shown that they're very effective at playing more scattered team fights, so they don't want to give initiators that can create those situations for them. In terms of emblem setups as well, we are seeing things go back to a bit more of a standard style, but a heavy emphasis on damage for the Falcon Esports side with that Master Assassin on Benny, as well as the penetration emblem for PX7 and Royal Milk.
Who knows, without the Lo Yi, he's actually, without the Lo Yi on the hands of Hoon, he will be in the lane much more just 1v1 against Zia. So that's why this time he goes for the Master Assassin, no longer the tenacity I believe that we saw from game number 1. I think it's a good decision. PX7 already sent up top to get level 4 quickly to shove in the waves, but Mobazane is doing a good job of just holding the turtle away from Dax. Will reset it and will not give the full control over to Falcon Esports.
We have to note, Suyo was very, very popular for a time because it was impossible to out-retry him. That health threshold has been nerfed, but Shark
will take a bit of damage. Fried Chicken jumps in though, like to find beats over to Dax. Not enough damage to actually zone anyone away. Kid X flickering in front, getting the implosion. Who doing the same, but it's only going to catch on to 2 members as Pick 7 pops an Eternal Guard. And now it's Zane still sustaining. Royal Milk going inside, trying to go for the in front of pursuit, finding Shark again. Infinite Pursuit should be ready. Jumps in one more time. Shark gets the stun down. Mobasane is trying desperately to keep him alive as Dax gets the turtle, and that's first blood over to Royal Milk. Mobasane going to be shoved again, still able to dash away. Royal Milk goes in for the Infinite Pursuit. Chicken walking up with a vengeance, going onto Dax, but look at the displacement from Royal Milk. Infernal Pursuit. Now it's Mobasane that's going to be caught. Infernal Pursuit one more time. Zane able to kite away. Sia joins in the team and picks up a double.
Ooh, it's personal between these two teams here. An extended fight around the turtle and then extended into the purple buff. It's really hard to say which team actually came out on top in that one because it did end up being very scrappy.
One more ball. Benny gets the kill, punishing Zia for rotating. You stay in my lane.
Falcon Esports now starting to recognize the habits of BTK a little bit more and understanding that this is not an opponent that you can give map control over to. It is time to take your foot off of the brake pedal. It is go. You have a Tigreal Vexana mid duo. It is so good at countering rotations. As long as you're able to keep track of where BTK is, Falcon Esports can stop them from being able to regroup at any point in the game.
That was a good hold by Shark, though. It could have been way more punishable by Benny had Shark not held the wave. But luckily for Zia, he gets the 2 kills, gets taken out still, but he's able to actually still get the XP and gold from the minion waves. Chicken up top, this is a different story this time around. Royal Milk actually just getting the lane advantage, and Dax, this is the reason Suyo is still really good. Despite the nerfs onto Soul Sever, you still deal a lot of damage with all your other skills. And to heroes, it wasn't really nerfed, it was only the objective damage.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of utility, this hero, still, because of the number of skills he has available in his arsenal. The Hunter Strike already completed. Dax should be able to start rotating around along with Kid X and PX7 to really dish out burst damage. And that's going to be good, right? Falcon Esports, the more advantage they can get, the slower they can force the BTK members into playing. And when they have a Granger on their side, they're really trying to upscale that mid-game momentum.
Hoon has Eternal Guard, will be poked down by Penny. Implosion from Kid X onto 2 Dax, finding the Retribution onto him. Mobasane jumping in the back line, so will Chicken with the electrifying beats. Now able to push out some damage though. Zia trying to cut away, but Royal Milk is dismantling the back line of BTK. Dax with the Soul Sever slashes. Hoon will be able to escape. Dax go for the stun. Hoon barely getting out, but Falcon Esports got the dub everywhere in that fight.
The Burmese Falcons showing us how it's done right now. They've recognized their opponents. They know how they play. They know how they operate. They are punishing BTK for very tight front lines, playing around Mobasane on this Fredrin. The Tigreal has always been a concern for BTK's exact style of gameplay, which is why they have been banning it out consistently against a player like Kid X, but it slipped through the cracks this time. And you can see how effective he is being with that timing. He's not using it to force battles. He knows that BTK, they've got those trigger fingers, you know, they're gonna want to start things themselves, and that is when he can jump on them and strike.
Falcon Esports, this is a very different Falcon Esports from game 1, despite the same draft almost from BTK. Benny is not 0-2 on the Bruno. He's 1-0. He is scaling up to be a monster. Already almost Berserker's Fury at the 6-minute mark will be given the space by Kid X to get the turret up top. Level 9, a level ahead of Zia already. And we know how lethal Benny on the Bruno can be. Zia will be able to get a trade down below though, but as we were talking about, Benny gets that Berserker's Fury.
Berserker's Fury, 2 items completed in 6.5 minutes. This is a huge problem now for BTK. We already know Bruno, he accelerates the game, right? You want to end it before... Hold on.
Check-in with a vengeance, able to cut away for now. Kid X will be chain CC, and Hoon gets a pick off.
BTK really needing to find some sort of punish there. The ideal would have been a kill on Benny, but removing Kid X for another 10 seconds is actually great timing because the turtle has just come up. This will allow BTK the more comfortably positioned, but look at Benny's damage already.
Ridiculous damage. Royal Milk going in. Benny putting some damage down onto Shark again, and Falcon Esports, they were able to buy enough time. Kid X is spawned back in the game. White Chicken looking for the back line, will be going on the big 7 with electrified beast. Mobasane chain sees him. Dax gets the turtle though. BTK still caught in the fight. That's a purified from Sia. Kid X finds an implosion. 2 members caught in the implosion. Zane brought back again, and that will be Zayn trying to run away, but you cannot run away from the infernal pursuit. Benny continues with the siege, and it is a win by Falcon Esports again.
With the talons of a falcon and the eyes of a hawk, the Burmese representatives with their eye on the prize the entire time. Fried chicken in the backline does not matter. Losing PX7 just a trifle because they get the turtle and they're able to surround BTK immediately. They have way more punishing power over time.
Chicken with a vengeance. Benny assassinated in the back. Kidex dealt with as well. A bit of an overstay from Falcon Esports, overextending to get the orange buff, and they will be punished for it.
We have to note, White Chicken's still going to be a threat to Benny as long as he's not minding his position, and in that case, they were definitely pushed up a little bit too far. Not really respecting BTK after their previous battle wins. Even a flicker now forced out from Royal Milk. Falcon, they still have the gold lead, they still have the tower advantage, and Benny is farming well, but that kill is going to stifle that speed a little bit and give BTK a bit more breathing room.
Man, you forget about it. You just, when you see a lot of these fights go in Falcon Esports' way, you completely forget the damage that Chicken can do when he's on Vengeance and electrifying beats to a marksman. And I guess we were reminded of that. Benny won't make the same mistake twice. Dax, though, however, will try to ensure that that mistake doesn't happen twice. If he's able to poke down Zia and the rest of the members constantly with the arrows, yeah, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, we have to note, White Chicken focusing on PX7 and Benny in most of these fights, it means that Dax is actually going by unchecked a lot of the time, right? The frontliners of BTK are not actually too well equipped for handling Asuyo with his max HP damage, and because of that, he's actually able to whittle down Shark and Mobazane quite efficiently.
Oh, man.
Even Zia having a hard time finding safe positioning, especially since Benny just completed that Malefic gun.
Oh, that's painful. And the thing is, that was literally just Dax with Royal Milk skill 2. That's it. No Curse Blast, no Benny with the footballs there. I don't know. If Benny gets a crit plus the combo earlier, could they have gotten Zia? Would that have been enough damage to take him down?
I think it actually would have been, right? Since he just finished Malefic gun right before that.
You see that damage onto minions? Benny's online.
Honestly, the more items Bruno builds up, the heavier his balls become, I feel like. That's basically what's occurring with Bruno as he gets more farm. It goes up to like bowling balls, then to cannonballs. I don't really know what the ultimate is because you usually don't live that long anyway. But Falcon Esports are now playing the slow game, trying to bait BTK out of safety so that they can get a better opportunity for Benny to start melting them down.
Good poke, Royal Milk stunned up again. Mobazane trying to put the poke, Kinex! Going with the implosion, but only onto Mobazane. The Eternal Guard comes in as well. That's going to be Who potting some damage. Mobazane taken down. White Chicken looking for the fight. Will be stunned. CC. White Chicken will fall. Royal Milk gets his shark is burning down. But he survives. Free Lord to Falcon Esports. There is absolutely no chance for the Bloodthirsty Kings to contest.
Of the implosion only caught Mobazane. But when you're in a Lord dance, the enemy jungler is always going to be the best target you can go for regardless. And there is no way he is surviving both Dax and Benny when they are disfarmed up. And then after that, being able to land the Blade Surge in the middle of the electrifying beats to catch out White Chicken, Falcon Esports have come to play, and they are showing BTK why they are still to be feared. A 5k net worth lead now. We can see Benny even picking up that Rose Gold Meteor BOD completed by Dax. If you thought that they were at their power spikes before, you haven't seen anything yet.
And you can see the respect from Benny, right? That Rose Gold Meteor already. Zia is not dealing enough damage to actually threaten anyone just yet from Falcon Esports. He needs to find the... He needs to thread the needle. He needs to get onto PX7. It's been hard doing it, but somehow they get him. Mobazane. Over to Taunt, over to Royal Milk. Milk doesn't have to flicker, but they can't go for the punish. Oh, Worldy. That's the bounce. Taking almost half HP, and Falcon will go for the base turret. That is base turret number 1 in the mid lane, falling down. The tier 2 dealt with by Dax in the bottom. All while we're talking about it. Zia going for that Sonata over to PX7. Hoon trying to push out some damage again on the Kidex, but the base turret will fall again. Royal Milk walking up. Glorious pathway from Shark. Looking for a moment, but will not be able to find it. Dax in the mid lane will just blink away, and Falcon Esports have dealt with the far lane base turret for the next Lord.
So far, we could see that Falcons, everything is going exactly to plan. BTK, I like the discipline they showed earlier, and it's clear they're keeping track of the flicker timing on Kid X as well, because they were willing to group up to melt down the Lord without worrying about that potential flicker implosion combo. So it's very important that they know the timing on this battle spell, because it has been their undoing in almost every single fight. But we have reached the stage of the game where if you are not ending against a Bruno, you are in a lot of trouble. And BTK are in a position, are nowhere close to that situation. They are the ones being threatened. Benny is almost maxed out on items. Dax is still a consistent threat, and they're having difficulty even breaking through Royal Milk in the first place. They're not able to find the angle they need, and Falcon Esports knows it.
Kid X finds the implosion. Instant vengeance from White Chicken. Benny will be caught in the bad situation. BX7 gets the Eternal Guard down, and that will take him down. Dax gets a 3-man stun. It's the kite back now as Shark pops in to revitalize. No Chicken. Benny. That damage now Windtalker 2 for Benny. Dax gets the Melfic Roar. 15 seconds for the Lord, and Chicken will not respawn in time. Falcon might just blitz this enhanced Lord.
It is the perfect opening for them. And even if they decide, hey, we don't want to end this right now, they have plenty of time. They scale so well into the late game with a Bruno and a Vexana. BTK are they're relying on Zia and maybe White Chicken being able to find the angle right now, but what can they even do here?
They're very low, but it's not low enough to actually threaten anyone. And you could see the crazy zoning from Kid X just standing there menacingly, stopping Zane. You shall not pass.
It may be a kid, but he is a terrifying one right now. As BTK, there is no way for them to break through. The only ideal situation is somehow Shark slows them down when they overcommit, and then White Chicken goes in and melts their backline. There is no other way to disrupt Falcon Esports. Their lineup is honest, it's simple, but it works, and they have the right options, and they're gonna try and end this right now.
They'll get the bottom lane base turret. Kid X still with the immortality already. Mobazane looking for a bit of damage, looking to go for the taunt. White Chicken will go in with the vengeance and the electrifying beats onto the mini waves and onto the Lord. Kid X getting the implosion down! Gets it! A big implosion, not enough to take anyone down though. No one was there to follow it up. Shark looking for the play, trying to bait out the mini waves. Zia still kiting. It was one ball over. Benny looking for the crit over to Shark. One last one. He finds it. That's a double. Now Chicken caught in the midst of it all. The shove from Kid X will bring him back. Dax is unstoppable. Falcon fly high. Benny gets a triple on the Bruno, and they recall on the bloodthirsty King's corpses as they qualify to the knockout stages.
They may be Falcons, but they are embodying the spirit of vultures as they circle their prey from above, just waiting for that final stroke to come. Falcon Esports denies BTK and claims yet another spot, moving on into the top 8, the knockout stages of M6.
Falcon Esports with a reverse sweep again. 2 matches, 2 reverse sweeps.
Let's go ahead and throw it back to the panel. I'm sure they'll have a lot to tell us because this was a great one.
Me and Mark can now confidently say they are a top 8 team as they make it to the knockouts, taking BTK in 3. Congratulations to Falcon Esports. What a game. And now they have made the best strategy of BTK bleed back to back with their own comfort. Turns out Vexana was the answer all along.
We had to question it, and they had to take it through the ringer. Game 1, not just the Vexana, even the Phoveus. And I think BTK were onto something. Taking away the Tigreal from Kid X was important to making this Game 3 victory happen. But that aside, Benny's Bruno still a known quantity.
It is a known quantity, but it just goes to show. Game 1, they may have underestimated. Let them snowball it. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure their coach told them, calm down, stay focused, minimize those mistakes. We got this.
In Burmese.
Yeah, in Burmese. Well, if it's Coach RC, also in English, probably.
That's right.
Maybe a bit of Filipino. But yeah, Falcon Esports definitely look like they learned a lot from their game number 1 experience, respecting the movements of BTK. They even let the Joy through, and I gotta say, it felt like in this game number 3, they were more ready for the Joy. It seems like the shock value the Joy brought in game number 1 was one of the biggest reasons why BTK won in that first game.
Oh yeah, and again, to build on one of Gideon's points is the shock value added onto the layers of Falcon Esports playing a little sloppy. That was the game 1 story, but after that, game 2, game 3, they tidied up and they got to this position wherein the knockout stage slot was all but theirs.
Yep, just equalize those side lanes. That's all they had to do. We come out of the laning phase healthy, clean, and at the same level, you'll be fine after that.
It really looks like Falcon Esports have solved one of the things that other teams failed to solve against BTK. Focus on the mid. Shark, Hoon, if you could get a winning matchup over them, it seems like things go well for your team. Congratulations to Falcon Esports, but we are still going to hear from them on stage with Rose. Let's go.
In pursuit to be greater than ever, Falcon Esports advances to the knockout stage. I am here with Royal Milk. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? Are you nervous?
I'm a little excited.
Excited!
Yeah.
Yes, it was an amazing 2-1 series. Look at the crowd! Okay, now I'm gonna be honest. Falcon just made MOBA Zane's Fredrin lose. Now that's something very difficult because even Fnatic Onyx Philippines couldn't do it. How did you guys do it?
Fredrin ကကျွန်တော်ကပေးပြီးတော့ရှင်းနေတာကောင်းနေတယ်လို့ကြားလို့ Fredrin ကကျွန်တော်ကပေးပြီးရှင်းနေတာကောင်းနေတယ်လို့ကြားလို့
So we wanted to avenge BTK because we heard that they are so good.
I see. So, are you satisfied after winning against them?
Yeah, I'm satisfied.
You feel satisfied. You feel happy.
Yeah.
Okay, now previously we talked to Dax, and Dax said that Falcon Esports' goal for M6 is to surpass whatever standards Burmese Goals has done in M2. Royal Milk, what's your personal goal for M6? Champion? I don't know. Share with us.
Yes, champion.
Champion. That's your personal goal. We can see that the crowd really, really loves it. Okay, now Royal Milk, maybe you can give us a little bit of an insight. I heard that the reason why your IGN is Royal Milk is because you like milk.
Yeah, I am it.
Why do you like milk so much?
No, I open a refrigerator and I see meat, and then I name my name as Mick,
I see. Then why Royal?
and I upgrade my name as Ryan and make Ryan Mick.
I see. As a kid, does it like remind you of you as a kid? You like to drink milk as a kid?
Yeah.
So that's also the reason why.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it a bit nostalgic. He opened the fridge, he saw a bottle of milk. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna name myself Milk. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, Royal Milk, one last question. After an amazing series, we can hear that the arena here in Malaysia, so many Burmese people came to watch and support you guys. What do you want to say to them? Look at them.
ကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်လို့လာအားပေးတဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေအကုန်လုံးကြည့်နေတဲ့ online ပေါ်ကနေအားပေးနေတဲ့ပရိသတ်တွေကိုလည်းအများကြီးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်လို့
Thank you so much for everybody who come and support us here.
All right. Thank you very much, Royal Milk. Congratulations on advancing to the knockout stage. And of course, amazing crowd for Falcon Esports. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down how they went up against BTK.
Congratulations again to Falcon Esports. I didn't know it was simple as that. The heroic origin of Royal Milk's name is just open up the fridge, saw milk, said, I'll name myself Milk. My name is sort of similar to Royal. I'll be Royal Milk.
Hey, the simple name, simple origin story, simple approach to the game.
It's so on the nose. It's so honest, and I love it. Because again, this has been a long time coming for Royal Milk. He wasn't this standard a couple years back. He was definitely one of the weaker links. But now, he's really reformed and is coming to his own. And considering watching that game, playing up against Flyde, who is known to be tried, tested, and true, I think at this point, Falcon's a namestay for M6.
Well-deserved victory from the representatives from Myanmar. And to see a Myanmar team succeed so far as they have, it's great to see. Again, as Filipinos, because of their runs in M2 up against Brent Esports in that grand finals, we've always had Myanmar. There's always been a special place in our hearts for the Burmese.
The only other country to have ever shared a grand final slot with the Filipinos alongside the Indonesians.
Yeah, and it's good to see them performing to the top after a very shaky, quite sloppy game number 1. The recovery here, it feels like this game 3 was just a culmination of all their learnings from their first 2 games.
I love the swerve on Dax's Suyo. We forgot how deep this young man's hero pool goes and how mechanically gifted he could be, because in game 1, this was the alpha. This very slot was an alpha. And we were so expecting, hey, game 3, that last slot, just give him the alpha. But no, the way he played here, he was asserting big Dax energy.
He really was. And I think, the flexibility, it suits his playstyle a little bit more. With Alpha being so all in, you got to make sure when you throw that spear, you land it. But Dax this time around, also keeping in mind that Wide cannot get to that back line.
The backline access really was tough. Even though we'd think that Fried Chicken might be able to replicate that first game that he had, again, it looked like Falcon was ready for it. Remember, throwing back to game number 1, there was a moment where Fried Chicken was 2 levels ahead, and even then, with the full kit and the significant item gap, Royal Milk was still able to bring the joy all the way back, bring it low. Now Royal Milk looks like he saw that and he was like, you know what? I don't mind this joy. Falcon said, we don't mind this joy, and they just played around each other's ability gets so well with the crowd control they have in the Roman mid.
Except that one time wherein Fried Chicken punished Benny, took him down close to the orange buff, and I think that was the one moment that Falcons needed to wake up once again. That was what? Post-late game, after a Lord push, and if Falcons let go of those kind of moments, which was a majority of game 1, if they let go of those follies, then all the more they should be a threat in the knockouts.
I mean, it's an overheat, and I can understand where Falcons are coming from, right? Again, after, a disappointing game number 1, coming in and fighting really hard in game number 2, I think in game number 3, once they kind of leveled their heads and understood that, hey, wait a minute, most of the time, it's just the mid-range battle that we're losing out. It's either we all in and work around PX7 to set him up for success with the Eternal Guardian. If he lands that Eternal Guardian, it's basically a free fight for us, allowing Kid X to just go, Flicker Implosion, who wants it? I know that both of you don't have Purify.
That's an interesting weakness for Falcon then. Something that teams in the knockouts should look out for. That mid-range engage. So in boxing terms, they're lacking the cross, they're lacking the jab to check range.
Yep.
Well, it seems like Falcon was able to land the haymaker here with the MVP performance from Royal Milk on that Phoveus. Now, when you have a lineup like that, where you have the Suyo with you, and then the Bruno, and then you have someone who is, yes, the Phoveus is tanky, but he's not the most straightforward tank in the meta, frontliner in the meta. It can be quite punishing sometimes to play a Phoveus, but there was a lot of control that Royal Milk showed with when he would proc the Infernal Pursuit, actually use it to keep their formation tight. That Falcon Esports, it happened a few times, but it was rare that they had to break formation because Royal Milk was too deep in as a Phoveus.
Yeah, partially I think Royal Milk is one of the reasons why Hoon, having stolen the Tigreal's ult, Kid X's ult, like what, 4 out of 5 times?
Yeah.
Could not get a solid catch.
No, I definitely think that in Hoon's position, he probably wanted PX7, but PX7 would refuse to show himself. And that's when Royal Milk is like, you're going to steal the Infernal Pursuit? Try me, as he excels in these fights. Now, as we go into the highlights here, just a big focus on this very first fight that I think was the backbreaker, and more so, the catalyst for Falcon Esports to truly take advantage, because Royal Milk finds 2 kills in the middle of this fight, and is also able to zone out. He went even against Chicken in lane, walks out of it first, and at this point onwards, even Momozayan realizes, wait a minute, he's so much stronger than I thought he was.
Falcon Esports here, it really looked like they went into this feeling very confident. They knew that they had a winning lineup, and that's why in the initial portion we saw a double kill from Zia. They were able to punish overzealousness, but then Falcon Esports just doubled down, fixed everything again, made sure they were man-marking who they needed to mark, and then once they executed, you really see that the good side of that confidence.
So now the question arises, after we've been singing Falcon Esports' praise for the past 5 minutes, where does this put BTK? Besides the 2-2 bracket, what does this mean for their game?
Yeah, I think, what a lot of teams are going to learn from this is potential answers to this threat. But at the same time, I think that BTK is trying to push what the meta is asking of them. And I think it really boils down to both Shark and as well as Fly Chicken. What flex picks work for both of these players, but at the same time, it allows Fly to still be a playmaker rather than forcing him to be a pillar.
Yeah, and we also got to see here how the Falcon Esports approach this time around was, again, to double down on Hoon. They respected that low Yi. They still respect the Matilda that could potentially come up from Shark, and even the Eve as well. So with those two gone, it seems like the mages that are forced to come in a little bit closer into the team fighting and don't have that instant, like, early mid-game power spike, seems like that's where BTK looks uncomfortable.
Attack the mid trio. That seems to be BTK's beating heart. And if that's compromised, it doesn't matter what Zia or Flight Chicken are doing, despite them being solid cores. Again, it's proven now that you can play a core in the XP.
Well, I'm not 100% going to lean into the idea, mainly because as EXP, a single death, it's just too volatile, right? Too many things will fall out of place if you do end up dying once, which Royal Milk has both shown in game number 1, what it looks like when it doesn't go well, and in game number 3, where it's like, we go even, it's totally fine. It's such a big difference. Polar opposites, extreme polar opposites.
And this is the proud moment that the Falcon Esports fans and the Burmese fans all over the world have been waiting for, to see their team solidify themselves as one of the top 8 teams in the world in Mobile Legends Bang Bang Esports as they join Araki Hoshi, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and NIP Flash. That is a great achievement for Falcon Esports, a team often overlooked.
Benny puts it up on the board, and despite what's been happening in Swiss, despite the upsets, the roller coaster ride of best of ones, and unexpected situations for teams in the 1-2 bracket, it's still the Southeast Asian teams in the knockouts confirmed.
Despite the rise of teams outside of the Southeast Asian region, the first 4 are teams hailing from Southeast Asia. But now, coming up next, a hell of a story, another one, as we will see, well, another Southeast Asian team potentially make a running into the top 8 against the Dragons of the North. Team Spirit has solidified themselves as one of the most feared competitors here in the M6 stages so far. How well will they fare in this best of 3 against CFU Gaming, another team often overlooked, but heading into M6 has been hyped as one of the fiercest competitors. Real quick, let's look at it. You know what? Let's just go ahead and throw it up in the air. What are you looking forward to the most for this series?
Divide Gaming at its finest from both, actually, because CFU very aggressive. Team Spirit have their own flavor to that. So let's see that just.
I do want to see that brawl, and I think a lot of it is going to be with the spearheads of both. I mean, the spearhead of Oppie coming in from CFU and the big shield in Sawo. I want to see how TS is going to approach it, because somehow CFU, they know how to get under your skin, and they know how to instigate more fights that honestly should be happening in a very controlled environment.
All right, it's CFU's big bro OP against the godfather of EECA, Sawo, in the next and final match of the day. Will it be Cambodia, CFU, or EECA's Team Spirit advancing onto the knockout stages? My name is Ren Marceta Cruz, here with Leo and Gideon Q. We will be back for this titanic matchup, which could just be another bagger.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ明治
Hello Panda, Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak isinya lezat rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello Panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
In MLBB, each of the 5 players plays a distinct role.
Whatever it is you want to believe, live again!
But how do these roles work together on the world stage?
Going Sons, who picks up the...
Mid laners and roamers are the bedrock of the team.
Looking for the knockup, not able to find a sense who he wants for. Takes him out.
Whether it's picking beefy tanks, mages, or sustain, together they provide crowd control and damage in the early game, making space for the team to farm or secure objectives. Then we have the EXP laners, usually playing tanky heroes. They poke and zone the enemy to create opportunities.
All right, let's see. Another fight commences here. Gear goes in. It's going to be a lot of damage played.
While the roamers pick to fill the team's needs and support if needed. EXP laners must win their lane and protect their tower with aggressive, confident play, ensuring map control for the team.
Ooh, final slash.
Finally, we come to the junglers, the early to mid-game finishers, and the gold laners, the mid to late game finishers.
Fiery, the god in the jungle, takes a double kill.
For junglers, whether it's frontline tank utility or assassin early game assassin burst, they form the core of the team. They act on the space created by their team to finish off objectives, utilizing power spikes with the early game advantage they get from farming the jungle.
Should be a retreat from the Burmese gold, and they get sent down into the ground.
Gold laners focus on farming for gold to become late game monsters.
1v3.
They are savvy observers, staying out of trouble and positioning well to deal the most damage with their fragile heroes. Do you agree? How would you describe the roles that make MLBB greater than ever? A new era begins at M6. But who are the rising superstars leading the way? In Latam, Maycam Evolve emerges as the new gem of the region. With Aurora's fierce adaptability and rookie sensation Super Nahuel, level gold laner. Team Liquid ID rises as a new M Series challenger.
The double, the Roy goes down one by one. It's a maniac.
MPL PH Season 14 saw the debut of Aurora Gaming with rising gold laner Domeng and MSC 2022 champion Demon Kite.
In some ways, the stories of these two teams are very similar. A lot of eyes on them as potential dark horses and up-and-coming contenders heading into the M6 World Championship. The question, can they deliver? Now, they only have to deliver one series win to make sure that their region and their squad goes into the knockout stages. It's CFU Gaming from Cambodia and Team Spirit from EECA as the final best of 3 series of the day here in the Swiss. My name is Ryan Marsana Cruz here with Leo and Gideon. Before anything else, quick shout out to Qiddiya Gaming and Esports District, where we unite gamers, communities, and fans across all genres and walks of life. Just search at Qiddiya Gaming online. Did you guys talk about saluting at the same time? Because I feel left out.
No, we're just NPCs just like that. But honestly, thanks for bringing up Qiddiya and communities, because right now I think that even the communities are a little split on who exactly is the dark horse of this particular matchup, with EECA obviously being here for a while, but Cambodia is just one of those regions. If the meta suits them, then you see a new team come up to show, hey, we got this in the bag.
The thing about Khmer teams is it's less about the meta. It's more about their tempo. And we've seen it from teams like See You Soon that went deep in the last World Championships, M5, and I'm pretty sure for a lot of Khmer fans, this is going to sting. It was Deus Vult then. Huge part of that team was also now here, part of Team Spirit, so that's some bad blood between these two going into this best of 3.
Thank you for reminding me about that again. If you remember those scenes, those emotional scenes from the M5 World Championship when See You Soon fell to Deus Vult. A little bit of regional revenge upcoming here, potentially. So from November 18 to December 29, you can participate in a little bit revenge for yourself, I guess. If you've missed out on M5's goodies, MSC goodies, it's your time to join the draw for a chance to win Claude's new Epic Skin Challengers Flare and Beatrix's new M4 Epic Painted Skin Light Seeker. Don't miss the rare opportunity to get Beatrix's M4 exclusive and M4 Prime skins returning for a limited time. You know, I'm very grateful that we have the old M Series skins coming back.
What? Why?
I mean, like, you know, I missed out on the Roger before, I missed out on the Clint before, so I'm happy that I got to get it. Like, they're leveled up versions. I wonder if we'd ever actually get like a quick return for these things.
Nah, they have to stay limited edition, right? They lose so much value if they do. And I mean, honestly, with the way things have been playing out, I can only imagine that that these figurines, they're gonna increase in price. They're gonna be like Rolexes soon.
Yeah, all right. You see, they're the very active member of the Team Spirit community there, and that is the matchup that we have up next: CFU Gaming versus Team Spirit. Again, thank you very much for all of your involvement in making sure that we improve our tournament scenes every single year, every single tournament. So please scan the QR code. Let your voice be heard, not just on the internet comment sections. You know, those surveys we put them up there for a reason. And we got Leo already scanning with. Whoa, that was fast. That loaded that fast.
Yep, they upgraded the camera on the ROG phone, starting with the ROG Phone 8 series. ROG Phone 9 carries a better lens on it too. So.
Ooh, all right, I like that.
I'm gonna give some feedback on our own broadcast. Wait, now I can actually just message Prod, but never mind.
Well, now, Team Spirit and CFU Gaming, I went into this, I was thinking about it, it's like, I'm trying to find reasons to be extra hype about it. I'm not that I'm not hype. It's just like outside of what you mentioned between the not bad blood, but like the little Cambodia revenge against EECA. I'm trying to look at the major players of this and how they potentially link up.
You know what? That's the interesting thing about Team Spirit versus CFU Gaming is no matter how you wrestle with the thought, the concept in your head, even when we bring out our major topic, it's a battle between regions, right? It's a matchup that you would rather digest and watch as it unfolds. It's less something to talk about, more to experience.
I think I can agree with that sentiment as well. And I mean, from a technical standpoint, especially when you're looking in the game, CFU is the more aggressive ones moving forward into this. They're more of, give me a spear, I'm gonna puncture your armor as quickly as possible. And then after yesterday's game, looking at EECA as a whole, they can play both styles. There's a lot more balance to it, but the best of the best know, Sawo, even on Belleric, doesn't even need a flicker. He just needs to be the shield.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Any Belleric that comes into an international tournament packing Revitalize, it's a good Belleric in my book. And it's not just because that's what I spam when I'm playing in the Indonesian server, but, you know, I just really like the pick.
You menace.
What?
Just the worst.
Not to mention, I can't believe we've gone minutes without talking about the potential matchup in gold. How are we not talking about Zing? How are we not talking about his marquee Nathan? How are we not talking about Hiko Mania?
And let's talk about it.
On a Beatrix is currently unbeaten. Well, the 2 matches he's used it in. Things of Beauty. If y'all want to get on the Hiko bandwagon, line starts here.
Yeah, I got to get onto it because Hiko is looking real good, and I think he's been playing, you know, a very, very strong game throughout, being one of the more consistent players on the side of Team Spirit at this point of time. But even making that comparison to Zing, I feel like CFU can come from many different angles. There needs to be a very steady approach for Team Spirit.
Now, I think we have something prepared for you so that we can understand the story of this a little bit more. We've mentioned a few names. Let's look at the overall picture, the big picture between these two.
And CMU secures the win! Tonight, the Dragons rain fire! A quick game for Team Spirit. Fear of Alpha, it's not a one-shot, but one shot doing a lot of damage. The anime battle we all wanted, and one shot wants to try to finish it.
Since MSC changed in our team, basically really one shot on jungle. If something not work, he not start cry, he don't give up, he just like keep trying to do something, and he just trying to find some solutions, some moments where he can win the game.
Team Spirit, take them all out in good fashion. Tonight, the Dragons rain fire.
But now it's like new jungler, he just becomes a man.
Being able to kite away, it's a wipeout. CFU Gaming continues the upset. What a performance within the ton.
My past experiences with Cambodian teams were not great. They were always beating us.
Falling down, Wadu gets 2. That gets the kill, but Singh goes on a killing spree.
Belakangan ni boleh nampak yang diorang improve dan boleh sama level dengan kita orang. Mungkin CFU Gaming akan jadi underdog dalam masa yang sama, team yang akan surprising semua orang.
It's not like so much in the game, it's outside, I guess. OP really brings out the comfort in our team. Inside the game, he's like enabler. We can rely on OP to open the team fight and play.
The Dark Knight falls, a kick coming in from OP.
He really brings out the comfort for me and team.
ល្អដោយសារពួកយើងចង់ធ្វើឲ្យល្អជាងនឹងដើម្បីយកពី slot ទៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងវិញ
I hope also Performance in the future going to be able to showcase the strength of Western European teams.
For MSEC, right, Cambodia was locked down, and now we are here to put Cambodia on the helmet and prove them wrong.
Sorry if it will be we, so we just will. No, it's not about some friendly, some cute. It's just we will fight, and we will do everything for win.
Godfather of EECA has spoken. Nothing cute about this one. It's just going to be a fight.
It's nothing friendly. They're willing to do everything.
Everything to get that dub. Hopefully that everything is within the game. And now, if that's the case, you know, I feel like with him saying that, hopefully more Team Seekers surprise picks, you know?
well, I mean, surprise picks is one thing, but there's got to be some kind of level of understanding and logic behind it. Because for me, at least as an analyst, Team Spirit, there's a lot of logic when they play the game and when they draft. CFU, it's a mental battle dealing with these guys. They've already taken down Vamos, of course, and how did they do it? They got underneath their skin, they're able to overheat their opponents and douse them with so much fuel that it ends up smothering them.
That's a huge strength coming in from CFU. Again, you watch them play, you watch them even in their home league, MPLKH, the league that they've yet to win up until this point to qualify for M6. You'll know that what Gideon is saying is right. It's a very intuitive way of playing MLBB. It's very instinctual, very just primal way of responding to team fights and enabling your cores, which was spoken of in that video package. Zing and the Detective look to OP to do that.
So now that we are a little bit more familiar with the animalistic side of CFU Gaming and how they play, let's get into their heads. What made them better so that they could finally become champions? The biggest difference this year is the change in the players' mindset. They are more resilient now. This is also their first time at the M Series as CFU, and since there's only one slot for Cambodia, we came into M6 with two things in mind: a learning attitude and the goal to do our best. They're going up against three names mainly who are very experienced in the international stage. Now then, this has put a lot of pressure onto OP to step up, be the big brother yet again, and lead this team against experienced vets in two of them at the center of the map, in Sao and Sunset Lover, and one of the EXP lane, which so far today has been like the crucial role of the game in Kid Bomba.
I mean, yes, it is an extremely crucial role, but I think, you know, coming into this, the mentality is so very important. It's so easy to overheat in these tight matches, especially one which allows you to make it basically top 8, almost guaranteed when you qualify for the knockouts. On the opposite end, I think that at least for the EECA, they've been in these types of positions before. They've made it out of groups multiple times after multiple M series, and I think Sawo, as the godfather, the grandfather here, as some may call him, at the very least, can tell the rest of his team, hey, this is not the first time we've been here before. You play better. You play better. You play better. A real thing he did during M5.
And that's just assuming that it has to get to that point. We're talking about how there has to be a method behind the madness. Team Spirit also has a good coach, a gameplay-centric coach in Coach Vren. So that's going to come into play when they face off against the man we just saw a quote from, Coach Taimigo, leading CFU Gaming.
I mean, CFU Gaming from Cambodia, this is a dangerous squad, man. They've already knocked out one of my representatives, but at the very least, keep your eyes open, not only for OP, who's going to keep on fighting, but Detective and as well as Zing. Detective is a big standout for me at the very least. He's able to show us many different sides of what the meta could potentially offer, but at the very least, macro-centric, even when his micro is peak.
And he also admits that he sort of looks like Fabian from Team Liquid ID and wants to go up against him. Hopefully that'll be in the top 8 and not in the lower portion of the bracket that CFU is trying to avoid getting into. You mentioned OP earlier, Leo, 100% win rate on the Cho. Definitely has to be contested by Team Spirit, which they've shown before, and for Sing, which we have also been touching on since the high package. He is the key to victory. 33% of the damage dealt by this team is from the gold laner alone, but Team Spirit has an epic gold laner in Hiko as well.
Hiko Mania is in full swing, and the world can't get enough of it. What else can this young man play? Will CFU stretch out the hero pool that Team Spirit has prepared? Because again, that Beatrix is a thing of beauty. What else is Hiko packing?
I mean, he's packing a lot, especially with the support system. I would say one of the best duos in the world, Sawo and Sunset Lover.
8 of the men.
These men have grown so much. I mean, Sawo, of course, looks exactly the same, even from M1, but even so, Sunset Lover has been an absolute rock for the team. When Sawo is able to defend, Sunset Lover is able to open the doors for people like One Shot, Kid Bomba, and of course Hiko to blow through their way to the very end.
Very few teams actually can walk the walk and talk the talk like this trio from Team Spirit. They're veterans, Sawo, Sunset Lover, and Kid Bomba. And usually, the aura of these three are enough for you to get blinded by their jungler. What just happened last time when they beat TLID, right? One Shot went ham with that Fanny.
And I'm glad that we're finally touching on very specific heroes now. We've touched a little bit on the show, on the side of CFU Gaming. Now, Team Spirit has shown that One Shot is a very reliable Fanny. Interesting that the two iconic heroes that so far with these are actually, well, they chose to counter the Fanny, as we know. So, well, One Shot even admitted that he did also surprise with the Fanny. He played a lot of it during training and in ranked games, and I just never played it in any tournament before this because it wasn't in the meta. Interesting that last thing he said there, Leo.
The best Fanny he's ever seen is Kyle Teasy, M5 world champion from Falcons AP Brand. Kyle Teasy almost took down MSC as well, so One Shot was watching.
And it makes sense. Who's his coach again? All right, one of the coaches of M5 World Championship winning jungler Kyle Teasy, Coach Friend.
It must have been a crazy experience for them, right? In the EECA, they're looking for a coach. Ren steps up and is like, I'll do it.
That is the equivalent of a young boxer picking up Freddie Roach. Like, I'm the next Manny Pacquiao. I'm the next Fanny.
Oh, God. I mean, I'm excited for this matchup because I think the draft is going to be so interesting from both sides. One wants to instigate fights, but we've seen so many unique picks coming in from Team Spirit that has some great ideas behind it. There's always a method to the madness, as they say.
And let's see what madness we'll see from this draft. A part of me is thinking that maybe Team Spirit might hold back a little bit on the little bit more local picks.
Yeah.
But now I feel like CFU might actually bring in one maybe in the midder XP as something unique that we haven't seen or don't usually see.
Watch out, the Hylos and the Cho is still open. So that's a big trade that we should be watching out for. What will they let through?
Honestly, it's hard to read where these drafts are going, especially with a meta so expansive, and again, really benefits teams who have a clear personality and identity coming into these games, right? With strong win conditions and a clear path to victory, teams need to simplify it down. They don't want to have too many tools.
Yeah.
Sometimes too many tools could cost you the game.
Yeah, to add to that idea of simplified, actually, Team Spirit, it's not that they're not versatile, but it seems like they are keen on very specific strategies. They've only played 10 unique heroes in 3 games.
Chose me to
And a little fun fact for Hiko. Hiko and Aaron Shiki remain the only gold laners yet to play Bruno in the M6 Swiss stage. So if ever we see Team Spirit whip out a Bruno, although knowing CFU in Cambodia, they'll probably take it as one of their first 2 picks here. That will be the first time we'll see it.
Here we go.
Oh no, yeah, there, they take it.
Yeah, you called it on the dot, right? We expect the Bruno. I'm also expecting the Cho coming out from the side of CFU. I mean, there's no reason not to. It's just good in pretty much any kind of composition. You need pickoff, Cho's the guy.
OP's pick. It's undefeated.
Detective refused to tell me if that was OP's favorite hero.
Oh, he didn't want to say it?
No, OP's just like, is that one of his favorite heroes? I asked him face to face, like, can't say.
Oh, look at the mind games.
So let's just assume it's yes, right?
Yeah.
If they pick it here.
I mean, 6 more seconds to make sure that they make this decision here and now, unless they want to provide another answer in high loss.
Weapon.
Whoa.
That's not normal.
That is not even a prio, but I do know that Detective has this as a pocket pick, but not to pick it so early. Not in the first phase, not in Red 1 and 2.
Okay, this just means that CFU is down to brawl. They are down to get their hands in the mud against Team Spirit. Because again, the Julian into the Suyo matchup is extremely unique, right? Julian is capable of fighting pretty much every 8 seconds, every 7 seconds, just to make sure once you hit level 3, we gotta brawl, we gotta skirmish. If we don't get that lead early and I don't get that level lead, Suyo is eventually going to do more.
All right, draft currently still continuing. Maybe that is a surprise pick. I mean, we were talking about surprise picks, either mid in the XP, but it looks like that's going to be a Julian in the jungle. Let's see how it's going to be moving forward. Team Spirit has already now picked the Beatrix and the Glue, interestingly enough.
All right, Hiko Mania seems to be in full swing. Looking to go 100% in the 3rd outing with Hiko. Folks, we need to confirm what exactly happened with that Julian pick.
We will get information down the line. We'll see whether or not this Julian pick was actually meant to be or not to be at this point, and how they're going to manage it is going to be a completely separate question.
It's an unexpected debut suddenly.
It really is. Unless they were trying to hold it for like a little bit later down the line, they were just hovering. It's like, by the way, this is what we want to do. I don't want to read into it too much. For all we know, all intents and purposes, it could be a full reset.
Yep. Right now we see our hard-working marshals at it right now, discussing with the players from both sides, both active, talking to the side of Team Spirit and for CFU Gaming as well. And we're going to be seeing if this draft will continue as it is, as picks are coming up. That's an Amon on the side of CFU Gaming, and as this draft is going on, it really seems like we might see a draft reset in our hands, folks. So thank you for your patience, but of course, thank you as well to our marshals for showing up and helping us out here.
Fast responders, our very first responders, our first line of defense for anything that happens on the stage here at M6 and IOI City Mall. But I gotta think about this for a moment, right? We've seen a lot of teams go for the Suyo first pick opening. I'm assuming that at least first pick is probably verified at this point.
Yeah.
Do you guys think that it's a strong opener? Personally, for me, I feel like any power picks at this stage, other than quote unquote the Bruno, has been kind of lackluster.
Yeah, especially from the last one, I'm a little bit more okay with Suyo popping up as a first pick, even though there has been this trend of teams forgoing it. But then I think it boils down more to is your jungler a hella good Suyo that is worthy enough as a first pick? If the answer is yes, then it's a great first pick.
Suyo actually shows up more often in a prio pick on red, almost twice as much. On record, it's 8 times in blue, 16 times in red, because it's more easy to make up for that sudden commitment to the jungle when you have another power pick to go for. But yeah, I understand where Gideon's coming from. Blue Yo isn't as strong as it should be, or as it used to be when Suyo was new, but with the way One Shot was playing on that Fanny, and how maybe Team Spirit wants to be more flexible being on blue, I understand.
I think why not, right? I feel like blue side, especially with the first picks, usually I'm very much for, hey, your openers are extremely important in this draft, and especially when it comes down to the first 3 bans, because it gives you a direction that you want to eventually lead into. But now it's starting to feel like a honey trap that people keep sticking their hands into and can't pull up back out.
Yeah, but so far, it should have succeeded, right? Like, I mean, just looking back at like the FNOP one, that succeeded. Falcon, that succeeded as well.
I'll tell you what, compare it to the high loss overall, because I feel like at least with the high loss, it is a rock, it is solid, and most of the time, if you want to double back on what your comp wants to do, high loss is okay with it in comparison to Suyo.
Yeah, I feel like some of the questions right now popping up from the coaches to their players are, all right, any of you, EXP Rome, you guys feel like playing high loss today? Can we play something else? Can we just get the Suyo out first? Like, I don't want to just stand around, bring down a carpet, and use Revitalize.
And that's when the high loss doesn't even get banned. But in this case, again, assuming that everything was fine and dandy up until that Julian pick, CFU did ban the high loss. So what have been open left was Agatot. Would you have done that?
No, you're not going to rush Gatot.
Exactly. So Blue Yo makes more sense than, first pick Gatot.
All right, I can get behind that. I can kind of get behind that. Because Cho was also open as well.
First pick Cho, but again, knowing Sawa, knowing the Godfather, you'd rather play in the second phase.
But I think for Team Spirit, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't their Cho more of a Kid Bomba EXP lane pick actually?
Usually.
They can flex, they can flex.
Oh, they can flex it. It's also something Sawa.
Sawa can.
I wouldn't put it past Sawo, to be honest. I feel like Team Spirit is more reactive in the way that they kind of draft overall until they've got like a very clear win condition. Like we've seen them first pick Granger before, right? And clearly they had an idea of what they wanted to do from that point onwards.
All right, a little fun fact coming up on your screen right now. I think it's going to be that guessing game that we do sometimes. All right. Who is the most banned hero in the history of M Series? I'm just going to say it's Cho. It's probably Cho, right? Because he's been read out for all M Series.
We're approaching maybe Matilda or Eve. Because as far back as M2, I remember Matilda being on the chopping block already.
I'm trying to see a commonality, right? How far are we really wanting to go back? Because I think that there is an argument. There is an argument for even some of the M1 heroes. Harith, for an example, has been throughout M history, been around.
Okay. So, one hero. You first, Gideon.
I'm going to guess the Harith. I got to double down on it.
Leo?
I'll say Matilda.
I'll say Cho. We're going to go with Cho. So who is it? Type down in the comment section before we pop it up, because it's about to pop up. What's your answer? The most banned hero in the history of M series is Wan.
She's a relatively new hero. And she hasn't seen much bans in this World Championship. Maybe M4 and M5 may have skewed the stats.
Maybe even in M3.
Was it?
I'm throwing back to Singapore, and in my head, I'm like, I don't really see much 1-1 bans there.
I mean, it's been a while. I was thinking like arguably even Beatrix. I know Mirko was definitely happy for this one. He was already hands up, crucifix style. Let me show you what I got.
Wow.
What was that?
That's a shocker. That's a shocker for me, honestly.
Yeah, same. Interesting stat. What was that, 236 times?
Yeah, so it can't...
That's a lot of games.
Yeah, it can't be just from one M series. I feel like not even two will be able to encapsulate 200 plus bans. That means across multiple M series, at least 3.
So minimum starting M3.
Yeah.
So she racked it up in started to rack it up in M3. A lot in M4, M5.
Oh yeah. Wait. Now that I think about it, is it because of the formats that have changed throughout the years of the M series that we got to see so many of those games?
That's M4 did not have any elimination, so possibly.
Oh,
there were a lot of games then.
Yeah, that's true. The M4 schedule was packed. I'm trying to look at like the most banned heroes from the M3 World Championship. 1-1 isn't even at the top here. How? Why
so
did
it's not
get
M3.
so many bans?
It's M4 onward.
I mean, no. I mean,
that's
the
ridiculous.
meta probably wasn't that scuffed, right? If not, Fanny probably should have been part of the mix.
M4. We're talking about Benny Cutie here.
That's true.
We're talking about the MVP of M4.
Talking about the CWs. We're talking about the Chewes.
That we are. We're talking about the Super Marcos from M5.
M4 93 bans.
See? There it is.
Okay, yeah, so it's starting M4. Interesting.
Where did the 130-something picks go?
His daughter's nickname was 1-1.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Okay, it was during his peak. Let's look at M5. She was banned 112 times in M5.
See, so 4 and 5 were the culprits.
That's so crazy to think that the culmination of 4 and 5 was enough to push her over the edge compared to like back in 3, 2, and even 1.
With over half a decade of esports history, yeah.
That's so
single-handedly this hero.
Yeah, and Nolan had 150 bans during M5. Fun fact. Oh, by the way, Nolan we don't see as much anymore. It seems like the
homie dipped.
Yeah, the one big time burst is a risk not a lot of teams are willing to take anymore.
Yeah. Bro is playing second fiddle to even Fredrin.
Yeah, hopefully he finally went back in time to take care of Layla properly.
Hey,
no,
his life decision allowed for us to have a great mascot.
I bet his last name is Mysterio. Horrible father. Horrible father.
Absent. Another nickname to go by. Look, honestly, that really bugs me so much.
Why are you so mad at the one getting the most bans?
I legitimately am, because I feel like I'm mixing up my data with even like when we're talking not only M series but even MSC alongside it.
Yeah, a part of you thought, wait, so are we counting MSCs too?
Yeah.
How did it get to 200 plus?
That's crazy. It's so crazy.
No, it's honestly just M4, the insane amount of bans in M5, and even the 10 from M6. Adds to that, she is the most banned.
Yeah, she does see quite a few second phase bans here in M6.
She does. But only, I do feel like she's not as busted as she used to be before.
Yeah. I mean, you can clearly tell like some of the conditions to bring in 1-1. If it's a slow front to back, you have 2 tanky frontliners, you bring up the 1-1. But then, as we saw with Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus BTK, the 1-1 is now also countered by the Iruthel. In lane can run away with it.
Which means you gotta watch out for the burst.
Yeah.
So you want a good front line and you want no burst. So that's how you get rid of the 1-1.
All right. So, folks, we are just going to go off for a quick moment. We are fixing everything right now to make sure their competitors are set. Again, this is CFU Gaming versus Team Spirit. But before anything else, we have a special video prepared for you. Watch this.
I'm OP. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hello. How are you?
Dream Team Alliance rules. No self-voting. You cannot vote for yourself, and all pairings must be agreed upon by everyone. 1 player per team. Only 1 player can be selected from each team. Role consistency. Players must stay in their assigned roles. Team name and justification. Name your Alliance Dream Team and explain the reasoning behind your selections.
I think this is the first time I've met both of you, right?
Yeah. English.
I know he already, Sky already. Top jungler, right?
Yeah,
How about
right.
you, T?
Top jungler.
You is God in Godland. For real.
You trash talk me in Scream.
You because you jago sangat lah. Your gameplay is good game in there.
Okay. Question. I think not have question, but you need to take back what you say before.
About what?
About Malaysia.
Easy server?
Yeah.
No, still.
Still easy server.
Who you want to take in jungle? Maybe take King Kong in jungle, so now take Super Marco.
I want to choose Skeldra because Skeldra the individual mechanic is good.
He's probably the best of the rest.
I don't like Nets.
Why?
Because he's so noob.
For a gold name, we choose Skeldra.
I don't like all player because he's cannot champion in my country.
Okay, I think we need to discuss 3 player, right?
Yeah.
We need to choose one player to go out. Kick the player first. Okay, Babazin go first because you choose my teammate, right? Okay.
I think he's the strongest here.
So you.
Strongest on table right now.
I think I beg to disagree. I like Yums more. I think Yums is more good than Zorn.
I want to kick Yums lah.
Kick Yums?
Yeah.
I agree.
You agree?
Yep.
How about you?
I think I want to kick Zorn.
So our vote is kick Yum first. So we need to put out Yum. Sorry dia makai. I don't want Zon because Zon is my teammate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Zon for me only.
I think it's also the same for me. I think I'll pick Zorn because he's not my teammate.
How about you, Bazin?
So I get to choose?
You're the verdict.
I'll put Zorn.
So Zon.
Our prince. Yeah.
My same to me. I think Rosa.
Rosa?
Yeah, nice. He's super slave.
He's performed all hero like
Yeah.
unexpected. Yeah.
Especially his
Lilia.
Valentina.
Yeah, Lilia, Valentina. He does two backline so fast. I don't know why he can do this. Yeah.
Okay. For me, Rosa too.
He's here?
Yes.
What do you think?
Oh, I like ini apa? My Venus. Yeah. Same gameplay, right? So aggressive. Where Rins, bro?
Rins? No need with Sunset Lava. No need Rins. Okay, you also want Sunset, yeah? Let's go?
Yeah.
Yes.
Proper.
Sunset for mid lane.
Suka-suka dia lah ya. Itu Cok. I don't want Sanji, Haji, Lemon, Mon, Pasti. think I go for Pew. Because the brain is so good
Yeah.
Right? Alright.
I agree. For me, I pick Suns because I think Suns is mechanically good. Like, even before when he was a jungler, I think he's very good.
I just picked Sunset Lover because I didn't want to go for indoor PH. I didn't want to go for indoor PH. For me though, on the table, I like Theo most. Because he's been playing for so long and he's always been pretty consistent.
I want to kick out Sunset Lover.
Damn.
Alright. We're down to 2. For this one, I think I'll go with Few.
I think I take Few too.
I take Few also.
I'll go to Few because I choose Few, right?
So, Few with our Dream Team Alliance, mid lane.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we choose here.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. Cool.
Later I will story to him.
Guys, why? Why choose you?
Oh, I think definitely he is my teammate and I really trust on him. And for me, he's the best, yeah, for Roma.
I think right now, best is Roma.
For me, I think he chose by Roma right now. I play Rome too. I also watch he play. And what he do one by one is so clearly.
Yeah.
Against Yums, so super annoying when he played you. This your idol, yeah? You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, this also your idol?
No, this is my motivation go to playing Mobile Legends, bro.
Really? Okay, let's take him out. So who do we take out? Maybe Crumb? I think Luke. No need Luke. Boots also. Boots not playing anymore.
Yeah.
Hey,
you choose you playing at XP London.
Yeah, okay, let's. Bye. Now we have here. Tyron, no need. So what do? We choose your idol or your friend? Idol or friend?
Rusak kali.
Sanford, take him out?
No.
Wait, is it who you want?
Hey, I don't like him.
You don't like him? Okay, bye, flip team.
Because you cannot choose the same team. Like,
Why? Oh, nga pala.
Oh. guys want to go for Sans instead?
Yeah, shoot again. Sans. We need to put Sans. So Sans is our bench player, and then Pew is sick, and then we need to change.
Pew is sick.
To check this out, right? I'm right.
Travel.
Yeah.
I want him out.
In all time, I choose Aura.
Really?
Because he good in the experience. That's my idol, bro.
Okay, let's play rock, paper, scissors for Aura. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay, Aura. Aura for XP. There you go. That's our dream team.
Yeah.
Who's better, Dyron or Aura?
Aura.
R7 or Aura?
Aura.
You or Aura?
Aura.
Is Bomba or Aura?
Aura.
The dream team name is Kelra Shiki.
Easy win esport.
Easy win esport? Okay, let's do it. Easy win esport.
Grand final team, because I think all players here almost go to grand final in their league, like MPL league.
It's good. I think yeah. They win M7, M8, M9, M10. They win everything. This team, the best team, because we choose it.
Kelra Shiki.
Easy win esport.
Airport Esport.
Grand final team. Hey everybody, I'm here with Skylar, Diablo, and B-Lexi, and today we're filming My Greater Than Ever Hero Creation. What you guys think about it?
Good.
Good? Good?
Suck at drawing.
Okay, good.
Have you guys ever drawn people?
A little bit. No.
First time. First time in my whole life.
Game start.
Game rules 1. Players must draw out who is the most inspirational character to them in their life or in MLBB. They are free to draw whomever they wish. Game rules 2. They must take a hero out of the character with passives, skill 1, 2, and ultimate. Game rules 3. They have 15 minutes to finish their drawing.
Let's do it.
So, do you have an idea? I'm drawing my mom.
You draw your mother, I'll draw my father.
You can do it. You can do it.
你在画什么？
兔子。
为什么你画兔子？
因为我朋友送了我个娃娃，就是兔子。
哦。
Drawing myself, bro.
You draw easy.
Draw your idol, bro.
My idol plus Bomba. It's my idol, yeah? Who's that?
You.
It's me?
Yeah.
So I need to draw you? How to draw you? Look at me. I need to draw you.
Oh.
Yes, I need to draw you. Possible to draw you, no?
Who are you going to draw?
I don't know.
Player?
Yeah.
Who?
There's no limit.
Why?
It's my inspiration, huh?
Oh, okay.
He got the bald hair.
Easy to draw.
Yes.
That's why I picked him.
Who are you drawing?
My father.
Why?
He's my inspiration.
Oh.
But stickman.
Sorry,
This guy's actually good at drawing. Respect, bro.
What?
Respect. Hey, look good. Good.
The drawing is nice, bro. Thank you. My mom's holding a sleeper.
He's gonna slap you?
Hell yeah.
A few moments later.
Time up.
Let's go.
Let's go.
First.
Yeah. Do it.
Okay, would you show what you drew to the person you inspired it from? I would show it to you. And Dexter, and Monkey Punch, then Monkey Shirt, and then Monkey Combo. You have Punchy Glass and you punch together. And passive, it's Kid Bomba. It's good, no?
Good.
What about you?
I drawing to my idol, but not same. And then I skill 1 sprint because Aura like sprint, yeah. And then his skill 2 jump. And skill 3 punch. He can punch any hero because he experience.
I just draw the Just No Limit because he's my idol. Skill 1, full power. Skill 1 is swimming ball, and the skill is Siskakwa.
这个是我一个比较好的朋友送给我来祈求我比赛胜利的。他的1技能是可以抵挡一下那个飞行物，然后他的2技能是就吃东西，然后恢复一下生命值。3技能是改变他的攻击方式，他是用近战的。
I drew my mom and my dad. They taught me a lot in life. Built who I am now.
Wow.
Passive, death stare. Back then when I was a kid, when I do something wrong, they will do death stare and I already know it. Skill 1, reminder. Skill 2, poke. My dad usually pokes me with his finger when I do something wrong, and it's always a lesson for me. Skill 3, no phones or no gadgets.
I drew my mom. because she's a good person and she taught me a lot of stuff. She's a roamer, tank, and the first skill is sleeper slap. Second skill is a wake-up call. Third skill is no dinner. Yeah, passive third eye.
What would you want to say to the person of your drawing?
For my mom and my dad, I want to thank you for always making me feel loved. I appreciate everything. Thank you. I love you.
For Just Not Me, thank you for inspiring me. Mom, thank you for having me. I'll see you back home soon.
For the last question, who has the best drawing? I think everybody made very nice hero, you know, very good hero. Yes? Yes? Yes.
That was so wholesome. I love all that package, and it seems like I told this to the panel behind the scenes. Kid Bulba and Skylar are the buddy cop film I didn't know we needed.
It's too good. It's too good. And the best part about this entire content piece is that as Southeast Asians, we share the Asian parent trauma together. Yes.
That slipper, man.
The slipper slap.
Oh, really? For me, it was a dead stare. My parents would do the same thing. Like, I would just, oh, I know. I won't.
All right, I feel like we can hop in on that, but I'll tweak it a little bit. If you yourself were an MLBB hero, what would be your ultimate ability?
My ultimate ability? Like, are we talking like pure mechanical area here, or are we talking about like what I think would be cool?
What do you think would be cool?
I think we're missing out a samurai character.
Okay, so you'll be like a samurai type of deal?
Oh, yeah.
Going to your Japanese heritage?
Yeah, well...
Wait, what? Wait, what?
No, I think that all games, at the very least, need to have certain stereotypes. In the Japanese, samurai is always an iconic one. And obviously, it's going to sell the most amount of skins. We all know it.
So what's your ultimate ability?
Ultimate ability? I want to... Anytime... Oh, actually, I wanted to be like Guinevere. If somebody is knocked up, you can quickly just and take them out real quick.
So like Saber.
Yeah, a little bit.
So essentially a Japanese flavored Saber skin.
Yes. Yeah. I'm realizing that.
That's literally Onimusha.
Yeah. It's the Onimusha Commander skin.
He had it all along.
All right, so we already have what Gideon wanted. What about you, Leo?
I would like a... this is a archetype in a lot of different games of our genre. Something that just puts up a like, you know how Yin has his ult, but he takes you out of the map.
Sure.
I think there's room for. I think our developers are listening. Somewhere wherein you can actually make a small field and use that as CC. Use that as an isolation piece. You know, like something that actually is on the map.
It's a grok wall, but in all directions.
Something like that. Something in between us. Even Sylvana's ult. Ooh. Something even. You know. It's out there. There's room for that in the meta.
A literal domain expansion.
Something like that.
I could see it.
Hey, what would you pick?
I don't think I'm creative enough to actually come up with it. I can't think of one. The only thing I'm thinking of
This
is
man
just like...
puts us on the spot and goes like, I don't have anything.
Okay, crazy overpowered ult. You can only activate it when you're in the river. But if I press it, river turns into a big knockup.
Wait, please tell me what role this is. It's really important you tell me what role.
Gold later. No. Obviously, it'll be a roamer.
So it's arrival or bust.
Okay, because I just imagine I'm like cannonballing into the river, and the cannonball's so crazy, you know, maybe front flip into it, it just knocks up everyone in the river.
Can the knockup crit?
No, it's the damage isn't that crazy. I mean, it'll be overpowered. The damage is crazy, but
the CC.
It's a crowd control. It's a solid crowd control.
Man,
like the whole river is gonna be like.
The only use case, you're at the enemy's base, it's like, I can't use my ult!
Yeah. So, I mean, it sort of balances out. It's a crazy ultimate. It's just a river. It's both very useless and very effective at the best situations. Like me. Wait, no. That didn't come out right. Again, thank you so much for your patience. We're still sorting out what we need to sort out with the players. Of course, we're setting up to make sure that everyone is all fine and then you were all good. If you're just joining us now and you're wondering what the heck is going on, we are in the middle of a technical break between Team Spirit and CFU Gaming. The last time we saw them in the draft, Leo, can you help me remind me of this one? It was a Suyo first pick.
Yep.
And then a Bruno first to red side prio. Could you remind us what the bans were?
Yeah. For Team Spirit, it was Eve, Hilda, and Zhu Xin as a blue prio ban. And then for CFU, it's a Fanny, Matilda and Hylos. I don't know if in the process of the redraft we are going to see these bans get reset.
Yeah.
But if you ask me, this is a pretty sound approach to Game 1. So maybe it's just that Bruno X choice that'll get reset here for CFU.
We'll see. Both teams have agreed that they will go into a redraft. It'll be up to them into how much we're gonna go into that. We're gonna see the draft in just a little bit. Although I agree with the statement that I feel like if the teams can decide to, hopefully the bans remain the same.
Yeah, or close to it.
Yeah,
it's
the bans
pretty
are very
sound
good.
either way.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. I think it's a consistent ban all across the board here. And I think at the very least, right, it's just a sense of honor being like, hey, we know exactly where the pigs stop, so we might as well just keep up until that point.
Yeah, so Suyo, we were talking about how do you feel like the Suyo is on the first pick as Blue Prio. It's safe because you don't really say much, and you're allowing your opponents to make the first big power move, and then you swing back with a Blue 2 and 3.
I think another argument that can be made here is how much, when you are respecting your opponents, how often do you need to deny it compared to just saying, hey, we're playing our own style? And we've seen kind of a good mix of both throughout the Swiss stage.
So let's see if the bans will remain the same heading into the draft. We are coming back up again. If you've stuck around with us this whole time, thank you very much for your patience. Of course, thank you to our marshals for sorting everything out. But let's head back into it, the chess match that is the draft. It's CFU Gaming versus Team Spirit. Will the bans remain the same? If I'm not mistaken, the sides should still remain the same with Team Spirit going blue and CFU going red side. And yep.
They are 100% correct. If this is a high loss for CFU, then we're back on track. As well, watch out for that Blue Yo, that first pick Suyo. Teams are sticking to the course so far.
You thought for a moment, maybe, was this going to be dishonorable? Obviously not. Both teams keeping up and holding up their honor in this game. And there we go.
The Cho!
That's what I was expecting, the Bruno as well as the Cho.
Opie.
Is that a song?
No, it's just confirming that Opie is a fan of the show. It's just...
All right. Now, you know what? Let's push it. Opie gets his Joe. Team Spirit will rush to the Beatrix. Hiko has undefeated with this pick, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Going for 3 for 3, yep.
Yeah, in 2 games. And Glue.
The Bomba Glue.
Whoa, Glue really is just back, isn't he?
Because I feel like Glue at this point, nothing really counters him unless you throw it in a different role. Nobody beats him in that lane until you start showing that Vex or maybe even a Farmis. But that's why I think that TS is doing a really good job. And even in our previous matchup, right, when you do see that early Glue, getting that Beatrix to say, hey, if you decide to go for the hard counter in Farmis, we're not going to let you get any value with Netherrealm.
Farmis has been soft banished from the metagame. Even when you feel like we have room, just teams don't. And now the jungler for CFU come through. This is Detective's Joy.
All right, well, so we've seen slightly similar matchups in the previous series between BTK and Falcon. I thought CFU, you actually mentioned one of the mages I had my eyes on, the Vexana. I thought they would have taken a page out of the Burmese playbook and then pick up the Vexana third. But, well, what we've seen from Joy is that it gives you a strong option for playing the macro game. And look at the respect on the Godfather. On Sawa, they banned the Bele.
Interesting. They're going to force you to play something atypical here, but even from Team Spirit's side, really great stuff. Banning out the soft counters as well. Get rid of that Vexana. That way we can try and bulldoze our way through while they're trying to go for that dive backline.
Yeah. Seems like CFU with Cho and Joy, I'm leaning towards they're going to be playing a little bit of the tricky macro, invading in some areas, pulling away attention, and then stealing away resources from the Suyo. Sort of like a mix between NIP Flash and Fnatic Onyx Philippines, how they play.
Yep, throwing it back to their instinctual play style, the primal approach, the team fighting that Kamai teams are known for. There goes the Gatot, again, just one of the few more orthodox choices when you're thinking about jungler, rather roamers to put in. Again, when you're cutting through a lineup, what more you want between a Glue and a Gatot? Gatot out of the picture. What else is left for the Godfather?
I mean, there are... I mean, Tigreal is definitely one of those, like, deterrents that they could eventually pick up against CFU. But at this point, right, I'm trying to figure out how do you enable this Beatrix? Where are you going to find that, you know, that natural combo of single target lockdown, if not big team fight ult, and then wombo combo?
So would they even consider going something along like Kaja or Franco as the roamer, if that's the case?
That would make me a little nervous, but I feel that's more of like the CFU's style rather than the TS style.
It's possible that Wadu picks up the Cho, yeah. Just to double down on power picks and deny him. But no, I think you gotta go for more AoE. Team Spirit needs to go AoE.
Okay, let's see if they'll get that area of effect.
And of course, what goes into Sunset Lover's hands? I don't think there's enough cleanup in Sawo alone. In Suyo alone in the hands of One Shot.
It's tough to say. I think at this point we're just lacking the direction, right? We've got the single target lockdown. We have ways to kind of snowball this out of control for the side of CFU, but we're missing that pillar. I think that Aurora could go perfectly fine blind, but they're gonna go Phoveus instead. They don't mind playing into the bad matchup into Glue.
All right, so we're gonna have a tanky front line in the Phoveus. You have the Cho, their mid laner.
They could go. They could go for a way to disengage even.
Do they go Valentina?
There's something that Mirko showed me here. He's suggesting an Odette. For which team? Team Spirit.
No,
nope, it's just the Valentina.
All right, it wouldn't. That'd be kind of crazy.
Called it.
Yeah, okay. Leo calling the Valentina there.
And what goes into the hands of Sawo?
It can't be Kaja.
Pig.
Franco.
I'd rather the Tigreal.
Tigreal, yeah.
Yeah, Pig's super safe.
Or JH.
Go back to your crypt.
No, it's a
Tigreal. Great calls there. The last two picks, Leo. Last one for CFU.
They need a mid.
Good thing they pick the Valentina. At this point, you can just default into Aurora so you get some crowd control.
I mean, we'll see what it's going to be, right? It's not, yep. Whoa! Because at this point, you're looking to kind of stop your opponents. They're playing into bad matchups anyways. I'm more into the Team Spirit lineup right now. It's so honest.
It's the one win for CFU, right? Lane to lane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But then they're also giving another round to the Valentina. So many trade-offs. Mirko, Staffa, let's go.
Let's go indeed. One final best of 3 series for today. One final slot in this round of the Swiss stage to go straight through to the knockout and avoid the dreaded 2-2 bracket.
Oh, 2-2 bracket is literally going to be hell, right? Especially after seeing the 1-2 bracket, how that unfolds tomorrow. But man, after seeing the Faramis, Phoveus, and Joy, man, Spirit have Vren. Vren was the guy who introduced the Odette, so I just had a feeling like maybe he would be crazy enough to go for the Odette. Fortunately, we don't get to see it, but Valentina take, yeah, a lot of CC.
I like the idea, but regardless, this is gonna be a series between the dragons, the masters of the mountains and skies, versus the sharks, who master the oceans and are eager to drown their opponents in a massive tidal wave. In game number 1, we've got Team Spirit on the blue side versus CFU on the red.
And the Faramis pick by Z. Man, I mean, is it gonna pass against the Valentina is my question.
Yeah, like giving away the Netherrealm is a scary thing and something that Team Spirit would have already considered going into it. Just like you guys should consider the M6 Pass, currently available from the 18th of November to the 29th of December. Complete all the active tasks to reach level 75 for free while these teams are brawling.
Sawo getting the jump down, flickering out to safety. Detective almost going in one shot. Wants to go for the last hit there, unable to get it. OP failing the shampoo. Wadu's gonna be caught in the bad spot now. Has the vengeance too. Goes in as a last ditch effort. First blood picked up. Z gonna be caught. Bomba going in, forcing out the Purify and picking up first blood.
One thing we have to note is that on paper, Team Spirit is the much more aggressive team. And we can already see that in the first minute of the game, getting a very early first blood. CFU, they can do aggression, but are definitely a slower start, right? They play for lane priority. They want to get a little bit of power spike going. But Team Spirit is not going to let that happen, right? They're just going to up the ante from the beginning because this is a team that will dominate games as long as they have a lead at the beginning.
You could definitely say that, man. Spirit are really, really good when it comes to just utilizing the early snowball. CFU, I agree with what you said as well, man. CFU, they take a while to get going in the game. It almost feels like the first few minutes is a warm-up to them. They get rolling, and then once the engine gets hot enough, they will be able to go in for some crazy fights. Sawo doing a good job here, actually just zoning Detective. I don't really think Detective wants to go for the kill anyways, and they can't really contest for the neutral objective against a Glue up against Phoveus, who just lost out on level 4 earlier after dying, and it's a Suyo compared to a Joy, right? So, first turtle conceded away. Good choice by CFU Gaming.
Yeah, CFU knows that they don't really have map priority right now. The only lane that they can really say that is straight up winning is going to be Sing on that gold lane with the Bruno versus Beatrix. And even then, it is a little bit 50-50, especially since we know that personality-wise, Sing isn't usually the type of gold laner that wants to go and straight up win the 1v1 in lane, right? He's more of a controlled style, wants to play for that spike, and then group up with the team whenever he can, as compared to Hiko, who will definitely try to win that lane if possible, giving Team Spirit more space.
Stun into the implosion. Good netherrealm coming down. Detective walking up as well. Kid Bomba. Slam, pass. All with the G Kundo. Just a bit of damage back and forth from CFU and Spirit. They will not commit. Sunset Lover still holding on to the netherrealm too. Was unnecessary to use it. Great poke from One Shot. OP will be zoned away, and One Shot will be able to get this camp in the enemy jungle.
I think Faramis definitely is a hero that works well for CFU's playstyle in general, for slowing down team fights and just generally avoiding too much aggression before they're actually ready to go for the 5v5s. Unfortunately, they did end up picking it into a Valentina, and Sunset Lover definitely going to be wanting to use that in a more aggressive way. We can already see the mid lane and map rotation priority that Team Spirit is gaining, and I feel like the longer CFU allows this to continue, the less space they're going to have to really start farming up on Detective and Sing, right? We're already seeing them having to share the same half of the map.
The tempo that Team Spirit get, they're just so smart at utilizing the tempo every single time. They get so much control over the map. CFU trying to get that prio back right now, but unfortunately for them, TS just have so much more tempo. Bomba, immobilization, the stun, OP forced to flicker out. Bomba going into the slam, pass, one last slam should do it. But he will have to respect it. Now brought back to the team. Has to pop in a split, but no. The netherrealm comes in right in time. The two-man stun. Another netherrealm from Z. Bomba popping a split at the last possible second, but will not be able to survive. Sawo caught again. Infernal pursuit from Wadu. One last shot should take Sawo down. One shot trying to fend off Detective. Getting the kill. 2-for-0 trade here around Turtle 2, and CFU this time should be the ones to take it for free.
Very nicely played there by CFU Gaming. They dragged out the fight so long that it started to reach a tempo that they're more comfortable with, knowing that they still have access to that netherrealm since Sunset Lover used it early on. Oh!
Sing might be going for the kill. No, he has the Purify. He can't flicker out if he did go for the dive, but hey, you're saying about that 1v1. Sing's currently winning. One shot's waiting in the bushes. Okay, Sing reads it out.
This is good. We know that traditionally Sing has been a little more passive as a gold laner, but I think that he's actually developed quite a bit ever since coming to the M6 stage, right? We are actually seeing him try to play more aggressive, get that lane priority. Heck, he even got the 1v1 win against Nets when they were playing against Team Vamos. So it shows development in the player, which I think is very, very important, right? This is a meta that rewards aggression, and controlled aggression reigns supreme if you're able to play with a certain degree of confidence in your rotations in the early game.
OP gonna go and G Kundo over to Sawo. Can't see the conceal. Bomba still in the midst of it all. Still trying to use a slam here, but will be poked down so low. Spirit have ways to disengage though, and Bomba will just regen back up again. Gold Crab for Sing.
We can see now CFU now shifting to their traditional style of playing around the gold lane, right? They want to scale up Sing as much as possible, though. Wadu also taking a lot of damage. Kid Bomba and Wadu being the frontliners mainly for their team here to open up space and see if they can find the necessary angles.
High-level stuff, man, from both these teams, just trading on the map constantly. One shot getting the invade here should be ahead of Detective by quite a bit now. But both teams, I mean, for CFU, they have a 400 gold lead, but it doesn't really feel like a big gold lead, or doesn't really feel significant enough for both teams. They're literally just waiting for the next neutral objective before they decide to look for the fights, and it's all about tempo then. It's all about prio. One big fight will happen around Turtle 3, maybe Lord 1. Maybe they still want to just trade it out. Sing in the bottom lane. Gonna get one last shot onto it? No, unfortunately not. The tier 1 will stay alive.
CFU gonna continue controlling Turtle. Sing was able to get the tower eventually.
Hiko caught on the bad spot. The implosion comes down, but Sing's able to purify out of it. Electrifying beats, one shot. Able to escape for a bit. Detective walks up. Netherrealm saves him, but no. Hiko gets the last shot down. He brings passion onto all of them as Kid Bomba tries to buy him some time with the split. Purify from Z to cancel out the bring back here. OP way the dragon, but there's no follow-up. Bomba versus C. Sing with the balls. Bomba dying, and Sing takes the killing spree for himself.
CFU Gaming are doing a very good job of basically delaying the fights against Team Spirit, right? They know they're against a more aggressive team that wants to make things happen. And because of that, they're slowing it down while still appropriately responding and making sure to maintain their battle lines. Because of this, Team Spirit is forced in a position where they feel like they can still keep going. They can still try to force things through the front lines of CFU, and then realizing they're running out of resources halfway through. And CFU is able to make very, very good use of that. The fact that Team Spirit doesn't actually have too much crowd control for Detective 2 is allowing them a bit more space.
That's a conceal already. Spirit trying to rotate around the map. And yeah, man, for CFU, it's literally just playing it slow, right? Super slow, waiting for these mistakes, waiting for Spirit to be caught in a bad spot, and then they decide to pull the trigger. Sing on the Bruno. He's been safe, like, even though, yes, Sing has been getting, he has 3 kills, the playstyle has been relatively safe. We haven't seen him go and slide tackle forward. We haven't seen him go for anything too aggressive. He's literally just been utilizing the space that CFU give him and capitalizing on it. So, with Bruno, I think it's safe to say that you can do that constantly. There's no real rush for you to actually make the plays happen in the fight. All you need to do is deal damage and then play it safe like this. You see someone walk up, you say, all right, that's cool. Whoa! Ow. Bennett's Rage, forcing Z to use that Netherrealm just in case Hiko swaps to the Renner. Let's see if you are able to disengage from this one. They will have to respect Spirit's damage.
But I really like that they are respecting that, right? They're not giving Spirit any angle, any free way of running in, though they're gonna go ahead and do it anyway.
Yeah, Bomba walking up with the pass earlier. Sing getting some good shots. Bomba brought back again in front of pursuit. Split doesn't even help him. Wadu smacks him down to the ground. Sing buys the Malefic gun, and now Spirit are in a troublesome situation.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for them. We've already mentioned multiple times through the Swiss stage, when you have a Bruno, your timeline, 15-16 minutes. And CFU is purposefully delaying the game until they reach that point. Because like you've already mentioned, Mirko, they really have no reason not to try and do that.
Oh my
They know that they can play for that scaling, though Beatrix is a very good way of just cheating those structures.
OP, ooh! Great kick on a Hiko, let's see the capitalization. Not enough, the Netherrealm comes down. Oh, OP gun down, he moves back to the arrow shot onto C. Forcing him to purify what? Sing gets a goal from a mile away. One shot to go for Sun. Kick Bomba walking up, Hiko getting the kill onto OP somehow. Wadu caught in the midst of it all, on side of the tier 1. One last shot, one shot gets him down, and Bomba survives, dealing with 3 members.
I think that's the first example of a fight that was actually kind of messy from CFU Gaming there. They tried to prolong it, they tried to go back in because they were already leading, but then they ended up overstaying their welcome, right? I think OP especially trying to flicker in with the Jeet Kune Do right at the end to get one final knockup when he literally had no HP to play with was not necessary, but Sing's damage!
Oh my god, one last shot should do it! Sing doesn't want to risk it though, he will just go back, but like you said, that damage!
CFU knows they can play around this damage. They do not mind delaying the game because we already know what Bruno can do once he gets that maximum item limit. However, Hiko also recognizes this, right? He has gone for the more scaling comp with the BOD.
That is Rage. OP gonna be low. Netherrealm implosion from Sao! Getting 3 members. No, that's 4. But there's no follow-up. Detective gets rid of the backline. Sunset Lover steals away the electrifying beats. Wow, what a set. But what a return. What an answer from CFU.
Detective was 100% the savior in that engagement. Sao got the implosion of his life, but there was no follow-up on it because they were all running away from the joy. Even Hiko got picked off, so there was no Nibiru's passion or anything like that to really capitalize on that catch and allow CFU to return the favor despite the amazing initiation. They're going to be able to pick up that mid-tier 1, but still playing a very slow game, right? We are 12 minutes in, and the net worth difference only 1K in favor of CFU Gaming.
And it's a turret take now, Malefic gun for both the gold laners, and it's now pretty significant lead, I would say, for the Bruno, right? It's 1,000. Sing is going to constantly just build this up here as he pushes into waves with the Lord advantage. I don't know. Even though One Shot has items, it really just doesn't seem like he's been able to dish out that damage to CFU properly, right? He's only been targeting the frontliners, and I get that he wants to peel for the team, but at this point, maybe they should try to go for some flanks, try to go for Sing.
The difficult thing for Team Spirit is that their lineup isn't the most suited for flanks, and CFU Gaming has a lot of layers to their team fighting, right? With this Nether Realm, with Detective running into the back line, they're able to force out Vengeance from Wadu at least. But
OP goes over the way of the Dragon. Hiko will be able to capitalize on that, finding the kill. Sing almost getting the worldy bounce, but will not be able to get it. It will be a trade. OP taken down. No tier 2 one-shot coming back. Was that a conceal from Sawo?
Not too sure, but well, I think we can definitely confirm that OP is starting to get a little bit trigger happy. They can see the win condition, right? They know that they're in a position to really start taking over the game now that Sing is reaching that 4th item. The Bruno has an incredible KDA up until now. But this show has flickered to his death more than once this game. I understand that he is meant to be the primary initiator, but Team Spirit has a lot of cracks that you can take advantage of. You don't have to feel so desperate to make something happen, especially when you've already been playing the game to your tempo the entire time.
And now it goes back to the slow tempo. Once we see like a fast tempo fight, it gets evened out by some slow tempo macro plays on the map, right? CFU trying to get Prio over the bottom lane, trying to get that final tier 2 off of Team Spirit. For Spirit, they're also dealing with the waves very, very well. Sending Suyo close to the top, doesn't want to reveal himself just too early though, because they know that CFU can pull the trigger. Sing should be able to get the turret down. Oh, actually doesn't. Hiko gets the clear, shoots out the Bennett's Rage. There's going to be another wave to help him here. Bomba engaged upon. He has to respect this. Oh, flickers out to safety. The conceal comes in around again. OP trying to go for the Jikundo. OP would find it. Whoa, gets punished by the implosion from Sawo. But Sing is starting to hurt. You can see it already.
I think Sing and Hiko are actually both starting to hurt. And that was unfortunately another example of OP's trigger happiness. Like really desperately trying to make a catch when it's not actually that necessary. CFUC's potential is pretty good. However, Team Spirit's base defense is actually very solid with the Beatrix as well. So I think that's what OP is afraid of, right? They want to try and make it a numerical advantage when they push into the base.
Sing gonna be poked down there. You can see the electrifying beats coming down, but another realm saves them all. Sawo shoving out. Wadu will the chase. That's a flicker out. Kid Bomba trying to act as a front line. One shot going down. Hiko flickering out the safety. The Infernal Pursuit continues. There's a shutdown. Detective looking for the play. Wadu walking up again, zoning them down, but one shot gets the shutdown. And a double. 2-for-1 trade. Detective looking for the play. Jumping on the lever. Sawo getting the implosion. A cat Detective again.
Mistake after mistake. What is happening? CFU Gaming, they were so patient, so disciplined the entire game. And now they have been making overextension over and over again. That previous fight did not need to happen so quickly. They were not in position. Detective popped electrifying beats halfway through the river before the Nether Realm even came out. This is not the style that CFU should be trying to force. And Team Spirit are actually in a perfectly comfortable position to go for counter-engage themselves, right? They have Implosion, they have AoE Wave Clear with Hiko. The shoe is on the other foot. It is actually Team Spirit now who is waiting for the counter-engage because CFU is diving too deep.
Now it's a Wind of Nature purchase for Spirit for Hiko. It's going to be quite tough for CFU and Sing to deal damage, even Wadu with the dives. He's been really successful with the dives, but unfortunately no one has actually been able to walk up together with him, right? So Wadu has been isolated in front. Lord charging down in the bottom lane. This is an enhanced Lord. That's a conceal already. Sunset Lover steals away to the Nether Realm, but the Worldy takes a lot of damage. A chunk of damage from the rest of the team. It's still bouncing on the Lord. Base turret number 1 in the bottom lane taken down. Team Spirit will be happy. Now it's a conceal from OP. Jikundo and the way to Dragon to catch one shot, but it's going to be cancelled out. Nether Realm coming down to the black. And now Detective, caught in the implosion again. In front of Pursuit. Hiko, can you escape? No, you can't. See, gets the Ghost Bursters. One shot, has the immortality. Buys the winner crown, will not be able to tap it in time and will fall. CFU get a good trade back.
Yeah, there's a little bit of disconnect with Detective because while Joy is very good at running people down, you have to make sure your team's at least distracting them somewhat. But it still ends up being a positive trade for CFU because it did actually buy them enough time for Sing to come in and chase down Hiko and one shot. CFU now looking for an inhibitor.
Whoa, they might be looking to end the game. OP try to zone them. They get the base turret, but there's a minion wave that saves Spirit.
And not to mention minion waves pushing up for Spirit as well. CFU taking a good amount of structural damage, even losing that top tier 2 in exchange for that previous push, which I personally don't feel like was the most worth it in the end. But at the very least, it opens up that mid lane, right? It's another thing that Team Spirit will have to deal with. Sing now going to be having that Wind of Nature as well. It already used previously, so there was a bit of an item trade there. As we are now approaching the 18-minute mark. This is normally when a Bruno is able to take over the game, but because Team Spirit hasn't been trying to force things out, they've been able to delay it and kind of match pressure using the Beatrix to snipe down turrets from afar and to wave clear, right? So it is starting to become a case of which team is making the mistake of engaging too far.
It also comes down to just, yeah, I agree with you. It really comes down to whoever's overextending a bit too much. Bottom lane was shoved in already. Wadu is isolated, has the Vengeance, will be able to pop it in time. Bamba has to run. OP leader to play, goes in for the Jikundo. Great shove from Sawo. He has the flicker. Netherrealm coming down. One shot getting in. That's the implosion to catch one, but Netherrealm from C saves him. He brings passion on him. Hiko with a nature in time. Flickers out and kites back. OP, no immortality. Wadu in the front. One shot getting his immortality down as OP will not be able to get the kill on the Sawo. Sunset level with a few more shots. Sing gets the last shot. Hiko in a tough spot. CFU looking for it. Hiko just needs one more. OP will fall. That's a triple for Hiko. That's a double. Hiko with a maniac. See, running around. Hiko gets the savage.
The schoolboy educates his opponents. A savage claimed by Team Spirit. There is a reason this young player has been catching the eyes of the global MLBB community. His positioning absolutely perfect in the previous team fight, zoning everything, avoiding all the cooldowns, and making sure he is perfectly spaced. The Beatrix now becoming the ultimate threat in the road for CFU Gaming.
Hiko, what an absolute monster. The spacing, the last shot onto OP as well. That was a you know, if you guys play Beatrix, you know how hard it is to land a Bennett shot, especially on someone like Cho. That guy's elusive, man.
Honestly, if you want a masterclass on how to play a gold laner in late game team fights, you just have to rewatch that fight from Hiko's perspective.
He's 16. This guy's the youngest player.
Yeah! It's incredible what he was able to do, just perfectly spaced out from everything CFU tried to throw at him, and punishing even one of the top marksmen in the meta, Sing on this Bruno. Lord now going to be pushing in bot lane for Team Spirit. They don't have a lot of minion waves though. Can this be an end angle for them?
I think it might be. Again, the Evolved Lord hasn't been chunked now. It gets shoved in. Wadu trying to be the front line. You can see the damage. Menace Rage as well. Popped in by Hiko. He needs to space out perfectly again. Worldy bouncing from Bamba to Sawa to Bamba to Sawa. Detective electrifying beats again to Bennett. Taking down the mid lane base turret. Another arrow shot onto Sing. He has the Hot's Claws though. Should be able to... Oh man! Was that a basic attack? That took Z to half?
Pretty much, yeah. That's how dangerous marksmen are in the current meta, right? It is a lot easier to hit those late game timings with the full item build. And even tanks really aren't able to hold a candle to it with the changes to Malefic Gun and so on, right? The damage dealt ranking Sing and Hiko obviously at the top. Sing actually having a very big gap between him, and yet Hiko showing that a little bit of finesse makes up for all of that difference. We are now 21 minutes in. The gold difference is basically 0. And the only towers standing are on Team Spirit's side. Next Lord in 60 seconds. So far, their positioning has been clean. This is a very honest draft, as our panel already put up earlier. Very easy to play that front to back to make sure Hiko is safe. A lot of pressure on Detective, because now he's the only one that can really force Hiko into uncomfortable situations.
And after all that fighting stuff, we're left with the 1,000 gold lead. 21 minutes. And it led us to a 1,000 gold lead. Hiko getting that rose gold, dog. Hey, they gotta be careful. Rose golds are kind of cursed nowadays, but I don't know. Maybe it's just an NACT type of thing, you know?
I think it's still an effective item, you know? Like nowadays, the shield really doesn't do all that much, but hey, it lets you tank one extra shot.
Okay.
And that can be all the difference in these really tight late game situations, right? Where a single blow is all it takes for you to turn into paper mache.
Ooh. You can see again the items here. It's almost full items for Sawo too. We're getting to a point in the game where we're really just going to be seeing item swaps with the gold lead, right? The gold lead's gone, by the way. CFU with a clear in the bottom lane are able to neutralize it back again. Winter Crowns, Immortalities, you name it. It's all on the side of CFU, though. They have 2 Winter Crowns and 2 Immortalities. Whoa, OP! Trying to go for a play. It was luckily not fully punished, but it's a flicker down. They won't be able to have that shock factor in the fight anymore.
Yeah, too direct. Straight up too direct from CFU Gaming. You could see that coming from a mile away. And now they're absorbing so much poke damage. You can see OP not really able to initiate anymore.
Soul Sever, Bennett's Rage! Oh, almost perfectly timed. Detective, though, looks for the electrifying beats, but it's only out to get Bamba. I think Team Spirit will be happy with that trade. And all in the meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the wave is still pushing in. They're going to have to send someone.
And Team Spirit is just waiting for that. Once they see 1 or 2 players in the CFU base defending, they know that they can easily reclaim control over the Lord Pit. Oh!
Implosion, Purify out from Sing. Netherrealm coming down, that's a stun over for 1 shot. Bamba in the back line, zoning Sing away. That's 1 shot, picking up with the kill onto Wadu. Electrifying Beats also there. Detective running away, but Bamba is on Sing. He's still fighting the minions to attack to get the House Claws, to get the lifesteal. Can he escape? Sliding tackle backwards to base. The minions are on it. Sing, Immortality down. C trying to save him desperately. Sing now with a slide tackle. That's a bring back over. Hiko gets brought back. Hit Bamba looking for it. Immortality down. C will fall. Hiko gets a monster kill. He buys the Immortality in time. Detective will shut him down. And again, this game continues. Detective are saving CFU.
What are we watching right now, guys? These 2 teams putting everything on the line, knowing what is at stake. It is only game number 1, and we are now reaching the 24-minute mark. For a moment, it seemed like Team Spirit had the advantage. They were controlling the Lord. They forced out so many resources. Members of CFU had to stay behind to defend, but the damage, the lifesteal from Sing, keeping him alive against everything, and even managing to finally trade against Hiko. CFU will claim this next Lord. And that means Team Spirit will have to play the defensive.
And now it all turns back to Spirit. CFU have an Evolved Lord. Let's see how they manage with the Evolved Lord. Because it comes down to this. We're going to have like another 3 minutes of slow gameplay if this is not an end angle. They're actually just going to play with 1 wave in the mid lane.
1 wave is not really going to be enough. Hiko alone can clear most of that, but OP!
G Kundo on the way to Dragon. He's been gambling a lot on these engages. This time he finds it. Netherrealm saving them. Hiko still able to catch Sawo! Implosion! Hiko looking to capitalize. Wadu jumping in. Hiko has been slain by Wadu! And now it's Sunset Lover and 1 shot. We've seen this before. It was M5 where Sunset Lover saved the game. Can he do it again? Sunset Lover into the back line he goes. Detective will stay focused on the base. CFU say you can take the Savage, we'll take the game.
They may be sharks, but they're embodying the spirit of slow and steady wins the race. CFU Gaming. Although they seemed rattled, although it seemed like they were starting to make mistakes uncharacteristically, we're still able to find that composure at the very end and deny Team Spirit a chance at converting a Savage into a victory. What an incredible game number 1. Let's just go ahead and throw it back to the panel. Everyone needs a break after that one.
To describe the insanity of that game number 1, imagine Hiko Mania scored the very first Savage in the M6 World Championship, yet at the end of it all, CFU Gaming wins the game in 25 minutes and 22 seconds with 43 kills shared amongst these 2.
I told you. It's something about the way CFU play and the Kamai playstyle that is just so resilient, that is just so primal, so intuitive that even when they're down up against the ropes, even when they've all died to the hands of Hiko Mania, they can still come back.
It's just raw, despite, you know, Sawo trying to put the technical smackdown on these kids. It's surprising to see how that both sides are also showing a lot of resilience, a lot of heart in that game, because the early felt kind of lost for Team Spirit, and I think that most people would have given up at that point, but they still held on.
It felt like we watched one of those games where majority of the shot calls probably were, yeah, we can, go ahead, no, don't stop, just fight.
just keep on fighting. Don't stop, ever. And I think at the end of it, 21-22 on a perfect 25-25 game time, like, this is destiny. Both of these teams were meant to meet each other.
Angel numbers. But I get what you're saying, Renmar, about how possibly if we were in their ears, we would be hearing just go, 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 right? But how crazy is it that it's whoever steps on the clutch first, it's whoever changes their pace up and allows for their opponent to overextend is the one who actually wins. Because that was the story of that last moment, right? Where we're in, it seemed like TS were already in the base, ending things, and then it had to revert back into a Lord fight that turned things around, and CFU owned the map suddenly because Team Spirit had only, like, what, 3 members left.
Yeah, and I think that at least, I think that it's pretty incredible that in a draft like this, where you have clear counters not only in lane, but the way that the team fights need to be played, you have the exact same tools. Basically the exact same amount of stats, decent amount of scaling from coming in from both sides, and the only real difference makers was how exactly do the junglers instigate these wars, allowing the supports to look for the big counter engages.
Yeah, and it felt like both teams were trying to adjust their approach to the team fighting as it went on. Because we have, okay, to keep things simple, I think a lot of the things that happen in team fights revolved around the usage of the Nether Realm. When the Valentina had the Nether Realm from the Faramis, and of course, Z's usage, there were times where I felt like, oh, Z's on point. At one point, he was like 0, 0, and 9. And that just goes to show that, okay, his timing is a little bit better. While then Sunset Lover and Sawa readjusted, and then now we're doing stuff that made me think, yo, that's so aggressive. That's so early. But then it actually forced out Z's earlier, and then it just kept adjusting. Do you guys agree that it felt like they were just adjusting on real time in terms of how they approach?
Oh yeah, for sure. Literally footsies within MLBB, range checking, gut checking. And if you talk about that kind of play style, you look at one hero to do that best with very little clapback, with very little punish. OP's Cho. Sometimes you would see him like go in, and even we here as the panel watching, why? OP, stop! But no, it's a very little cost for him. Sure, towards the last few moments of the game, he died and his immortality got popped, and then he would go back. But that doesn't mean his kit isn't spent up. He can do a quick 3-man knockup with or without the kick, and the kick could just be the finisher to that fight, which allowed for CFU Gaming to run over Team Spirit in that last fight.
I mean, there's a couple of things that could have changed, right? I mean, in terms of like how to kind of condition your opponents, when we're looking at this goal graph already, the story is pretty much set in stone, right? A lot of it big, not the biggest of leads, but big enough to actually make an advantage in game. And that's where we saw Z really doing a lot. Once he had his items on Bruno, okay, now we can play this slow paced out game. But at 15-15, when that turnaround happens for Team Spirit, now CFU have to reset the tempo. Now it's anybody's game, right? Sacrificing the inhibitors was already a potential option, but the back door is coming in from TS, also making these Lord fights really, really hard. One of my favorite adjustments that I saw within this game was the fact that OP was looking at Sawa thinking, all right, he's already looking for me. The only way we lose this is if he gets like a crazy implosion. So his resources matter more than even Beatrix.
One thing I want to look at though is, was it right for Team Spirit to not go into this without any purifies? Because there were some moments that the Team Spirit team fight getting initiated, or when the counter finally came in, you would see the purifies on Sing and Z work clutch. Do you think that Team Spirit should have packed more purifies in here?
I think I would have put one on Sunset Lover.
At the least.
But that's just me.
Actually, I'm kind of okay not going with purifies on this one. I think that mainly because when you are looking at our MVP here, Sing, he's got to be a little careful, because no matter who shows up first, you can actually flicker away from him because he's already doing so much damage. But at the same time, you can use it as a very aggressive option. We see Hiko do that a couple of times as well, being able to swap out his guns just the right time to sneak in an auto attack, or at the very least, seeing that projectile fly at him, get a little bit of health when his projectile hits, and then flickering away just to delay and gain it back.
I hear ya. So if it weren't for the flickers on Team Spirit, these 2 deaths on Zing might not have even shown up.
Yes.
It would have been so much easier for this Bruno to just run roughshod and maybe end at 18-19. Wouldn't even get the 25-25.
Yeah, and as it went on, you also saw flickers being used defensively very well by Team Spirit, that at the same time, they also needed to keep their distance from the Bruno when they marksman.
Yep, and I think the scariest part from both of these sides was how relentless they were in these fights. I think that Team Spirit, obviously, going back to the previous analogy, CFU being that spear and Team Spirit being that shield. The question is which one was going to break first. And unfortunately, it was Team Spirit in this matchup, but by very small margins. Once you get into this endgame, the Lord is just way too strong to actually deal with realistically with the items that you have.
The spear found its way through that small crack. And for what, 6 or 7 minutes, CFU constantly sent blows, sent jabs.
Yeah.
If you ask me, mainly through Detective and OP. Like, those are the tips of the spear, and eventually, come that last Lord, it finally hit the heart.
And I think it's also, especially in that last one, I think we finally got to feel the pain that is Glue going up against the Refinements. 187 here for Kid Bomba in a game where that had, again, 21 kills for Team Spirit. He was only involved for 8 of them. This was a tough game for Glue. It seems like Kid Bomba was having a hard time finding anyone to grab onto, latch onto. While for Wadu, it's easy. He just goes in, pops up Vengeance, and just starts pressing the heck out of the Infernal Pursuit and the enhanced basic attack once it's up. So maybe it just ended up becoming a story of the EXP laner had an easier time executing compared to the other EXP laner. Hence why there was just a little bit more room for the backline of CFU Gaming to shine.
I think that CFU Gaming in this particular scenario just had better battle lines. You know, they played such a tight formation, really centered around Z to make sure that if anything happens, the emergency eject button with that Netherrealm was the bailout mechanic.
And it's not the same dynamic for Team Spirit. Team Spirit have to constantly find ways to make the most of Sawo's implosion, and then have the 1-2 step of Sunset Lovers Valentina finding the Netherrealm, taking it away from their mid laner, taking it away from Z, and then, you know, consider all of that while Detective is running into your back line. So it's just much more difficult for the shield to actually do its thing.
Crazy back and forth game again. 43 kills on that one. We saw our very first Savage on the gold laner of Team Spirit in Hiko Mania, but they couldn't get the dub. CFU Gaming is up 1-0. So we're going to go on over now to Michelle and Boston, one of the gentlemen who actually helped us with the draw earlier in the Swiss stage. So let's hear from them down on the floor.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Courtside Report. Here's Michelle with Poji. And now we are having the Boston Gaming and the Superfine from EECA with us. Welcome, how is it feeling to be here?
Oh, he is great, and hey everyone, it's Boston. Всем привет, это Boston. He is very great. I'm feeling very good here.
Very good here. And we have met in the MSC, right? In the Saudi Arabia, yeah, second time to see. So, do you think they got any impression, any progress? Yeah, the improvement throughout the time to be here in the M6.
Of course, Team Spirit has a lot of improvements. First, it's Hiko. He grew a lot. He became a tier S gold laner, and of course, One Shot. One Shot is also a great jungler.
Yeah, sure. They have made a lot of the improvements here. So Poji, you got any questions for our super fan here?
And now with me is Dima, a super friend that fly all the way from EECA. So Dima, привет.
Здорово, привет. Как дела?
That's the only word that I know. But then again, I want to ask you, how does it feel that watching your favorite team in front of your eyes today? Does they play in a very good mood, or do you feel that they still got chance to win against CFU?
Of course they will win, they will win, and I feel that dreams comes true because it's my dreams to be here, and today is true. It come true.
Yeah, still got the power. And another question I'm gonna come up with the Boston is after watching the game 1, it's a back and forth game, right? So how is your feeling after watching the game 1?
I was a little upset at the end, but in fact it was a great game. Team Spirit did well. They need to concentrate more, and I think they will make it to 1.
Sure, Poji.
All right, but now, Dima, based on your view on the team itself, who is your favorite player?
It's Hiko, of course, because last game it's very cool, very cool, and he destroyed everyone, and now I understand why. Sorry, why he is best player for me. And
Alright, personally for me it's Kid Bomba because Kid Bomba always dance and something like that. But then again, do you have anything to say to your player right now because they are in a rough mode, so they need someone to cheer them up? Can you lift their spirit?
We can say both.
yeah. Okay.
You can see. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
One, two. Звери нет сильнее дракона.
Team Spirit, гордость региона.
Yeah, there's no stronger beast than a dragon. Spirit is a proud of our region.
Team Spirit needs the
Team Spirit, go!
Okay, that's a very good cheer.
Never give up.
Thank you, Boston. Thank you for the super fan from ECA. So now let's follow the fairest time to start the game 2. The panel, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Michelle and Poji, and of course our friends over from the EECA. He's very present here in Boston, and I'm glad that he's here. Every time he's up, it's always just a good time with Boston Gaming.
That's a revelation.
Yeah,
I didn't know he spoke that much.
Me neither. He's got away with words. And also the fact that he's, I can only imagine the position right now, right? 0-1 against CFU at this point of time. Team Spirit, they need to bounce back, right? They need to bounce back despite setting the tone for the upcoming draft. I don't know whether it's going to happen again where CFU is going to be like a little disrespectful. We're going to ego into your winning lanes, and we're going to show you that our team fighting is just that much better.
I hope, I don't know, the crazy fanboy in me is just hoping for another like 40+ kill game. But I think the coaching staff might actually go back, not just for Team Spirit, but for both teams to just go, the kills are good. I know the drafts that we did were good for like team fighting and engagement, but maybe we can just take a little bit more consideration of our minion waves.
I think that is what I want to see. As much as I also do love the double-double stats, I would rather see these teams evolve and suddenly show us macro excellence. Just ways to finish the game under 15. Because it's possible. I do think that it's capable. It is very capable for these two coaches, Coach Taimigo and Coach Ren, to create drafts that allow for their team fighting squads to just let go of that completely, to just skirt the middleman and get to the base.
Well, that's the thing, right? I think that's also part of CFU Gaming's plan. I think, they want to be able to get into the ultra late game, and they want Team Spirit to have to really think creatively about the way that they approach these fights. And at the same time, I think the onus is on CFU for dropping the lead initially. They made that first mistake, and that's what allowed Team Spirit to bounce back in the first place.
So let's see how these two teams are going to be adjusting. I need a quick little adjustment. All right, these two got to Makan while I was, during that game, I didn't.
You want some Makan?
Yeah, where's the Hello Panda?
I mean,
did you finish it?
I'll give you. No, I'm kidding. I saved some for you this time round. Generosity comes in dopes, especially with Hello Panda, especially with how generous they are with the filling. You can take one of those. It's plenty.
I was starting to think that you were gonna be my Trex.
Check your blood sugar.
It's all good. It's all good.
Fuel your game with Hello Panda. Crunchy biscuits filled with creamy chocolate, the ultimate snack to keep you energized, level up your day, and visit Hello Panda's website for more.
He
downed the bag.
He downed the bag.
That's at least half a dozen Hello Pandas.
I left quite a lot. I was surprised you hit so many.
You were so worried that we wouldn't leave you any, so you took everything?
I don't know.
It's all good. It's all good. We got you covered on this one. But man, exciting games. However, do you think that at least, at the bare minimum, a swap of sides coming in from Team Spirit?
Oh yeah, for sure.
They initially started off on blue. I'm hoping that they jump over to the red. At least they can respond, right?
I think so. That will definitely allow for Team Spirit to do more than just the blue yo. That should definitely let them... I guess here's my read. In blue, they're still very reactive.
Yes.
So I'm hoping that if they do switch over to red, they get finally their tempo and they don't have to go down the whole Valentina to answer the potential Faramis, Valentina to answer the potential Cho, and they might even not even open the Cho. I think OP's Cho was beautiful. It cost Hiko his first Beatrix game loss.
I can agree with that. Second thing that I would like for Team Spirit to change, you don't have to show that glue so early on. You still have good responses to it. And either way, I'm very impressed that CFU said, okay, you show glue early, I'm going to get the hard counter, but I'm also going to give you a winning lane at the same time. That's a wild thought.
Yeah, it's cool to see that, especially with the last one. Actually, no, not the last one. Not just the last one, but throughout this day, with the new rising picks in the M series, we see the adjustments that the teams go through. Like, glues up, suddenly, all right, welcome back, Faramis. Oh, you know, Faramis might actually look good on the other side. Well, we'll pick a Valentina beforehand. Like, we're really seeing the creativity of teams get stretched. And again, the beauty of the Swiss, going from the BO1s now into the BO3s, teams are now flexing their understanding of the game. As Team Spirit will be going into the blue side again, and CFU will be going on the red. I feel like now, with what you mentioned, Cho isn't going to be super hotly contested because it looked like they were ready to answer it in the last game.
Yeah, no, but it was still too good. Is it just me, or was it just forcing out so many movements and so much resources from Team Spirit? And I don't know if they're aware of that. Watching the game from a bird's eye view, I can see it.
I could see it too, but I gotta give credit where credit is due. Like, Sawo is really on the ball with it. He's communicating well with the rest of his team to allow Sunset Lover to even respond to OP at times to make sure they cancel the second half the way of the Dragon. So I'll give it to them. They've had interesting ways of handling it, but Blue Yo, once again.
So for OP, the man who played the Cho that Leo strongly believes right now should be contested in the previous game, OP's IGN is actually inspired by his siblings' IGN, Oppa and Oppo. For real.
So he's OP.
He's OP.
I don't know. I feel like he got the best part of that. out of the three, Oppa's pretty good, but OP just feels like you're busted, you know?
His Cho is busted.
Is overpowered, somebody said.
And it's still left open. I don't think they want to pick it up here.
I think, see if you decided to go for the Valentina instead. This might be them going like, we're going to try to check if you actually are confident with picking up Cho.
Yeah, steal it away or else.
Yeah, and then if they don't pick it up here, Team Spirit, it goes third.
And they also have a Hilda open.
Yeah.
How did these picks come through?
I mean, they're trying to change things up, right? The fact that Bruno is getting banned in the first phase, coming in from Vren at the very least.
MVP performance, though.
Yeah, that is fair. I do think that Hilda at the very least probably is going to get picked up.
There she is.
It's a pretty free lane. It's super easy to play, super easy to execute upon, and maybe you can at least try and force out some movements from CFU.
Should be a better game for the Bomba. Going 1-8 in game 1, he has a lot to make up for.
Whoa. What?
Talking about early picks.
Early 1-1, you don't see the gold laner on the other side just yet. You know, the Bruno's gone. But honestly, I wouldn't be so remiss if CFU just decided to go Irithyll.
I think that is what they're hoping for, right? They would rather deal. They would rather deal with one of the few problems. Either you give them Cho, they get an alpha, or they get the instant counter pick in the Irithyll, right? So three potential picks, and it looks like CFU has decided on the alpha to say, at a bare minimum, I want my jungler to have a good time.
Yep, deal with the Hilda. And now they're just going to keep on banning that Belleric. Same spot, same as game 1. Gatot still at large. In the first phase, Team Spirit took out the Vixana. No longer necessary. Instead, they take out the Granger. And what, one more? Would the Irithyll be ban-worthy?
I would hope that it's going to be the Irithyll at this point, because again, that Hilda with Sprint is going to be able to chase down at same speed, Mach 5 against both of them.
I mean, he's sort of fallen out of favor in the current meta. Maybe not completely the current meta game, but teams would rather prioritize something else. But honestly, if CFU want to go full dive, I don't see enough pieces on the side of Team Spirit yet to take that down. Like, they might just be able to crash down on the 1-1 with the Harith and the Glorious Pathway and everything that gets brought to the table. That might actually give problems to the 1-1.
I'm looking for a little more burst.
From CFU?
Yeah, if you want to take down the 1-1 quick and maybe make the Hilda's life a living hell. Because she doesn't want to do that to the Alpha, not as much.
I mean, sure, but that's where you take the Irithyll. You already have the combinations. You got plenty of peel. You have Glorious Pathways.
That's true.
It's so free. You get so much from her passive as well, where a majority of the damage is. They're not banning it out. So let's see. Let's see what CFU is going to do about it.
Is Coach Vren opening it up because he took out the Bea instead of the Irithyll?
Let's see if Singh has a ready Irithyll in his hands.
Or maybe he's going for the hard read. You don't play Irithyll, and maybe we have an opportunity.
Oh, that's true. I mean, they can actually save up on their gold laner later. They can already show the Roam EXP.
Give us the show, right? I mean, even show doesn't feel too great here.
Oh!
We overshot it.
Okay, so instead of... Okay, they're going for what we suggested. Instead of looking too much into the team fights, they're thinking a little bit more macro now.
Play the map.
Yeah.
There's the Gatot. Clearly going to go to the hands of Sao. And what does Sunset Lover play?
At this point, any big burst with crowd control will be good. You're just going to be giving something to the Valentina.
Levex.
Yeah, like Vex, Aurora. All of them are going to be okay in my book.
Yeah, all of them kind of do revolve around the same concept.
I'd rather the Aurora then.
You'd rather the Aurora?
Yep.
Well, that would help set up the 1-1 a little bit better.
I mean, but do you really want to give the ult over to Valentina? I think that's also something that you need to take into consideration.
That or the frigid breath, you know, the frigid ice.
Find a way, even when all is forlorn.
Oh, they would rather the eternal.
They want the snap response.
Okay.
They don't have time, man.
Oh, yeah, they don't. They don't. Interesting. Interesting the way that they're, opening this draft as of right now. But now CFU, very final pick here. It feels kind of bad. It feels kind of bad to look for Cho at this point, right?
Yeah, they need a bit more damage in this, but at this point, like, where are you gonna get it?
Phobias.
Phobias just for damage?
I mean, you get free procs. There's so many ways to get free procs as well.
You're not gonna hit the 1-1 with Infernal Pursuit, but at least the good thing is that you could just get a little bit more basic attacks off, enhanced basic attacks. Actually, just have an Infernal Suit flying Pursuit flying around.
That's also fair, unless they want to go for Benedette. What? Whoa!
Oh,
XP lane high loss it is.
Okay, the XP lane, the high loss, Stig, full dive. Huh. I feel the same way again after game number 1. It's like hard to read specific interactions that this might just end up boiling into fighting. Is it just gonna be another big fun brawl, Mirkos, Dafa?
If game 1 is anything to go by, I think Fun Brawl has very subjective interpretations, depending on whether you're asking us or the teams who are putting their blood, sweat, and tears on that M6 stage.
Yeah, that's pretty well said, man. I don't know. Seeing as well on the Moskov, you would definitely think, up against the 1-1, the Hilda, that the Aerothor will be the best choice. But I guess good read from Spirit, not banning it out, knowing that maybe it's not part of his hero pool.
And maybe it's not the style that CFU is looking to play for, right? They're a slower team, but sometimes steady makes a best. And right now, CFU are 1 victory away from forging a path straight into the knockout stage. Team Spirit, 1 chance, 1 shot to stop them.
Let's see, both junglers starting on purple buff. Hiko, weakness finder here. That's the choice of emblem for the 1-1. On the Inspire as expected. Z, there you go. Brave Smite on the Valentina. Not the Impure Rage. Wants to stay sustainable in a lot of these team fights. Knows that Team Spirit at least have a lot of burst damage that he needs to just sustain away from. Tenacity too, the choice for Sing. Yeah, they know how much damage Spirit can dish out.
Yeah, and it's very suited to the CFU playstyle as well, right? Their goal is just to make sure that they are able to extend and prolong the fights. I also like that there's a bit of a lane swap happening here, right? With Kid Bomba taking the mid EXP and allowing Sunset Lover to take the EXP lane as well, just to buff up the Vexana a little bit more and hold out the lane pretty well against Wadu.
It's also interesting that Hiko was gone for the Master Assassin, so usually on the 1-1, you would actually like to play a lot more with the team, right? As soon as the laning phase is over, as soon as you have 2 items, you usually just want to play for your team. That's why a lot of 1-1s, even if you're in a winning matchup, they would much rather go for pull yourself together for increased cooldown on the Inspire instead of the Master Assassin. So we'll see just how good Hiko can play out this lane. Because by the time the laning phase is over, we're really not going to see 1-1 alone much at all.
Unless Hiko just wants to show that he is capable of doing so. After game 1, I think Hiko Mania is at an all-time high. Savage in the M6 Swiss stage, and yet wasn't able to actually convert it into a victory. That does leave a bit of a sour taste in your mouth, I think we all can relate to that from our pub games when we're doing so well and yet not quite able to close it out. CFU, they definitely want to slow this game down, and I think Hiko also knows he's most likely not going to be threatened too often, so that could actually enable him to play more as an independent flanker instead.
The Terrify, even the power of Wilderness is coming down. AOG! 2 members knocked up, but they know that they don't want to fight here. Just Wadu popping a Glorious Pathway, and then Team Spirit securing the neutral objective. Again, just like in Game 1, TS start off with the neutral objective.
Yeah, I think it is quite expected, just based on the interactions between these two teams, that Team Spirit will usually get that first turtle. It is at the stage where not everyone's level 4 yet, so CFU actually not that comfortable with going for the team fight, since that's not really their style, right? It's not the typical path that they go for. From the second turtle onwards, though, it's a lot easier for them to challenge it. And I think it speaks to the way that the meta has developed, where even though we promote a lot of early game aggression and snowballing is stronger than ever, that first turtle actually doesn't make as much of a difference as it used to in the general scope of the game.
And now for CFU, it's all about just, you know, trying to make it even again, trying to go for the invades around the map. Detective with the Alpha. Yeah, the Alpha really does really well too, by the way, up against the Hilda, right? So Bomba's going to actually have a bad time, I would say, if he actually wants to go and invade the enemy jungle. CFU have many ways to deal with the Hilda. First, you have Detective, obviously, with the Alpha. They can shred through the tanky boy, or tanky girl, that is Hilda. Bottom lane, we get to see a bit of action here as Hiko use it. Oh, good take by Sing, using SOD. But yeah, you can see the Master Assassin play a bit, but yeah, Sing just regens back to full, almost.
Yeah, we have to note as well that CFU Gaming actually doesn't have a lot of burst, right? It's wholly Detective in the early game and a little bit from Z.
Oh! First blood, one shot. Gets the one shot in the mid lane, set up perfectly by Sawo and Sunset Lover. Even without the Eternal Guard, that was just Terrify, Taunt, and then stun from one shot.
It was a 1v3 basically, but now this could be a 2v2.
AOG not connecting on the Detective. Good taunt over to Terrify. Also now the Eternal Guard, but Wadu has revitalized OP! Implosion onto 3, but Bomba returns the favor. You can revitalize, I can revitalize. We can all just stand in this green pool.
Literally 3-man implosion, and they came out with more health than they started because of the double revitalize there. CFU on top. Oh! The steal from one shot!
Amazing steal. Bomba walks up, dishing about a bit of damage, just trying to zone them away. But even though the Soul Sever has been nerfed, it still works. Oh, what happened in the mid lane? Sing gets caught by Sunset Lover. Now 2-0, 2,000 gold lead for TS.
This is a much bigger goal lead than Spirit were able to gain in game number 1, which really speaks to how slowly game number 1 went since it's only 2k. But this is very, very important for Team Spirit. CFU does need items to scale on Z and Sing. In comparison, Spirit has a bit more consistent pressure overall with one-shot Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover. So they need to create as much of this space as possible. It's a similar situation to game 1, just that they have more tools to work with this time, right? The more goal lead they can create, the harder it is for CFU to play a slow, safe, counter-engaged gameplay style.
Now it's back to slow. It's back to the Spirit tempo. This is what they like to do, especially when they have that gold lead, right? There's no real reason to go for any fights when there are no neutral objectives, so it's just a lot of screening, reading out where the opponents are, and then walking back, disengaging, poking them down. Great Curse Blast that connects onto 2. Sing will start to group up with the team. Okay, so CFU are actually making way to try to get, what, double lanes? Yeah, Sing goes back up top to try to match up Hiko's farm.
Yeah, Team Spirit can continue doing this. Hiko has much higher mobility overall than Sing, and because he's playing with that Master Assassin, is actually not too badly equipped for direct 1v1s, right? So because of that, Team Spirit can play a 4+1 with Hiko being that one. Ooh, that stun there with Spear of Misery, but no follow-up. CFU is not looking to fight right now.
Yep, they're both just waiting for the neutral objective. Spirit, AOG! Sing with the Purify already. That's going to be OP jumping over the shove. Sawo taking a lot of hits now with the Revitalize as well. That's a kill with the Implosion. One shot comes in from the side. Gets the Soul Sever to assassinate. Hiko on the turret. That's a Terrify as well. Alpha on the turtle. Z walking up Eternal Guard over towards Bomba. But Wadu won't be able to take that punishment. It'll just be a trade. 2 members for Sawo and a turtle.
Yeah, so far so good though for Team Spirit. Like I mentioned, the more kills, the more snowball they can get, the more they force CFU into an uncomfortable situation. We already know that they like to play slow. They want to play responsive. And they're very good at doing that. But if you just run at them too quickly, it can be hard for them to respond. So far, they've displayed good mastery of handling it throughout the Swiss stage. But Team Spirit playing at a higher tempo.
Uh-oh, crossbow tang is ready. Hiko doesn't have the Inspire, will decide to pop it, forcing OP to flicker out. So, shock factor engaged from OP is down for the next 2 minutes.
And a really important battle spell for CFU as well. It's not just a way for them to start fights, it's a way for them to counter fights when Team Spirit decides to overextend. So without that flicker, it's a lot easier for Spirit to go for the aggressive positioning in the Land of Dawn and further their goal lead. As of right now, we're 8 minutes in. Only 2K's net worth advantage still for Spirit. So CFU actually not too far behind, but Singh has definitely been affected a good amount. A pretty notable gold gap between the Moskov and the Wanwan.
Yeah, and for Spirit now, they're just going to group up, possibly trying to threaten this mid lane take. They did the setup already to actually go for the siege, but I don't know, CFU just have so many... Whoa! Haas Claws on Hiko? Wait, third item has claws on Hiko on the Wanwan. Now that's new.
If the Master Assassin didn't show you that Hiko probably wanted to play mostly independent, the Haas Claws should really push that home. Hiko expects to be making plays on his own, and is basically saying to his team, I'm gonna itemize in a way where you don't really need to babysit me, and that way you can open up the map more easily. Hiko can not only go for macro play, he can also escape if CFU decides to try and overcommit on him. So Spirit is going in this angle.
Whoa. OP walks up, the AOG will connect onto him, one shot. Gets a stun in the back, Eternal Guard onto 2 as well. Hiko looking to play, the SOD connects, Detective caught in the midst of it all, will be able to survive for a bit, to revitalize too. Hiko unable to find it just yet, the crossbow tang is ready, he will pop it. Hiko on the crossbow tang, and the Inspire. C's next to the chopping block, Hiko looking for the play. C will fall, Hiko, not again, Hiko, you mad lad. Hiko gets another big play.
The Hiko mania is real, ladies and gentlemen. We literally said it. Hiko wants to play independent. Hiko wants to make plays happen all on his own. And he is doing exactly that, even zoning out Detective on the Wanwan.
Wow.
Team Spirit, this has been a secret weapon of theirs for a long time. But he is just getting better and better in every round here at M6.
This guy is a beast. Hiko. Game 1 with a Savage, Game 2 on the Wanwan, has Claws, Master Assassin. No wonder he wants to come in and clean up technically. AOG, uh-oh, Detective. You can Spear of Alpha, but Hiko can just continue to chase and he will choose to just accept his fate. Has Claws, Malefic Gun.
Wow, okay, hold on.
Hiko, that might be a bit too crazy, my guy. OP gets the shove back finally. That's a shutdown over. OP gets the punish. Hiko, a bit too aggressive, pops the Purify built-in, Purify a bit too early as well. Bamba taking a bit of punishment. Still has the Lord of the mid lane.
Singh just finished the Marksman Trinity. 10.5 minutes, pretty slow, all things considered, but at least it is done. But Spirit not letting up.
Yeah, Singh has to take a big amount of damage. Now they're gonna have to give away tier 2 in the mid lane. It should be all tier 2 taken down up top by minions, and then they're rotating towards that bottom lane to take the final tier 2 of the map.
Spirit finally breaking through to that roughly 4K net worth advantage, where they can really say that they are starting to pressure CFU in a way where they can no longer afford to really slow down the game too much. Turtling at this stage, especially in this meta, has become a lot more difficult with the amount of tools that you can get and the need to really have map control to actually solidify your farm. Even though they got a pretty good ambush onto Hiko previously, Team Spirit is showing that they are a 5-man unit. Hiko is not the only threat you need to be worried about, and that is putting a lot of pressure onto OP. He's basically the only way that CFU can guarantee good engagements onto their opponents.
Yep. And now it's a tier 2 in the bottom lane. All tier 2s taken with the Lord advantage earlier. Spirit will just play again with their 4,000 gold lead here. I think the best play is to actually just freeze up the waves, which they are doing right now. Not letting CFU get near the side lane minions here. They're just going to continuously push into mid lane, give them a little bit of goal, but this will obviously be to actually get more tempo around the enemy jungle so that they can actually steal away even more resources from CFU and force them to technically just share the gold of the minion waves in the mid lane together, which isn't really too much. Yeah, so CFU, they're caught in a tough spot now. They're just going to be relying on the minions to be slowly pushing back to them to actually get farm. If not, yeah, TS are just going to push in mid again and probably go and try to invade purple.
Yeah, if anything, I feel like Team Spirit should actually be trying to push a little bit slower here to maybe bait CFU out further onto the map, because this is a very familiar position for a lot of us MLBB players, right? It's a very unfortunate position as well, where you are behind. You know that you're weak enough that you have to stay as a 4 or 5 man unit to actually go anywhere on the map, but doing so is not allowing you to farm or catch up to your opponents. Team Spirit needs to perpetuate that situation for as long as possible, but forcing the lanes out isn't working.
Great play. Oh, 3-man Eternal Guard from Sunset Lover. Wadu, glorious pathway to run away. Good Spear of Misery. Sing and Detective get away. They get the Lord, but I don't know. Is that worth it?
I wouldn't say it's the most worth it, because Team Spirit can deal with this Lord without having to break a sweat at all. The minion waves were pushing in for them as well, so CFU actually ended up taking some damage to their inhibitors. And now Team Spirit are 5-man strong and can push, while CFU is still on a 10-second respawn timer.
Yeah, this might actually be an end angle for Team Spirit. Singing to be caught out, dismantled, evaporated. Spear of Alpha Defensive or just desperately. Hiko will go for it, Inspire in, 13 minutes in. Decisive call from Spirit. Let them take the Lord, we'll take the game.
Not a single team here in this bracket is willing to let go of that ticket to the knockout stage without a fight. Full series throughout the entirety of the day, as we are down to one final game between Team Spirit and CFU Gaming. Only one shall be able to join the others in the knockout stage, and the other once again is facing that dreaded 2-2 bracket. Let's go ahead and throw it back over to our panel.
If you are still doubting Hiko Mania at this point, why? That was a 1-1 performance of a lifetime by Hiko. It wasn't a savage or anything like that, but it was very clear the effect that the 1-1 brought for Team Spirit. But other than Hiko, it was just great teamwork overall for Team Spirit.
I think they won in the draft. I think, they had some clear ideas, and the worst part about it all, it was already mentioned in the cast that unfortunately for CFU Gaming, they didn't have a lot of high ground defense. They don't have the wave clear to protect themselves. So every time they're fighting for these neutral objectives, especially when it comes down to Lorne, they can't deal with those minions, so they have to pay the tax. I'll sacrifice 3 members, I have to sacrifice 2 members just to try and blitz it and take it away from y'all.
And here we were questioning why the 1-1 had to come early, and it was later on explained by the specific picks on the Vexana and the Gatot. So when Team Spirit draft in the first phase, leaving us questions, best believe the answers will follow through. And was this not what we were looking for? I mean, I specifically was looking for a quick game. I was looking for a plan A, one-way trip to wreck in that base, and they did it in under 14. This is the Team Spirit I was looking for.
It looked like CFU Gaming was banking a little bit more on getting those early to mid-game wins around the Tigreal, Valentina, and then the Alpha. But then Team Spirit did something that when I saw it, I was like, wow, that would be annoying for CFU. Double Revitalize. One on the Gatot Kacha and one on that Hilda Gideon.
I mean, that's not the only thing they did. They also did the lane swap with Sunset Lover as well as Kit Bomba in the mid lane, right? Because they knew at level 1, Kit Bomba was probably going to be walking away and forced back into a bush most of the time rather than opening up the map. So this way, they maintained information. Hey, just clear out that mid lane real quick. You can take a bit of damage, but at the very least, on your path back towards the top side of the map, you can at least tell us where exactly this alpha started.
And you're talking about mid, you're talking about Sunset Lover, you're talking about the Vexana. It's the hero they needed. Switch this up with Aurora. Would it have been the same result? Would have they gotten that instant pow? Again, changing the tides of battle. The extra body, best believe that came into play. The extra body, the Eternal Guard, rather, helped body checking OP.
Yeah, it was a good balance of control and quicker scaling magic damage paired up with the Gata Kacha. So now, yeah, the Vexana, I feel like, has been a revelation today, where teams have somewhat have forgotten her, going for the Valentinas, the Auroras, the Eves. There's another mid laner that's
Aurora.
in my mind right now. The Aurora.
Vexana Eve.
Now it's just a good reminder of, hey, Vexana still hella good.
With the Faramis that came out in game 1 too, like that's something to remember.
Well, I still think that the Faramis, unfortunately, is a little bit more situational in these types of areas.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I think the way that that Sunset Leveler is playing is actually really, really nice. Because again, as much as you want to, peel for Hiko, he's also looking at the trajectory of can I actually, sneak the fear into that backline? And that's where Zing just took so much to the face, especially with the Eternal Guard as well, that turns these fights around, especially down to those choke points.
Yeah, the early game pokes and the combinations coming in from the Vexana and the Gata Kacha. And of course, what One Shot would be doing in the center of the map. Man, that Sunset Lover just had CFU's number the entire time. Almost 65,000 damage dealt in this 13-minute and 42-second game.
There's a hero that I'm looking at. It's Z's Valentina, who only dealt about south of 25,000. We'll talk more about his item build. You'll see it later. But of course, Hiko Mania may stumble, but it continues to chug on forward. And what are you going to do, brother, when Hiko Mania runs wild on you?
Just close your ears, pray. Close your ears and pray.
He's showing you what to do.
Yeah, exactly. When he shows up, you better know what to do and fast, because he's going to be loud and he's not going to be stopping anytime.
Oh, sorry, I can't hear you over my Maniac.
Hiko, my goodness. It feels great from the broadcasting perspective when we've decided, even heading into the tournament, that there's one person that we want to put a focus on. Yes, Kid Bomba's there, but we saw Hiko as a special talent, and he has been proving it. Again, a lot of his peers have really just praised him, and we saw it. But you cannot have a performance like that as a gold laner if you aren't supplemented well and supported well. And not to say that Team Spirit are just a supporting cast, it's just they really know how to empower their gold lane.
I mean, as much as you can empower your gold laner, it's up to the gold laner to really release the full potential of it, right?
Yeah.
At this moment, Hiko will probably, honestly, if Detective didn't just walk away, that could have been just another savage being achieved by Hiko on this Wanwan. He just knows exactly what he's doing, but I think what's scary about him is how mechanically perfect he plays a lot of his games consistently.
At the end of the day, even though that CFU Gaming didn't end up with an Irithyll that we thought that they'd go pick up for, maybe they should have gone for it. I don't know. The Moscow feels like it was a little bit of a complicated approach to a simple problem.
Why we put Irithyll on such a big pedestal is because we need CFU to get some burst on, to try and neutralize Hiko's 1-1. But I saw one effort, and just clearly it wasn't worth it. It didn't work out. Z built a Starlium Scythe on his Valentina first, over everything else. Not a Valentina main, but I'm gonna ask you now, how often do we see that?
Honestly, considering how Southeast Asians like to play, it's actually more often than most people would think, right?
Yes.
There are ways to proc it extremely easily, especially with the Shadow Strike and the way that you can kind of like reset it. But inevitably, as Renmar mentioned earlier, it's about that early, hoping that you have enough with your mid trio in terms of early damage to start that train going, feeding the coal into the steam engine.
Yeah, and Team Spirit faced that coal engine, faced that steam, and shut it down with a double revitalize, and that allowed for Z to maybe even doubt himself and say, oh, this Starlium Scythe isn't worth it. I'm not bursting down the 1-1 as fast as I could. And then he just went back to his old build, the glowing one, and then suddenly jump cut to that Maniac moment. So again, they tried. There was an effort there, but it just didn't cut it.
So now, see if you tried to take the more macro-focused approach, it looks like. They picked up a gold laner that would allow them to just, open up the map. But it seemed like they were outplayed with a more aggressive lineup. So don't tell me the next one we're just going to end up going to look for the fights again.
Look, I blame the draft heavily for this one, and I think it's very savable for CFU. I think that the way they've approached it in game number one was very, square up, let's brawl down, give some good picks here and there, and then try to play an even game to see if you can team fight better than your opponents. You've already set the standard of, hey, we can actually team fight pretty well. Now you just need the right weapons and tools to bring into the land done if you want to stand a chance against a team like Spirit.
It's tense here right now. Again, another 3-game series in a day of BO3s. You know, I'm just really glad we got Secret Lab to just help us stay comfortable. It's been a long day, gentlemen.
It has been a long day, and honestly, I would wonder to myself whether these cakes of mine were going to be more sore than usual, but with the Secret Lab, and especially with the size of the Titan Evos, my shoulders fit perfectly fine in it. Nice and snug.
I can go another 3 BO3s, yo.
Another 3, so 9, 8, 3, 6, 9, so 18. 18 games in one day?
Yeah.
As long as we have these on our backs? Yeah, they'll be good. I mean, like, if you want to be able to play better for longer, you know, ergonomics, that's the focus here of Secret Lab. Go in and get yourself what the Secret Lab Titan Evo is designed to adapt to different postures across various activities. I'm not falling asleep. So not only is it great for PC gaming, you can also enjoy proper ergonomic support while mobile gaming as well. Treat yourself to the same match-winning comfort enjoyed by the best MLBB teams with Secret Lab. Hey.
Take it from me. I've heard a lot of people be like, oh, why do I want to pay so much for a Secret Lab chair? You're going to be... I tell them this. How much time are you going to be sitting on a chair? And if you're going to be sitting on a chair, why not make sure that it's going to last, it's comfortable, and since you're going to be on it for such a long time, you might as well pay the price.
All right, if you will not heed our words when it comes to utility, how about sentiment? Year after year after year, MLBB World Champions have sat on Secret Labs to take home the crown. That could be you too.
So, wait, one of us can win this, right?
No. Wait.
I mean,
can we? Is it one of our prizes?
Is it one of our prizes? That's actually a good question. I don't know if they're going to be giving you these bad boys out. Especially this is the Mobile Legends version of it, the M series, by the way. It's got the logo, it's got everything.
It's got the orange trimming.
You know what? Help a brother out. Go to your comment section right now, and I have the power to do this. I type hashtag Redmar for Secret Lab.
Scan the QR code in the survey and say that Redmar deserves a Secret Lab. That's going to get some attention.
Thank you in advance. I know you guys can do it. Just spam it. So the comment section will be like, woo, cool. All right. So I think that might be a futile attempt on my end. Let's just talk about the draft. So do we just go back to fighting here? It feels like if you try to like outsmart, out-macro Team Spirit, they will just forcefully tell you, what are you doing trying to control the map? We're trying to control you the center of the river, in the major objectives, in the fights. If you're not ready to deal with that, we will punish you. Do you just go back and just fight it out with Team Spirit of your CFU?
I wouldn't. I think the way Team Spirit entered Game 2 was the perfect way to go. You deny CFU one of their main strengths. You deny the clear fights. And you just win as fast as you can. Force them into a position wherein they doubt if fighting is the answer anymore.
I think the opposite. I think that CFU first need to take blue side. That's number one, right? Take blue side, let Team Spirit respond to you, and then afterwards look to go all out with these fights. Because again, at least when you get to the second half, you can complete your composition a lot faster, meaning that you can get the power picks necessary to hold your own.
No, I agree with that. That I hope we get to see a different flavor of the draft and see if you this time going blue. If they still continue to remain red, then that's just them thinking, okay, we'll just outdraft them from the red side. They're going for the 2-pick power swings that we've seen rise up even more. But nope, it's different now. Finally, a different flavor of the draft is what we're going to be seeing. Team Spirit are respecting, of course, the Bruno and the Suyo, while CFU, they're respecting the Hilda of Kid Bomba and, of course, the Matilda for Sawa.
Oh, if they're banning out... Ooh, interesting. Banning out Blue Yo this time round, just to make sure that, you know, they're not going to get that power pick, but that opens up quite a lot in that draft, right? Once again, we're probably going to see Jushin be left in the open, maybe even like... Because TS, they also got to think about Joe. If they think about landmark picks, benchmark picks, a lot of the meta power picks get to slip through.
Jushin has slipped through.
And
that's... And Hylos.
Yeah. I think TS just decided, well, take out the Eve, but if they wanted to play the Hylos, they switch it. Okay. So see if he gets the Hylos instead. But can Team Spirit just pick up the Jushin?
I think that would be the natural response. You probably don't want to be giving it over to CFU at this point.
Yeah.
How often does Jushin show up on red? Let me see.
Shouldn't be very often.
Very rarely. She's usually a power pick on blue and teams let her through, but less than half of the times that she's picked on blue comes out of red, and I think that's part of the discussion that Sawa's having with the rest of the team, and Sunset Lover picks it up.
Very animated one. Oh, higher rush?
Huh.
Whoa,
Scalpel-like approach.
That's one shot Hayabusa, yeah, but that's very early.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I don't trust one shot on a Hayabusa, but you're giving away the Cho at the same time. Was this not a consideration here? They didn't need to show the jungler as their R2 at this point in time, and now that CFU sees that, maybe this is so that they can open up picks for Kid Bomba later down the line by showing, hey, they have the Cho, they've got the high loss, now we know exactly what they want for their EXP.
Exactly, that alone in itself is a gambit. By exposing the main front line of CFU, you could better protect the back line in Hiko. Because this is a very jungle core and gold core approach.
I don't know. I think it's too risky. I think it's so risky because if you're dealing with like a purple buff reliant assassin, a lot of the time it comes down to, can I control the 2 lanes that are connected to that side of the map?
So for this side of Team Spirit, it has to be a very active roamer EXP. Oh no, they still go for their Belleric. Now my question is, will Team Spirit do something that we saw often in the Mekong qualifiers that we got to be a part of, Leo, where now that you know the Hylos is going EXP, most likely, why don't you send that Jushin into the EXP lane, early lane swap, similar to what you did, so that you can get early control over the EXP, and then your roam, your EXP in the Jushin, whatever fighter you're going to be putting in the mid, plus the Hayabusa, will apply a lot of map pressure.
That's a very Legion esports thing to do.
Yeah.
I think it's very doable. I think CFU should watch out for that because, again, that's what you get away with by opening up your XP roam choices in the first phase.
Darn it. CFU, they're already ahead of the game, right? Because if that does happen, if they want to go for that move from the side of Team Spirit, it makes sense. But it's on the exception that the EXP is in a losing matchup, or at the very least, they need an EXP laner who can actually clear waves in the first place. Rather, not just only mid, but at least in its own lane. Banning out the Godfather is a good idea coming in from CFU, but even from the side of TS, getting rid of the Aurora as well as the Loyi, they're smart about this. They're attacking that mid trio indirectly.
And even more so, I think this is supplementing the idea that they might actually commit that early swap.
Yep.
Because if you put a fighter in the mid and you're up against a low E, that's not happy.
Yep, and nobody wins against a Jushin, especially if you're melee.
Yeah.
Unless you're a Sicilian. Unless you can figure out a way to punish that mid lane even harder than Jushin punishing your high loss.
Sicilian should make poking the Belleric, but then the problem is with the Bat's Feast up.
Yeah, and what's going to happen to the Bat's Feast?
Oh, you just proc his passive a lot more often.
Oh yeah, but also that's a little too much magic damage.
Yes, you're right. That's already a lot of magic.
And then you're forced to still put like physical in gold. That's a very expensive lineup.
It is a very expensive lineup. I'm also interested in knowing whether or not this Beatrix was necessary for the side of CFU. I feel like they are worried that this upcoming pick was supposed to be that Beatrix, just to kind of deny what they have and force them to something less bursty.
Okay, so 1-1 for Team Spirit. Even though it's not a slow front to back, they're just banking on putting marks up on the high loss, it seems like.
This one's a little tough. At this point, you can still force out priority. How exactly are they going to do that, though?
You're gonna go dig deep. Valentina's still open. Dare I say the Farsa? Is that an option? No, the Hayabusa's gonna get you.
The Hayabusa, the 1-1, the Belleric.
Oh, the 1-1's a 50-50 chance because sometimes she just dies before she takes to the sky.
You can burst her down.
Oh! That's a mid-Angela if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. Okay, so they're supplementing.
Wow!
To a Belleric.
Right? This is very bold of CFU. This is saying we've got 2 win conditions. One of them has to make it work.
CFU definitely fighting. This is a fighting lineup.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like 100% win for Team Spirit. It's just now Team Spirit, I feel like, are now worried, like, wait, they're actually going to play like this against us with a Belleric?
Clearing waves is like 8th or 9th down the line for CFU's list of things to do. And TS closed up their draft with a glue.
3 straight games in this final best of 3 of the day where the draft, they're not head scratchers, but there are some decisions there that make us go, where are we exactly going to look at? And then at the end of the day, the teams just answer with a lot of action, lots of fighting. I hope that's what we get. The final game of the day, who takes it?
That is a question I would also like to know the answer to. Thank you to our wonderful panel. Our final game of the day, Mirko, how you feeling?
The Belleric, the 1-1. I like it. I like the ways that they actually responded towards CFU's draft. And again, no Irithel to be seen for Sing. The Claude is a pretty good answer against the 1-1 too, but it's just a skill matchup, right? Whereas the Irithel would just stomp the 1-1 in lane. So I'm gonna say, I'm leaning towards Spirit.
All right. Well, let's see who it's going to be. The Dragons versus the Sharks. The skies and the seas shall clash. And when all is said and done, only one shall remain standing as the victor with a direct ticket to the M6 knockout stage. Let's jump back into the Land of Dawn for game number 3 between CFU on the blue side and Team Spirit on the red.
It will also be kind of a wait in the mid lane. One shot walking up, forcing the flicker up from OP already. But Sawo and Sunset Lover, that's a Purify, that's a Revitalize too, that they will have to be forced to burn. This time though, Hiko putting a bit of respect over towards Sing in this matchup. It's a Tenacity, no longer the Master Assassin, and same goes for Sing. They both know it's a skill matchup, they both know it will be safer to just go for a bit more the defense.
Yeah, in fact, we're seeing more durable emblem setups in general.
Oh, no flicker this time around though. Sunset Lover, one more Lancer Flare, could revitalize. The taunt almost brings OP back to the turret. That could have been lethal. But yeah, again, the Revitalize keeps you healthy for a long time. Wadu though is probably going to be missing a few minions up top.
Yeah, Wadu having to come over to be present for this initial engagement means missing out on some very crucial EXP against Kid Bomba. And we've already seen how important the EXP lane is, where both teams are basically playing a 4+1 throughout the entirety of the game to get scaling as well as map control. We can see that generally a lot more durable focus on the emblem setups here, because both teams recognize that their opponents have ways of diving into them. I think CFU has a very in and out gameplay style here. It's a bit difficult to execute on, but if done correctly, it's very difficult for Spirit to punish. And when we are seeing this Hayabusa on one shot, this is also typically a hero that needs to play off of a little bit of snowballing, right? A couple of kills early helps Hayabusa heavily, especially once that Sky Piercer is completed. So Team Spirit will want to try and aim for that.
Okay, setup-wise, Team Spirit definitely have the better setup. Sunset Lover will be able to get a slam pass over to OP with a Shadow Kill too. Bomba looking for it, the Hard Guard comes in, Detective brought back into the Wrath of the Dryad. The combo strikes in, but both are just healing to infinity. Still, it's Bomba mounting Detective, a lot of damage again, slowly but surely Detective trying to go for it. Kid Bomba won't be able to get the kill, but the turtle goes to Sunset Lover as Bomba goes for the slam pass over to Wadu. One shot gets the kill, and the Lantern Flare will get Wadu slowly but surely.
The amount of time it required for First Blood to even happen there shows just how durable, how much healing both teams have in their kit. But Team Spirit being able to outlast, mostly due to Sawo and his timing. That Wrath of Dryad was perfect to catch out multiple members of CFU, including Detective, who had just zoomed back in with the Heart Guard so that it would not threaten the backline. You can see why up until now they have been specifically respecting this Belleric ban against Team Spirit, Sawo being the only Belleric player to find success throughout this Swiss stage.
The Belleric just works so well against the Joy. It really does. It's kind of like I would say like a better Minotaur right now, right? Minotaur was the better pick for the longest time because you can just go for Flicker and you get that knock up. But now is you need to bring Revitalize. I don't know. It's all about disengage. It's literally pure disengage. You're not an engage type, so you can't really push on, but you already have Bomba to do that on the glue. So yeah, as long as CFU constantly are going to be looking for fights, Sawo just needs to play around his carries and then pop Wrath of Dryad, pop into Revitalize, heal people back up. He's a tree. He just stands there.
Yeah, he just stands there menacingly. That's all he really needs to do. And he is
Shadow Kill! Z gets assassinated. It wasn't really a one-shot, but you can technically call it a one-shot by one-shot.
Yep, I think The problem is when you draft an Angela versus a Hayabusa, you are basically giving him a very obvious target on who to start building up kills on, right? Especially how vulnerable Angela can be in that mid lane position. So Team Spirit is going to be rotating over there as often as possible to build up Sky Piercer stacks once One Shot has it completed. And it looks like we are going to jump into a very quick pause here to solve some technical issues.
It's just, again, for you guys back at home, please be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. Fair play is our #1 priority. So we'll give the players, the teams, as much time as they need for our marshals to help and troubleshoot the issue here. I don't know if it's, I don't know really what problem it is, but I guess we have more time to talk about the draft itself, to dissect the game plan for both these teams. Claude versus 1-1. Let's talk a bit of the Claude, man. We haven't really seen it. We've seen BTK ban the Claude once. That's it. Personally, for me, I don't think the Claude is that good right now.
I agree with you. Like, he did get buffed recently so that he no longer uses mana, but that doesn't really solve the issue where the meta now really prioritizes marksmen that can farm quick and do damage fast. Claude has never been that good of like a burst marksman. He's very good at whittling people down with the Blazing Duet once he has his items. But you usually will need another person as a finisher. That's why you're not seeing him quite as often as things like the Bruno or Beatrix or Moskov, for example. He is very good at getting in and out of team fights, which I think is what CFU is banking on, right? It gives them a bit more control about when they want to initiate. But it also means that you're giving up lane priority to Hiko, who is already shown is a monster on this 1-1.
On top of that, though, it's also the range, right? It's your range is your Claude is a very short range boy. You know, you gotta get in there to deal damage, and there's just too much utility right now. Too many things that can catch you from out of nowhere, really, and even poke. We know the Melfic gun is a thing, and especially for 1-1, the Melfic gun actually works super well with the range of 1-1 and the mobility. So it's kind of like it's crazy. It's legit crazy. So expect. Once Hiko gets the Melfic gun and a lot of, first two items, Corrosion Scythe and also DHS, to outrange and also just outrun the Claude every single time. Sing is also on Purify, by the way, so the only real way for Sing to escape from Hiko and all the others is to Purify out of the weakness marks or to Purify out of the CC. He doesn't have that much mobility, I would say.
I'm kind of wondering if CFU picked up the Claude so that they would have a marksman that grabs Purify, right? Because
I guess
you purify the weakness stacks from 1-1, you purify the Lantern stacks from
like the Haya.
But yeah, it doesn't really help you against the Haya or anything.
I mean, when you purify, you do purify, the Shuriken stacks on top of you.
And a good BMI can disjoint as well. So I think CFU is going for a very defensive option with this Claude, but looks like we are going to be jumping back into game here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being patient with us.
Okay, Detective. And Revital is already used up. Sing, Blazing Duet coming down. Wadu brought back Sawo, just taking the hits. He's like, yo, hit me, I'm a tree. He'll recall in front of him. Wadu will fall even despite the Revitalize, and Team Spirit will get so much pride. This is a free turtle.
I feel like our concerns about Claude were immediately answered. Because that Blazing Duet literally did nothing.
I think he dealt more damage to himself by dealing damage to Sawo.
Yeah, and I think Spirit ended up coming out with more HP than they started as well.
Yeah.
Like, Claude is just not in a good position. Yes, he doesn't have items yet. We know Claude is very item dependent. Once he has like the Trinity completed, then Blazing Duet will actually do something, but it takes so long for that to happen. And while you're building up to that, One Shot is just gonna continue farming up stacks off of your Angela. I'm not too sure if this will really work out for CFU.
Yeah. It's a battle there. You can see at least when it comes to the 1v1, if it's just basic attacks, that you can actually match up against Hiko. Wadu brought back again. Glorious Pathway there. Oh no, the Bomba special on the glue. Constantly just immobilizing the members. It's so annoying. Lantern Flare 2. If it's not the Slam, it's a Lantern Flare, or then it's Hiko with the Weakness Finder. So many ways to slow the opponents down. Crossbow Tang, not even used. So actually, Hiko will just pop an Inspire to go for the chase out the Sing. As that's going to be the one shot from One Shot again. C taken down. Hiko kiting away. Detective finally getting the shutdown on him. But it's 4 members for 1. And TS, they know Detective doesn't have anything left here. He has the rhythms. He will try to get out. He will be able to get out. But One Shot will just get a turret in the mid lane.
I don't know about you, Mirko, but I feel a little bit disgusted watching what happened in the river there. CFU literally could not move.
Yep.
All of them could not move. They were getting slowed and taunted and pulled back over and over again. They have a Cho, and he could not escape from them. That is the draft that they are playing against right now with this Beleric, Glue, Susin. They are sticky. And CFU are a team that wants to play more for peel and counter engage. This is not a good sign, if you ask me.
And there's a very low chance that OP even gets the 1-1, right? Like, you need to try to get the 1-1 somehow, but what are you gonna do when he has a built-in Purify in his kit? You just have to burst him down at that point. Detective, he's struggling to burst down Hiko, as, again, like you mentioned, they just have so much utility. And on the point of utility, yes, you have a Juicin, you have a Glue, you have also a Beleric, but the 1-1's great utility too with the Weakness Finder. It's always constant slows. One shot picks up the turtle for free. Perfect turtle for Team Spirit. Game number 3, Bomba, just going in, he doesn't care. Walks up over to Z, OP walks up as well. Bomba's just taking the electrifying beats, and he's just standing there. OP trying to go for a split now. Oh man, Lantern Flare, OP desperate with the Dragon. Wadu brought back again. Sing with a blazing duet. And TS are just standing there by. Detective, though, will not let that happen. They're going to go in, still the Lantern Flare, and now he gets mounted down. It looked pretty good for a second. See, does he get recall in time? Oh, right, he does. Sing. Oh, okay, he gets it. He gets out.
All right, CFU able to find a small little something at least. Sing getting a shutdown on one shot is actually pretty nice. But they lose so much in exchange as well, right? You could see how comfortable Team Spirit is at just walking at CFU because they know there's just no damage that could possibly threaten them. Sing, the only way that CFU can potentially come out on top now, they have to create so much space for this. Claude, he's already behind in farm. At this point, they basically have to delay the game until like 16 to 18 minutes before they're able to fight Team Spirit head to head. Right, the only way that timing doesn't add up is if Spirit makes like a huge blunder and just throws all 5 of them into the CFU base or something.
I don't know. Even in the late game, I'm not too sure about it, right? Because I think Spirit still have so many ways to stop the Joy. As a Joy, in the late game you deal a lot of damage. It's still going to be extremely difficult. But yeah, like you said, getting to the late game itself is already a hard task to ask for. Spirit are constantly playing it so well here with the lead. It's a 5,000 gold lead building up. They have a push in the bottom lane. They'll probably shove the mid lane before they go for the Lord. But only now, 9 minutes, does Detective pick up the Holy Crystal. Hiko clearing it in together with Sawo, and then they should be looking for the Lord. There should be a forced error instantly, right? CFU, they either trade on the map, getting a tier 2, trading it for the Lord. That will obviously be good for Spirit, or they get nothing. It just gets blissed down. Wow. Wadu. Lantern Flare, oh man, burst it down to Wrath of the Dryad, that's it. Another one, C caught again, Hiko will just go and dive, C. Able to survive, but Spirit get everything.
Yeah, a great opportunity found by Team Spirit there.
That's the gun.
I feel like CFU needed to just commit to the top lane push, right?
I agree.
They were too hesitant. They were split in half. And Team Spirit saw that, right? Instantly, like, hey, why are they so far up when we already got the Lord? Let's go for it. And there's nothing CFU can do to respond to it. At the very least, they could have traded for another tower up top. But I get that they're a little bit too afraid to even do that right now. The draft is completely in Team Spirit's favor. They are showing it through their gameplay. And if you were in CFU's position, I think you'd understand there's literally nothing they can do to respond to this.
And they've already dealt with the Holy Defense in the mid lane. Sing, oh my goodness, it was just a Lantern Flare. Slowly but surely, look at Sing. He's getting poked down, man. He was poked down earlier. Obi walks up, Bomba, split, crossbow, a Tang from Hiko again, forcing hard guard defensively. Now Detective walking up, but will just get sliced and diced by one shot on the shadow kill. Hiko's running wild, the base is wide open, and Team Spirit will join the knockout stage together with all the teams that you know. Welcome to the knockout stage, welcome to top 8, and it's a repeat for Team Spirit. It was Deus Volt that knocked out CU. Now CFU will be knocked down to 2-2.
Team Spirit just put CFU through a blender where there was no escape from start to finish. Really good drafting, really smart understanding of their opponents, as Team Spirit will claim yet another slot to the M6 knockout stage. The journey is not over for CFU Gaming, but it's gonna be much tougher from here on out. Let's go ahead and end the day by throwing it back to our panel.
CFU Gaming will fall to fight another day, but the Dragons of the North from EECA Team Spirit are gonna fly up to the knockout stages, joining Araki Hoshi, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, NIP Flash, and Falcon Esports. Expected, I feel like, is the best way to put that game number 3.
You know what is actually expected?
What?
The fact that Team Spirit's run towards that knockout stage slot is just as dramatic as their run towards reclaiming glory in dominating the EECA in MCC Season 4. The fact that they had to drop down into the lower bracket, get that Savage and still lose Game 1, and then in pure Team Spirit fashion just reclaim victory in the cleanest way possible. That's Team Spirit for you.
Yeah, it's canon now. At this point, it's canon. It's part of their destiny. But at the same time, congratulations. GG, well played to this team. Because again, it's been a long time coming. And you can see the emotion on Hiko. It's like, yeah, we absolutely crushed it this time round. But also, we've made it to the knockout rounds.
Woo! They can say that they are a top 8 team in the world. How far the story of the Dragons of the North will go, only time will tell. But fate smiled on them today, and with multiple flashes of brilliance from all of the members of Team Spirit leading up to this moment, well, here they are. And now we're going to hear from them on stage with Rose to celebrate their victory.
The third team today qualifying for the knockout stages. Team Spirit, and with me here we have once again Hiko. How are you, Hiko?
Hi everyone. This series was very fine.
Very fine. You're very happy, I can see just now.
Yeah. First game was just unlucky, you know?
Oh, just unlucky. Just now Hiko said, it's so fun to play. Are you having fun?
Yeah, for sure.
For
It's